story opens deep inside a warped, lightless forest, where every tree stretches upward like a cluster of ancient, skeletal fingers. Black mold crawls across the bark, dark moss blankets the ground, and the whole place feels less like a forest and more like a graveyard that should never be entered. Above the twisted branches, the sky hangs low in a muddy gray, thick and suffocating, as if the clouds have forgotten how to move. Just one glance at this place is enough to understand that no sane person would ever willingly set foot here. And in the middle of this nightmare, strange monsters hide in every shadow. Our boy Kim Woo-jin, a man with messy black hair and exhausted eyes, is slammed against the ground, trapped beneath the body of a horrifying beast covered in multiple staring eyes. The disgusting creature pins him down hard, its drool dripping over his face and chest while its claws crush his shoulders into the dirt. Kim Woo-jin thrashes desperately beneath it, his expression twisted in pain as the monster's weight forces the breath right out of his lungs. Then the beast spreads open its enormous mouth, exposing layer after layer of jagged teeth, each one sharp enough to tear through flesh. The sight is absolutely terrifying, and for a moment, it looks like Kim Woo-jin is about to be swallowed as nothing more than a late-night meal. In the next instant, blood explodes across the scene, turning everything into a brutal mess of red and black. But even as the horror unfolds, Kim Woo-jin knows one thing clearly. If he dies in this place, he will simply wake up from this hellish dream and return to reality. Right after that, he shoots upright in bed, chest heaving as he gasps for air, his entire body soaked in cold sweat. He is back inside his quiet room, but the sudden jump from being mauled to death to sitting in a normal bedroom feels almost impossible to process. This nightmare has been repeating for 12 long years. Kim Woo-jin now looks completely worn down, with heavy dark circles beneath his eyes and rough, unkempt stubble across his face, showing exactly how deeply this endless cycle has carved into him. He grabs at his neck with a trembling hand, still feeling the lingering pain of being crushed even after waking up. That same cursed dream has returned again, and the agony is so vivid that every night feels like he is truly being killed. Outside his window, the modern city moves normally beneath a bright blue sky, with buildings shining in the daylight and people going on with their lives. But to Kim Woo-jin, this peaceful reality is not freedom at all. It is just another prison he cannot escape. During the day, he records every horror he faces in that other world. His notebook is packed with careful monster sketches, exposed anatomy, attack patterns, and tactical notes, all written so he can understand their weaknesses and survive even a little longer the next time. Kim Woo-jin stands alone inside his messy room, sickly and drained in a plain white t-shirt. He tells himself that physical pain is something he can endure, but just looking at his gaunt face makes it obvious that his body is almost at its breaking point. His apartment no longer looks like a normal living space. It is turned into a survivalist bunker, filled with weights, boxing bags, scattered research papers, and tools for training, proving that everything he does in reality is meant to prepare him for the next battle in the dream. Even though he is completely exhausted, he is more afraid of closing his eyes than staying awake. To him, the worst part is not even dying anymore. It is the act of falling asleep, because sleep is the door that always drags him back into that place. He remembers the feeling of a wolf-like monster tearing him apart, its fangs and claws ripping through him as if the memory had just happened moments ago. Every time he falls asleep in the real world, he is thrown straight back into that merciless nightmare without warning. Another memory flashes through his mind. His body pierced by a blade, blood gushing from his chest as the pain swallowed him whole. The rule is painfully simple. Die in the dream, wake up in reality, then repeat it all again, while his mind slowly breaks under the weight of it. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he grips his chest and coughs through the exhaustion, his body shaking from the strain. There is no such thing as proper rest for him, because every attempt to sleep becomes another fight for his life. Kim Woo-jin is furious, bitter, and completely drained, cursing the rotten luck that chained him to this fate. For more than a decade, he has lived between two worlds, and that double life is now killing him from the inside in both places. To stop dying again and again inside that hellish forest, he spent 12 years forcing himself to master weapons, martial arts, and jungle survival. In the nightmare, all that brutal training shaped him into a lean, hardened fighter who knew exactly how to stay alive. Inside that other world, Kim Woo-jin is almost unrecognizable. His focus is razor-sharp, his movements are deadly, and his eyes burn with determination as he raises his sword, ready to cut down any monster that dares to block his path. Because of all that relentless training, he eventually began dying less often in the nightmares. His blade moves with frightening precision, and with one powerful swing, he can tear through beasts that once would have ripped him apart without effort. But surviving longer in the dream does not make his real life any easier. Back in his room, he clutches his head in despair, crushed by the unbearable pressure of living as a fighter in one world and a dying wreck in the other. Kim Woo-jin stares ahead with empty eyes as the truth settles over him again. No matter how strong he becomes inside the nightmare, the real problem never changes. He still has to wake up in this fragile, ruined body that can no longer handle the cycle. Eventually, Kim Woo-jin goes to see a psychiatrist, a composed professional woman in a white coat who listens to his condition. After hearing him out, she suggests that he should try finding a hobby, or at least something he genuinely wants to do with his life. He quietly repeats her words back to himself, but his face remains hollow, like the suggestion cannot reach him at all. To him, the whole world has already gone flat and meaningless, and there is honestly nothing left that he can bring himself to care about. Later, Kim Woo-jin stands in his room, staring at the research board covered with everything he has learned. But for the first time, the monsters are not what frighten him. What he wants most is simply to fall asleep and never have to wake up again. He looks completely spent, with messy hair, rough stubble, and a face carved down by 12 years without real rest. At this point, even one single night of peaceful sleep feels like something worth giving everything for. Then, without warning, blood begins dripping from his nose. This is no longer ordinary exhaustion or stress. Something inside his body has finally started to break after years of being pushed beyond every possible limit. Kim Woo-jin's eyes widen in shock as blood suddenly spills from his mouth and stains his hands. He clutches his chest, frozen in disbelief, as his body finally collapses under the endless burden of living two brutal lives at once. His sight begins to blur, the room around him losing shape as consciousness slips away. Everything fades into a dull gray haze, and for the first time in 12 years, the pounding headache that haunted him every day finally starts to disappear. A moment later, his body hits the floor with a heavy thud. He lies face down in a spreading pool of his own blood, and it feels as if his long, miserable time in the real world has finally come to an end. Kim Woo-jin remains motionless on the cold floor, his skin pale and his eyes half open. The room falls into an eerie silence, marking the tragic end of his desperate struggle to keep surviving in modern Korea. But somewhere inside the darkness of death, Kim Woo-jin senses something strange. His body feels lighter than it ever has before, and the terrible headache that tormented him for 12 years has vanished completely, as if it never existed. When his senses return, he does not see a hospital ceiling or the inside of an ambulance. Instead, a bright blue sky stretches above him, and fresh air fills his lungs so cleanly that it feels like he has finally slept properly for the first time since the nightmare began. Slowly, he opens his eyes and finds himself staring up at the canopy of enormous, unfamiliar trees. Confusion washes over him as he wonders whether he has truly died, or if he has somehow fallen into yet another layer of the same dream. Then the realization crashes into him. He is back in the nightmare world again, surrounded by rustling leaves and distant creature sounds. But this time the air feels different, heavier, sharper, and far more permanent than before. Kim Woo-jin is resting against the thick roots of a gigantic tree, dressed in his worn and tattered hunter gear. Yet his body feels younger, stronger, and healthier, nothing like the sickly, broken version of himself that collapsed back in reality. He stares ahead in disbelief, his eyes clearer and sharper than they have been in years. After suffering in this place for 12 straight years, waking up here while feeling this refreshed is something he has never experienced before. Suddenly, his senses catch something nearby, and his head snaps to the side with a startled look. Even with his body feeling renewed, his survival instincts immediately flare up, warning him that something in the forest is watching him. Behind one of the trees, a reptilian demon beast creeps through the shadows, its long, forked tongue flicking in and out as it tastes the air around him. The many-eyed predator is exactly the type of nightmare creature Kim Woo-jin has spent years observing, studying, and surviving against. The lizard-like monster releases a low, threatening growl as its many eyes lock onto the intruder before it. Its body looks powerful and fast, and from the way it stalks forward, it clearly sees the young hunter as an easy piece of prey. Kim Woo-jin keeps himself calm and slips behind a thick root, watching the beast from cover instead of panicking. As he thinks back to the massive amount of blood he lost in his apartment, the truth of his death in reality becomes harder and harder to deny. The image of his lifeless body on the apartment floor flashes through his mind. If he really did die back in the real world, then this time there is no waking up after death. This forest has become the only world left for him. He lowers his body into a crouch and pulls his hood up, letting the shadows hide his face. If this nightmare realm is his new home, then he cannot afford to move recklessly, and every piece of knowledge he gathered over 12 years has to be used perfectly. Kim Woo-jin slowly rises to his feet, his hooded cloak shifting in the wind around him. He understands the stakes now. If he dies here from this moment on, there will be no warm bed, no sudden awakening, and no second chance waiting for him. His expression turns cold, steady, and filled with resolve. From now on, he is no longer just a helpless victim trapped inside a nightmare. This world is his reality, and he intends to survive by becoming the hunter instead of the prey. The reptilian demon beast lowers itself, preparing to spring forward, completely unaware that its target already understands the way it hunts. Kim Woo-jin is ready to use everything he knows if that is what it takes to stay alive in this deadly forest. He narrows his eyes and studies the situation with calm, almost surgical focus. Instead of rushing into a direct fight, he decides that the smarter move is to draw the monster toward a place where it will be at a disadvantage. A faint smirk forms on Kim Woo-jin's face as he feels a spark of life return after years of endless training and suffering. The danger around him is insane, and death is finally permanent. But for the first time, he feels truly ready to face whatever is waiting in the shadows. Kim Woo-jin reaches for his dagger, and the moment his fingers close around the handle, a sharp, electric sensation seems to run through the metal. His instincts, dulled for years by fear and exhaustion, finally snap fully awake, and this time, he has no intention of staying beneath anything's claws. With a sudden burst of speed, Kim Woo-jin charges straight toward the reptilian beast, his blade cutting through the air in a deadly arc. After 12 years of running, dying, and waking up in terror, he is done being hunted. Now this forest is going to learn what it feels like to be his hunting ground. He plants his feet firmly against the dirt, surprised by how light and steady his body feels. For a brief second, he wonders whether it is because he finally managed to sleep properly, or because this younger body is simply far stronger than the sick, crumbling one he left behind. The reptile demon beast launches itself forward with terrifying speed, its huge claws tearing into the ground as its jaws snap open. Its body is a wall of muscle, scales, and raw killing intent, but Kim Woo-jin does not even flinch as it comes crashing toward him. A thunderous roar bursts from the monster's throat, powerful enough to make the surrounding trees tremble. Its many eyes burn with savage hunger, all of them locked on Kim Woo-jin, as if the only thing left in the world is tearing him apart. Kim Woo-jin tightens his grip around the sword hilt until his knuckles turn pale. Every nerve in his body is screaming at him, not to run, not to hide, but to stop defending himself and let his survival instincts take over completely. His eyes sharpen, and a faint red glimmer flickers through his gaze like a warning sign. The exhausted man who used to drag himself through reality is gone now. Standing here is someone who has spent 12 years preparing to become the predator. Then he strikes with terrifying precision, slicing straight through the monster's thick hide before it can react. Blood bursts into the air in a violent spray as his blade carves deep across the creature's massive neck, cutting through muscle with brutal force. Kim Woo-jin stands there without blinking, blood splashing across the forest behind him, as if the entire scene has turned into a battlefield. His expression stays cold and focused, because he is not satisfied with simply wounding the beast. He needs to make sure it never gets back up. The enormous body of the reptile demon beast finally crashes onto the forest floor with a heavy thud. Dust, leaves, and broken debris kick up around the corpse, and that deep impact rings through the woods like the sound of Kim Woo-jin's first real victory. Kim Woo-jin stands over the fallen monster, his clothes and skin splattered with its blood. Yet he looks more alive than he ever did back in the real world. Instead of collapsing from fear, he carries himself like someone who has finally remembered his own strength. Far beyond the dark trees, pale pillars of mysterious light rise up and pierce through the murky sky. The sight is strange, almost beautiful, and it hints that this world holds far more than rotting forests, hidden monsters, and endless death. But Kim Woo-jin does not walk away from the corpse just yet. He kneels beside the dead beast and drives his blade into its chest, cutting carefully because he knows these monsters carry something precious inside, something that might decide whether he survives what comes next. As he pulls back the flesh, a glowing blue core appears inside the monster's body, pulsing with strange energy like a small magical heart. For Kim Woo-jin, this is not just a trophy. It is the first reward from his first true hunt in a world where he can no longer wake up. He lifts the radiant core into his palm, his face still streaked with fresh blood. His eyes stay locked on the glowing object with a mix of fascination and grim focus, because he understands that this small piece of power may be vital for the road ahead. Kim Woo-jin studies the core with a cold, intense stare, feeling the energy radiating from it against his hand. From this moment forward, every monster he kills, every core he takes, and every risk he survives will become another step toward growing stronger. He brings the core closer, his mouth parting slightly as if he is tasting the meaning of the victory itself. This place is no longer just a nightmare he can escape from. This is his life now, and he is determined to claim control over it. After leaving the butchered carcass behind, Kim Woo-jin begins moving deeper into the forest. He does not waste time looking back at the world he lost, because from this point on, His only purpose is to survive in the world standing right in front of him. Blood stains his face, and his eyes shine with a fierce red light as he steps through the shadows. In this dark fantasy world filled with monsters and unknown dangers, Kim Woo-jin silently swears that he will survive, no matter what he has to become. The first thing he needs is a safer place where he can regroup and understand his situation. So he moves through the forest like a seasoned hunter, each step quiet, deliberate, and measured as he heads toward whatever lies ahead. Kim Woo-jin heads toward a brighter section of the forest, unaware that another pair of eyes is already following him. Hidden nearby, an unknown blonde hunter watches from the cover of the trees, his sharp gaze fixed on this mysterious new survivor. That blonde hunter is Han Segan, another man struggling to stay alive in this strange new world. Leaning against a tree, he has already been here for some time, slowly learning the rules of the forest while trying not to get himself killed. Sunlight filters down through the thick canopy above him, stretching long shadows across the forest floor. The woods seem calm on the surface, but the heavy air makes it clear that monsters could be hiding anywhere, waiting for one careless mistake. For a moment, Han Segan closes his eyes and allows himself to enjoy that tiny pocket of quiet. In a place where danger can leap out at any second, even a brief breath of peace feels like a luxury he does not truly have. When he opens his eyes again, he feels oddly refreshed, as if he has just woken from what he would call a perfect night of sleep. Bit by bit, he is getting used to the harsh rhythm of living as a wilderness survivor in this world. A soft breeze passes through the trees, scattering leaves through the air around him. The forest looks empty, almost peaceful, but Han Segan knows better than to trust silence in a place where death is usually hiding just out of sight. It has already been a full month since Han Segan crossed into this world, and now he pushes through the brush with purpose. Every step he takes is focused, whether he is searching for food, tracking prey, or looking for something useful in the wild. Even though he can fight, that does not mean he recklessly throws himself into danger for no reason. Han Segan understands very well that in this forest, chasing unnecessary battles is not bravery. It is the fastest way to die. From the shadows, he watches a grotesque bat-like monster feeding on its prey. The sight is tempting from a hunter's perspective, but risking his life just for excitement would be complete madness in a world this unforgiving. The urge to jump in and strike is definitely there, but Han Segan keeps himself still and forces that impulse back down. He rests against the side of a massive tree trunk, keeping his breathing quiet as he waits patiently for the perfect chance to move. The only time Han Segan truly hunts is when hunger gives him a reason. And right now, his stomach is starting to tighten, which makes that bat monster look less like a threat and more like a possible meal. When the opening finally comes, he strikes with lethal precision, his blade flashing through the air like a razor. The bat-like creature never even gets a proper chance to react before his ambush from the shadows turns violent and decisive. A glowing blue core soon emerges from the creature's chest, shining with a mysterious power that feels ancient and unnatural. Han Segan recognizes it immediately, because in this world, that core is one of the clearest paths to becoming stronger. He reaches into the monster's body and pulls out the glowing essence, his expression cold and steady. For Han Segan, consuming these cores is not some strange luxury. It is one of the only ways he can keep surviving in this living nightmare. He swallows the energy, and a fresh surge of power rushes through his body, spreading through his veins like heat. His eyes flash with a predatory light as the strength of the monster begins to settle into him. Ever since he started eating these cores, adapting to this brutal environment has become much easier. He sits back for a moment, letting the newly absorbed power sink into his tired muscles and steady his breathing. While taking that short rest, Han Segan notices something else among the belongings of the body he now occupies. Curious, he reaches into a leather pouch at his side, wondering what kind of clue might be hidden inside. He pulls out a bronze token, and the strange part is that he can actually read the writing carved into it. From what it says, the body he has taken over once belonged to a low-level, third-class mercenary in this world. The token is old, scratched, and worn from use, but the rank marked on it is still clear enough to understand. It may look like a small object, yet it gives Han Segan a major clue about the identity and status of this body. Han Segan stares down at the tag, his thoughts racing as the meaning sinks in. If this body belonged to a mercenary, then this forest is not just some random wilderness full of monsters. There must be an organized world beyond the trees. After all, if mercenaries exist here, then towns, clients, roads, and ordinary people must exist somewhere too. Han Segan looks around the forest with sharper eyes, his cautious survival instincts now clashing with a growing need to learn more. Suddenly, a beam of sunlight breaks through the branches and cuts across the forest like a guiding path. Han Segan lifts his gaze toward the brightness, squinting as if that ray of light might be pointing him toward a way out of the woods. But before he can move too far, something on the forest floor catches his eye and makes him freeze in place. His senses react instantly, stopping him just before he takes a step that could have ended very badly. He jumps back at once, realizing he had been only inches away from stepping into a deadly trap. His eyes lock onto the metal teeth hidden beneath the dirt, and his heart pounds hard as he understands how close he came to losing a leg. It is a huge bear trap, chained firmly into the ground and ready to snap shut with brutal force. Hans Siegen immediately understands that this was not placed here by a monster, which means someone else is hunting in these eerie woods. That discovery changes everything, because it means he is not the only predator moving through this forest. Hans Siegen becomes even more alert, scanning the trees and ground carefully as he searches for any sign of people or a nearby settlement. Then Hans Siegen spots a building in the distance and immediately thinks there may be people living nearby. Hoping to find answers in this strange new world, he starts moving toward the structure with cautious but urgent steps. He reaches the edge of the settlement area, his eyes fixed on what might be a safe place at last. The forest begins to open up, revealing a lonely house standing beneath the pale sky beyond the trees. Hans Siegen approaches the small rustic cabin tucked among the shadows of the giant trees. It looks surprisingly well cared for, and in a world this dangerous, that single detail is enough to make the place feel like a possible chance at survival. Hans Siegen stares ahead in genuine surprise, making sure his eyes are not fooling him. In the middle of this dangerous, monster-filled forest, there is actually a real house standing there, and finding even the slightest trace of civilization is the last thing he expected. He steps up to the door and knocks carefully, calling out to see if anyone is inside. When no answer comes back, he hesitates for a moment, then slowly pushes the door open, unsure whether the cabin is abandoned or whether someone is quietly waiting inside. The inside of the house is still and silent, with all kinds of supplies arranged throughout the room. But almost immediately, Hans Siegen's eyes are pulled toward one object in particular, a strange leather-bound book resting alone on the dusty wooden table. He slowly reaches toward it, his gloved hand pausing just above the old cover. Even before he touches it, the book gives off a peculiar feeling, as if the ornate leather binding is hiding something far more important than it first appears. Hans Siegen picks up the book and reads the title under his breath, barely believing what he has found. The words on the cover say Demonic Realm Chronicles, and in this moment, he can hardly accept that his luck has turned this good. But then his eyes suddenly widen as a cold, sharp presence brushes against his back. His whole body freezes on instinct, and the quiet room instantly becomes tense as he realizes he is definitely not alone anymore. Trying to understand what he has discovered, Hans Siegen begins flipping through the pages, and each one is packed with detailed records about this world's history. The more he reads, the clearer it becomes that the answers he desperately needs may all be written right here. For someone trying to survive in an unknown and deadly world, this book is not just useful, it is absolutely essential. Hans Siegen tightens his grip around the cover, knowing that letting go of this information could cost him his life later. Just as he turns, intending to leave with the book, a heavy floorboard creaks from above him. Someone has been moving quietly overhead, and from the pressure in the air, Hans Siegen can tell that a weapon is already aimed directly at him. An old man suddenly drops down from above, landing with a weapon raised and a crossbow aimed right at Hans Siegen. His voice is low and full of suspicion as he demands to know who this young stranger is. The homeowner keeps the crossbow locked on him without lowering it even a little. His warning is brutally clear. If Hans Siegen does not start explaining himself immediately, the old man is ready to put a hole straight through his head. Hans Siegen feels a rush of relief at seeing another human being, but the mood is anything but welcoming. With the weapon pointed at him, he quickly wonders whether the old man has mistaken him for some ordinary thief breaking into the cabin. He forces himself to stay calm and explains that he only entered the house out of curiosity. While speaking, Hans Siegen keeps his hands where the old man can see them, carefully trying to lower the tension inside the cramped cabin. The old man does not seem impressed by any of his excuses. With a hard voice and an even harder stare, he tells Hans Siegen to get lost, making it clear that the young intruder has no business being inside his home. Hans Siegen gives a small nod, pretending that he understands and slowly backing away from the table. But even as his body retreats, his mind is already spinning, searching for a way to keep the priceless book in his hands. His gaze drifts back to the leather-bound volume one last time, and his hand almost moves toward it again. He knows very well that surviving outside without the knowledge in those old, dusty pages will be far more dangerous. So Hans Siegen carefully asks whether he can at least borrow the book long enough to read it. To make the request sound fair, he even offers to pay whatever price the old man thinks the volume is worth. The stranger's expression stays cold and unyielding as he stares down at him. Instead of accepting the offer, he bluntly asks what Hans Siegen plans to do if he simply refuses to hand the book over. At that moment, Hans Siegen's eyes darken as the reality of this world presses down on him. In a place where survival comes first, soft choices are not always possible, and he knows he cannot afford to leave this cabin without that book. His hand drops toward his waist in one sharp motion, fingers reaching for the hilt of his weapon. The fragile layer of politeness between them shatters instantly, and for Hans Siegen, negotiation has officially reached its limit. Hans Siegen makes his answer clear without needing many words. If the old man refuses to give him the book, then he is willing to become the villain in this situation. The strange red glow rising in his eyes makes it obvious that trouble is about to erupt. He draws his blade, and Hector immediately raises his crossbow in response, aiming with deadly precision. The air inside the cabin turns dangerously heavy as both men lock onto each other, neither one willing to blink first. Hector studies him with intense, narrowed eyes, his finger hovering near the crossbow's trigger. He is trying to decide whether this young intruder is truly a dangerous enemy, or just a desperate lost soul who wandered too far into the forest. Hans Siegen watches the old man just as carefully, his own eyes glowing faintly with that predatory red light. Even facing a seasoned fighter like Hector, he does not seem frightened, because his confidence in his own strength has already started to rise. The silence between them becomes so sharp it almost feels like another weapon in the room. Neither man moves an inch, both waiting for the smallest twitch that might turn the standoff into a deadly fight. Then, unexpectedly, the old man lowers his weapon a little, admitting that a real robber would not be standing here rambling about borrowing books. He finally introduces himself as Hector, leaving Hans Siegen both relieved and caught off guard by the sudden shift. Hans Siegen quickly gives him a fake name, calling himself Kim Woo-jin to keep his real identity hidden. As he speaks, he notices Hector's posture loosen slightly, and the immediate threat of violence begins to fade from the cabin. Hector seems to find the name a little odd, but he chooses not to dig any deeper. Hans Siegen then asks to simply be called Jean, hoping that a shorter name will make the lie easier to carry for now. Even so, a nervous sweat breaks out on Hans Siegen's face as he realizes how awkward that lie might have sounded. Keeping up a false identity in this unfamiliar world may turn out to be much harder than he first imagined. Hector explains that the book is extremely precious to him, which means he has no intention of lending it out to a stranger. But instead of throwing Hans Siegen back into the forest, he offers to let him stay in the cabin and read it there. In return for a roof over his head and access to the knowledge he needs, Hans Siegen agrees to help with simple chores around the place. He lowers his head gratefully, truly moved by the unexpected kindness after such a dangerous first meeting. As night settles over the dark forest, Hector's lonely cabin stands quietly among the towering trees. Surrounded by a world full of monsters and chaos, this small house begins to feel like a rare little sanctuary. Inside, a pot of thick vegetable soup bubbles warmly over the fire, filling the cabin with a comforting smell. Hans Siegen has officially been allowed to stay in the old man's humble home, at least for now. Hector may be blunt, rough around the edges and far from openly friendly, but he does not seem like a bad person at heart. He tells Hans Siegen to eat properly and recover the strength he has clearly been burning through in the forest. For the first time in what feels like ages, Hans Siegen sits down to a warm, home-cooked meal. The simple comfort of the soup reaches him more deeply than he expects, and his tense expression slowly softens into something calm. The soup tastes so good that Hans Siegen cannot hold back a single tear of joy. After everything he has endured in this brutal world, he even starts to think that Hector might be some kind of angel hiding behind the face of a grumpy old man. The next morning, Hector begins preparing his gear with practiced, steady movements. As he gets ready to head back into the woods, he warns Hans Siegen that his hunt may take quite a long time today. Hector then reveals that he is chasing a monster for revenge, the same creature that slaughtered his former comrades. The sorrow and determination in his face make the weight of that old tragedy impossible to miss. Hector looks like a man with real strength and years of hard experience, so seeing even him act tense makes Hans Siegen's heart sink. Whatever monster waits out there, it must be far more dangerous than anything ordinary. The old man steps out of the cabin with his crossbow slung over his shoulder, disappearing toward the trees. Hans Siegen watches him leave, fully aware that a considerably powerful creature is lurking somewhere in the nearby forest. Once the cabin becomes quiet again, Hans Siegen finally picks up the ancient chronicles and begins reading in earnest. If he wants to survive in this world, he needs to understand its history, its dangers, and the rules hidden behind everything around him. The stories inside the book all begin with the fall of the Northern Empire. As Hans Siegen reads, images form in his mind of a mighty fortress swallowed by flames while countless soldiers march toward war. According to the records, the king of the Northern Empire was blinded by greed and committed a sin so terrible that it changed the fate of the entire land. Craving forbidden and ultimate ancient power, the king dared to lay his hands on the otherworldly gate, reaching for something mankind was never meant to control. That gate was said to contain the truth behind all creation, along with a power beyond imagination. When the ancient seal was broken, a towering pillar of red light erupted upward and tore through the sky. On that fateful day, the calamity truly began, and the world was pushed onto a path it could never return from. From beyond the opened gate, countless eyes stared out of the darkness, waiting for their chance to pour into the world. Monsters from another realm flooded into the north, spreading terror and corruption across the land. In only 9 years, the once great empire was transformed into the demonic realm, a nightmare that forever changed the world. Humanity eventually fought back by forming the Order Alliance and raising a massive barrier to stop the disaster from spreading. The records describe how desperately people struggled to contain the demonic corruption before it consumed even more territory. Hans Siegen slowly closes the book, his mind racing through everything he has just learned. Piece by piece, the terrifying truth of this world begins to take shape, and it is far darker than he first imagined. He leans back in thought, reflecting on the records about the demonic realm's hierarchy and the forces that rule it. The book is filled with useful knowledge, but every page also makes humanity's situation look more hopeless and grim. According to the Demonic Realm Chronicles, monsters become stronger the deeper someone travels into the heart of the realm. As Hans Siegen takes in that warning, his expression grows heavier, because it means the place he wandered through may have been far more dangerous than he first understood. Meanwhile, out in the forest, Hector is already trapped in a desperate fight for his life. He tears through the undergrowth as fast as his old body can move, his breathing rough and uneven while something savage chases him from behind. Hans Siegen thinks back to the way the monsters seemed to weaken whenever he moved closer toward the light. That memory makes him wonder just how far inside the demonic realm he had been wandering before he found Hector's cabin. Hector twists around mid-run, his face tight with strain and stubborn determination. He knows he cannot keep fleeing forever, and if he keeps trying to outrun these beasts, they will eventually drag him down from behind. From between the dark trees, a pack of monstrous wolves emerges, their twisted bodies moving low to the ground as red eyes glow in the shadows. Hector immediately understands the situation. He is badly outnumbered, and this fight has become extremely dangerous. The lead beast suddenly lunges at him with terrifying speed, its jaws spreading wide as it rushes in for the kill. Hector barely has enough time to react before the savage attack comes crashing toward him. He throws himself across the grass, sliding hard as one of the monster's attacks slices past him by a narrow margin. Every step, every dodge, and every breath becomes a gamble, with death waiting the moment he mistimes even one movement. Hector raises his crossbow and fires 3 glowing arrows one after another, each shot released with the skill of a veteran hunter. But even with his experience and steady aim, it is becoming painfully clear that skill alone may not save him this time. The monsters keep pressing forward without fear. They do not even bother dodging the arrows properly, instead swiping them out of the air with their claws before circling around Hector from every side, slowly cutting off every possible route of escape. Hector curses under his breath as the truth hits him. His attacks are not reducing their numbers at all. With every failed shot and every aching movement, he begins to feel the heavy burden of his age catching up to him in the middle of battle. Then, through the chaos, he suddenly notices a dark silhouette standing near his house in the distance. His eyes widen in shock when he realizes the young man he had just taken in has already come out here. Hans Siegen steps forward slowly, his eyes glowing with a dangerous red light as he draws his massive blade from its sheath. The moment he enters the battlefield, his entire presence changes, and he no longer looks like the confused stranger Hector met at the cabin. "Jean, run!" Hector screams at the top of his lungs, his voice filled with urgency and fear. He is not trying to act brave anymore. He is desperately trying to keep the young man from being torn apart by monsters he knows are deadly. But Hans Siegen does not turn away. Instead, he bends his knees and launches himself into the air with explosive force. Hector can only stare in disbelief as the young man he knows as Jean suddenly takes control of the battlefield. He never imagined that this stranger, who had seemed lost and desperate, was hiding such overwhelming power. Hans Siegen's gaze turns cold and perfectly focused, and his predatory instincts swallow every trace of hesitation. In that moment, he is no longer just a lost survivor trying to understand this world. He becomes something far more dangerous. In the blink of an eye, his body blurs forward and drops straight into the center of the wolf pack, as if he has personally chosen the most dangerous place to begin the fight. His eyes shine with a murderous red glint as he descends from above, swinging his blade toward the closest beast. The strike carries the kind of force that makes it feel like he is sending that monster straight back to whatever ancestors it came from. But the monsters are too savage and arrogant to understand the danger in front of them. Even with death falling toward them, they do not try to retreat, instead raising their limbs for a head-on clash, as if flesh and claws could somehow overpower cold steel. Han Segan brings his massive blade down in a clean vertical arc, splitting one of the monsters apart with terrifying efficiency. Blood erupts across the grass, and the creature drops dead instantly before the rest of the pack can even process what happened. The remaining wolves freeze for a moment, stunned by how suddenly their packmate was slaughtered. Hector stands there with his crossbow lowered slightly, almost forgetting his own weapon, as he watches the young man's strength unfold in front of him. The surviving monsters begin backing away, their vicious growls slowly breaking into frightened whimpers. At last, they understand that they are no longer the hunters in this clearing, and the entire balance of power has flipped in an instant. Among them, a massive brown-furred beast snarls and glares at Han Segan, its rage mixed with clear terror. Unlike the others, it still tries to stand its ground, making it feel like the true fight is only just beginning. Hector's eyes stretch wide with disbelief as he witnesses something he never thought possible. Cold sweat gathers on his forehead, and without even realizing it, he mutters a silent prayer under his breath. The reason for his shock stands right in the middle of the carnage. Han Segan has just cut down the lead werewolf with a single devastating slash, leaving the battlefield stained with blood, and the old hunter frozen in awe. For a brief moment, Han Segan remains completely still, his enemy's blood dripping slowly from the edge of his weapon onto the grass. Then he turns his head slightly and calls out to Hector, his voice cutting through the tense silence. With a faint, almost teasing smile, Han Segan asks whether that creature was actually supposed to be strong. Blood marks his face, yet he looks completely unfazed, as if he is calmly measuring the danger level of this world instead of celebrating a near-impossible kill. Hector, the veteran survivor with a thick white beard and years of experience carved into his face, stares back at him in disbelief. He cannot believe this young man is casually questioning the strength of a monster that would terrify most seasoned hunters. The old man leans forward, his expression deadly serious as he confirms that the werewolf was indeed incredibly powerful. For ordinary people, and even for many trained fighters, facing such a monster would have meant almost certain death. Han Segan absorbs that information with a cold, thoughtful stare. The monster's reputation does not seem to impress him much. He simply files the fact away, already calculating what it means for the next threat waiting in the forest. Then he shifts his attention toward the trees, where the rest of the wolf pack is still watching from the shadows. Before listening to the rest of Hector's story, Han Segan decides he should deal with the remaining beasts first. The pack surges forward, teeth bared and eyes blazing with feral hunger. These are not ordinary wolves from any normal forest. They are demonic beasts, ready to rip apart any human foolish enough to stand in their territory. Han Segan tightens his grip around his blade as his own eyes begin glowing with that menacing red light again. He admits that 40 wolves could become troublesome if he gets careless, but his posture stays calm and steady. Instead of throwing himself into a reckless brawl, he quickly forms a more efficient plan. He decides to target the pack second-in-command first, knowing that if he breaks the morale of their leader figure, the rest may lose the will to fight. His eyes narrow as he searches through the pack, locking onto one specific target with predatory focus. He is not simply looking to kill one wolf. He is looking for the fastest and cleanest way to end the entire battle. There it is, an especially large red wolf standing near the front of the pack, clearly different from the others around it. That beast is the one holding the others together, feeding their courage and keeping them from scattering, and just from its presence alone, it looks like a complete nightmare. A fierce, murderous pressure pours out from Han Segan as he fixes his attention on the red wolf. The air around him seems to tighten, making it clear that this is about to become a brutal encounter for the entire pack. The giant red wolf snarls back, its blue eyes wide with aggression as it tries to stare him down. What it does not understand is that, in that exact moment, it has become the chosen target of the most dangerous predator in the forest. Han Segan's red eyes flare as he waits for the wolves to swarm him together. If they charge all at once, he is already prepared to cut them down one by one. But then, unexpectedly, the pack leader lowers its gaze. For a second, the situation feels almost absurd, because it looks like the creature is seriously considering abandoning the fight. The smaller wolves freeze in pure terror when they see their leader suddenly turn away and bolt. The courage that had been holding the pack together disappears almost instantly. Chaos breaks out at once as the red wolf flees, leaving the others standing there stunned and helpless, like a group of lifeless stuffed animals that have no idea what to do without their leader. The same red wolf that had looked so menacing only moments earlier lets out a pathetic whimper of fear as it runs. Compared to its earlier appearance, the sight is almost embarrassing. Soon, the forest fills with the fading whimpers of retreating beasts as the entire pack disappears into the shadows. Against 40 demonic wolves, Han Segan wins with just one overwhelming swing and a single crushing display of dominance. Han Segan stands alone in the clearing, watching the pack run deeper into the forest. His expression is calm and distant, as if the fleeing monsters are no longer worth even a second more of his attention. Hector watches everything from the side, his jaw practically dropping from shock. He cannot understand how those vicious, fearless wolves went from charging like killers to running away like frightened pups. The old man begins to realize that this young man is not merely strong. Hans Siegen has an incredible talent for reading the battlefield, using fear and psychology to win a fight that should have been nearly impossible. One final wolf scrambles away through the thick brush, vanishing into the shadows between the trees. With the threat gone, the forest slowly falls quiet again, leaving only Hector and Hans Siegen standing in the clearing. Later, the two of them return to a small but sturdy wooden cabin tucked deep in the wilderness. It looks like a safe haven from the outside, though in a world like this, safety is never something anyone can trust completely. Hector carefully spread the werewolf hideout in front of him, letting the full size of it show across the floor. Then he said it could easily bring in around 40 gold coins, and for someone barely scraping by in this brutal world, that kind of money was enough to completely flip his life around. Kim Woo-jin looked down at the pelt with a blank, uncertain stare, because the value meant nothing to him yet. He had no real sense of how money worked in this world, so he simply asked whether 40 gold coins was supposed to be a lot. Hector explained it in a way Woo-jin could finally understand. With 40 gold coins, a man could live comfortably, almost like a noble, for 7 whole years without working at all, making this dangerous world suddenly seem like a place overflowing with easy fortune. Woo-jin turned his gaze back toward the werewolf's corpse, still unable to hide his confusion. In his eyes, that monster had been nothing more than a weak opponent, so hearing that its head and hide carried such a huge reward felt completely out of balance. Then, as the meaning finally settled in, a faint smile slowly appeared on his face. If even a worthless creature like this could sell for that much, then his future in this world was starting to look far brighter than he expected. Woo-jin's mind was already moving toward his next payday. From now on, whenever his pockets started running dry, all he had to do was hunt down more of these ridiculously overpriced monsters and turn them into gold. Compared to the nightmare of his last 12 years of training, surviving here was beginning to feel strangely manageable. While Woo-jin thought it over, Hector started gathering supplies for him, packing jerky, silver coins, and a pioneer map. Hector handed over everything he had prepared, including the precious werewolf hide and a small bag filled with silver. For a hunter stepping out on his own, it was more than just charity. It was a proper starting kit. The old man then told him to head for Pioneer Village and look for a man named Jacob. According to Hector, Jacob would know the value of a hide this good and would pay Woo-jin a fair price for it. Woo-jin hesitated for a moment as he looked at the valuable hide and the supplies in his hands. Since it was worth so much, he asked if it was really all right for him to accept it, but Hector showed no attachment to the money at all. Hector made it clear that the hide was simply the payment Woo-jin deserved for killing the beast. That werewolf had been a personal enemy to him for a long time, and seeing it dead mattered more than any amount of gold. The veteran hunter then reached out with his rough, weathered hand, offering Woo-jin one last gesture of respect. In that simple movement, it was clear how deeply he appreciated the revenge Woo-jin had given him after all those years. With a calmer expression, Hector thanked Jin for avenging him, his voice carrying both relief and sincerity. He hoped they would meet again someday, though in a world like this, even tomorrow was never promised. The two men clasped hands firmly, sealing the end of their short but meaningful partnership. In a land crawling with beasts, deception, and death, that brief handshake felt like one of the rare moments where people could still trust each other. Woo-jin thanked the old hunter for everything he had done, then prepared to leave the cabin behind. With the map secured and his supplies ready, he was finally set to face whatever waited for him in Pioneer Village. The little cabin grew quiet in the forest clearing as the sunlight slowly began to fade. It had only sheltered Woo-jin for a short time, but in this massive and unfamiliar world, his real journey was only just beginning. With his gear strapped tightly to his back, Woo-jin gave Hector a respectful bow before stepping onto the path. Hector remained behind and watched him go, likely wondering whether that talented young hunter would ever return alive. Woo-jin soon vanished into the thick trees, following the route marked on the map he had just received. The road ahead was dangerous and unknown, but after everything he had endured, he was more than ready for whatever might crawl out of the darkness. As Woo-jin moved deeper into the forest, something watched him from far away. High on a rock, Mutt, the red wolf from before, stood in silence, its sharp eyes following every step he took through the trees. Mutt sat upright on the stone, its strange twin tails flicking through the air behind it. It made no move to attack, only letting out a low sound while keeping its gaze locked on the human walking below. Up close, the wolf's blue eyes shone with an eerie intelligence as a quiet snarl curled across its mouth. This was clearly no ordinary animal, and for some reason, it had taken a very specific interest in Kim Woo-jin. After surviving that brutal clash with the wolf pack, Kim Woo-jin, finally arrived near the outskirts of Pioneer Village. The settlement was surrounded by massive walls, built like a fortress to keep the nightmares of the outside world away. Woo-jin looked up at the towering wooden defenses and couldn't help feeling impressed. Since waking up in this terrifying new world, this was the first real sign of human civilization he had come across. Security at the gate was extremely strict. The guards stood ready with weapons in hand, watching every stranger with suspicion instead of welcome. But Woo-jin still managed to talk his way through and enter the village. As he walked along the muddy streets, Woo-jin noticed that the frontier town was better supplied than he expected. Still, something about the place felt wrong, with a heavy atmosphere full of suspicion and violence barely being held back. Everywhere he looked, people were staring at him. These were not harmless villagers or friendly neighbors, but hardened mercenaries and rough-looking thugs who seemed ready to cut someone down over even the smallest profit. Woo-jin kept his guard raised as he felt those eyes pressing in from every direction. He was a complete stranger here, and in a place this ruthless, being new was almost the same as walking around with a target on his back. He understood very well that in a world crawling with demonic beasts, there was still one danger worse than the monsters lurking in the forest. It was a lesson carved into him through painful experience. That danger was other people. Human greed, lies, and betrayal could be deadlier than any fang or claw, especially in a lawless place where the real monsters were not always the ones covered in fur. Following Hector's directions, Woo-jin eventually made his way to the local tavern. The sign above the entrance swayed worn and weathered in the air, but it was exactly the kind of place where he could find the man he needed. He pushed open the doors and stepped into a crowded room thick with the smell of cheap ale, sweat, and unwashed bodies. The tavern was noisy, rough, and chaotic, which made it the perfect place for the kind of contact he was looking for. Woo-jin moved through the crowd without reacting to the hostile looks thrown his way. He had not come here to make friends or sit down for a drink. He was here for business, and he needed to find one specific person. He walked directly to the bar and set his heavy pack down on the counter with a solid thud. The man behind the bar barely looked at him at first, casually offering him a cheap beer like Woo-jin was just another customer. Woo-jin had no interest in wasting time with small talk or alcohol. He leaned closer to the counter and asked the bartender whether he knew where to find a man named Jacob, because he had business to handle. The bartender paused in the middle of his work, and his eyes shifted toward a nearby customer sitting close to Jean. Almost instantly, the people around them went quiet, as if everyone sensed that something entertaining was about to happen to this newcomer. As it turned out, the man casually eating fruit nearby was exactly the person Woo-jin had come to find. Jacob introduced himself with a slick, oily smile, and Woo-jin immediately judged him as the kind of professional scammer whose face gave away everything. Woo-jin told the suspicious-looking man that Hector had sent him. The old hunter had said Jacob would be willing to pay a proper price for a high-quality werewolf hide, and that was exactly what Woo-jin had brought. The instant Jacob heard the words, werewolf hide, his entire body reacted like he had been shocked. He could hardly believe that an old man like Hector had actually managed to bring down such a monster. Jacob quickly began unrolling the enormous hide, and the greed in his eyes was almost impossible to miss. Woo-jin did not bother correcting him about who had really killed the werewolf, because all he cared about was receiving the full payment. Jacob was completely captivated by the hide in front of him. A werewolf pelt of this quality was worth a fortune, and just from the look on his face, it was obvious that his mind was already calculating how to take advantage of the situation. He kept muttering to himself about how the old man had finally pulled it off. In Jacob's mind, there was simply no way a young, lean-looking kid like Woo-jin could have been the one to hunt down a beast like that. A nasty smile slowly stretched across the scammer's face. He believed he had just stumbled onto a jackpot, assuming this delivery boy would be easy to intimidate and that he could steal the valuable hide without paying a single coin. Jacob laughed as he praised Hector's supposed hunting skill, all while secretly planning to keep the entire profit for himself. What he failed to understand was that trying to cheat Woo-jin was the same as stepping straight into a fire. At that moment, several huge thugs stepped out from the shadows and began surrounding Woo-jin. The setup was painfully obvious. The tavern owner had never planned to trade fairly and was preparing to rob him in broad daylight. Woo-jin's expression instantly turned cold. After 12 years of hellish training, a few tavern thugs were nowhere near enough to scare him, so he stood his ground and calmly asked what they thought they were doing. Jacob threw the massive werewolf hide over his shoulders with a smug grin, acting as if it already belonged to him. Then he openly told Woo-jin to get lost unless he wanted to die, stealing the loot right in front of his face. Kim Woo-jin, realized at once that his first impression had been dead right. This man was a complete scammer, and although Hector had trusted him enough to send Woo-jin here, that trust had clearly been badly misplaced. Jacob only smirked and called his blatant theft a simple investment. He claimed that supplying Hector had caused him financial losses, so taking the werewolf hide now was merely his way of collecting what he was owed. The creep held the werewolf hide tightly, insisting that he needed it to make up for everything he had lost in the past. From the way he acted, he clearly believed Wu Jin was just a harmless errand boy who would never dare fight back. As Wu Jin watched the scammer cling to the hide, a dangerous red light flared in his eyes. For one brief moment, the thought crossed his mind that it might be easier to simply end Jacob right then and there. Wu Jin tightened his fist at his side, forcing himself to hold back the anger boiling under his skin. He was absolutely furious, but even then, a small part of him was still weighing whether a piece of fur was really enough reason to spill blood right here. Then, without even a moment of warning, Jacob hurled his beer straight into Wu Jin's face. The cheap drink splashed across his eyes and hair, and the message behind it was painfully clear. This was not just disrespect. Jacob was trying to humiliate him and end the conversation in the ugliest way possible. Jacob sneered at him, telling him not to try acting clever and to just disappear already. In his mind, he really believed he could throw beer in the kid's face, mock his pride, and still walk away with a fortune like nothing had happened. Wu Jin remained completely still, saying nothing as the thin ale ran down from his soaked hair and dripped off his face. He did not raise his voice or even move right away, but the air inside the tavern changed in an instant, sinking into something far colder and far more dangerous. Slowly, he rose from the stool with his back still turned toward the scammer. Jacob was too busy basking in his own arrogance to notice it, but by crossing that final line, he had already marked himself for death. Around him, the tavern thugs began closing the distance one by one, their weapons already pulled out and their eyes fixed on Wu Jin like he was easy prey. They were expecting a quick robbery, the kind where one kid gets surrounded, beaten down, and stripped of everything valuable. But instead, Wu Jin simply stood up and walked straight toward the door, leaving every thug in the room frozen in confusion. Jacob saw him moving and immediately assumed the kid had finally lost his nerve. A grin spread across his face as he called it a smart choice, fully convinced that the sight of his armed men was enough to make anyone lower their head and back away. But after a second, Jacob's confidence started to crack. Something about Wu Jin's expression was wrong. There was no fear in his eyes at all, only a cold, sharpened calm that made the tavern owner's smug smile slowly collapse. Then, with a sudden burst of raw strength, Wu Jin lifted a massive cabinet as if it weighed nothing and slammed it directly in front of the exit. The huge crash thundered through the tavern, sealing the way out and turning the room into a battlefield. Wu Jin turned his head just slightly, enough to cast one last look back at Jacob. When he spoke, his voice was terrifyingly calm, and that quiet tone made the entire room feel even heavier than if he had shouted. He did not even flinch after everything Jacob had done. Instead, Wu Jin coldly told him that if he was truly planning to scam someone, he should have aimed straight for the neck, rather than hiding behind a coward's cheap backstab. Jacob stared at him, stunned by the sheer nerve of this kid standing in the middle of his own trap. Then his face twisted in anger, and he barked at his thugs to attack, saying the brat clearly did not value his life enough to keep his mouth shut. The tavern thugs rushed him all at once, roaring as they charged across the floor. Weapons came swinging from every direction, each one aimed to crush Wu Jin before he could take another step. One of the thugs lunged first with a wild, clumsy swing, but Wu Jin only watched him with a bored, almost empty look. In that moment, he understood there would be no guilt in cutting down trash like this. In the next instant, his hand moved like a blur, and his blade flashed free. Since these men were so eager to gamble with their lives, Wu Jin decided he would gladly teach them exactly what that choice meant. Clang! With one sharp flick of his blade, Wu Jin knocked aside a strike that should have been fatal. The movement was so quick and effortless that it looked almost casual, as if stopping a killing blow was nothing more than swatting away a fly. One of the thugs stiffened in shock, finally realizing far too late that the kid in front of them was not on their level at all. He barely had enough time to shout about how strong Wu Jin was before the fight moved past him. Wu Jin's gaze locked onto his next target, his eyes burning with a dangerous red intent. At that point, he was no longer simply protecting himself. He was tearing through everyone in the room with ruthless, calculated efficiency. Blood splashed across the floor as Wu Jin delivered a vicious slash. He moved so fast that the thug only had a single heartbeat to process what was happening. By the time he realized Wu Jin was not just powerful but terrifyingly quick, his body had already been cut down. A hulking thug stepped in next, swinging a heavy axe straight toward Wu Jin's head. To the rest of the gang, it looked like the perfect finishing blow, a guaranteed kill with a valuable prize waiting after it. The axe smashed into the floorboards and shattered the wood beneath it, but Wu Jin was no longer there. He had already slipped away and reappeared behind the thugs, steadying his footing as if preparing to end this entire tavern scam once and for all. There were still too many of them trying to swarm him at once. Before cutting them down one by one, Wu Jin needed to break their rhythm and ruin their momentum, so he reached for whatever else in the room could be used as a weapon. With a powerful heave, Wu Jin flipped a heavy table straight into one of the attackers. The wooden frame slammed into him with a brutal crack, splintering on impact and sending the man flying backward. One of Jacob's lackeys could only stare in open horror as the table came crashing toward him. His eyes widened, his body froze, and all he managed to force out was a panicked curse before it hit. While the man struggled under the gift Wu Jin had just thrown at him, he looked up in terror. The next thing he saw was the cold flash of steel hanging right above his head. Wu Jin did not hesitate for even a fraction of a second. His blade cut through his enemies with chilling precision, sending blood spraying through the wrecked tavern as he dealt with these thugs the same way he had dealt with the wolves before. His eyes glowed with a frightening red light, sharp and merciless in the chaos. In that moment, Wu Jin no longer looked like someone merely trying to survive. He looked like the predator standing at the very top of the hunt. Jacob was starting to completely lose his mind. Sweat poured down his face in thick streams as he watched his men get torn apart right in front of him. The tavern had turned into a disaster zone of broken furniture, spilled alcohol, and fallen bodies. Jacob screamed that no one could possibly take on the mafia alone, but Wu Jin barely seemed to care as he continued dropping the remaining thugs with frightening ease. Only then did Jacob finally understand that they had picked a fight with the wrong man. His thoughts spiraled into pure panic as the fear of dying a meaningless death in this filthy tavern brawl swallowed him whole. Wu Jin avoided another sloppy attack with nothing more than a simple pivot of his body. After surviving 12 years of nightmare training, these men looked painfully slow to him, almost like they were moving through thick mud. He followed up with a heavy strike that sent another thug staggering backward. This was not just raw strength at work. Every movement carried the clean, brutal efficiency of someone who had learned survival through endless suffering. With another swift motion, Wu Jin cut down the next attacker before the man could recover. The room was quickly becoming a graveyard for Jacob's greed, his arrogance, and every poorly trained goon he had thrown forward. Standing among the bodies, Wu Jin looked completely untouched by the violence around him. His red eyes cut through the shadows of the ruined tavern, making it painfully obvious that he was now the most dangerous thing in this town. He stood in the middle of the wreckage with blood smeared across his face, yet his expression stayed perfectly cold. Anyone watching would understand one thing immediately. This was not the kind of person you ever tried to scam. After watching his entire crew get dismantled in only moments, Jacob finally broke. His voice cracked as he screamed for everyone to run, realizing far too late that his little investment had turned into a death trap. Jacob and the few thugs still standing scrambled toward the exit in pure desperation. The werewolf hide no longer mattered to them at all. The only thing left in their minds was escaping the monster they had foolishly provoked. They smashed through doors and windows, fleeing however they could. Behind them, the tavern fell into a strange silence, broken only by the sharp sound of splintering wood and the rough breathing of men terrified for their lives. Jacob collapsed onto the ground outside, sucking in air like a drowning man. Trembling, he looked back toward the tavern with pure terror in his eyes, believing for one brief second that he had finally escaped that nightmare. But when Jacob lifted his head, the color drained from his face all over again. Something was standing before him, and the sight of it made his heart nearly stop. A massive red wolf had entered the village, baring its fangs and snarling at everyone in its path. The villagers immediately fell into panic, screaming and scattering the moment they saw the enormous beast. The beast slowly advanced on Jacob as he cowered on the ground, while Jean suddenly leapt out from behind. Jacob was already having the worst day of his life, but somehow, things were about to become even more miserable. The red wolf towered over him, its glowing eyes fixed directly on the terrified scammer. Wu Jin stepped out from the ruined tavern a moment later, watching the unexpected scene unfold with a look of quiet curiosity. Wu Jin tilted his head slightly, wondering why this particular monster had come all the way here. The moment he saw that unmistakable red fur and those sharp predatory features, recognition flashed through his mind. Memories of the wolf that had fled from him a few days earlier came rushing back, clear and sharp as if the chase had happened only moments ago. Wu Jin realized this was the same scout wolf from before. It had followed him all the way back to the village, but seeing the beast again did not soften his expression at all. If anything, his gaze turned even colder. Kim Wu Jin, stared the massive beast down without a trace of fear in his eyes. His voice dropped into an icy calm as he asked whether the creature had really chased him all this way just to die too. For a moment it actually seemed like the wolf understood him. Its fierce expression suddenly went blank, and it froze in place like a deer caught in the glow of high beams. Then something completely unexpected happened. Instead of lunging forward to attack, the huge monster suddenly rolled over onto its back and began whimpering in front of Wu Jin like a lost puppy begging not to be hurt. The huge wolf began panting hard, its tongue hanging out as its tail whipped back and forth with frantic excitement. It looked completely submissive now, and Wu Jin could only stare at it in silence, trying to understand what had suddenly gotten into this supposedly deadly monster. The wolf kept up its strange little performance, rolling across the ground and panting like an overexcited mutt that had finally found its owner. The whole thing was so absurd that even the terrified thugs, who had been cowering moments ago, were left staring without a single word. Jacob's thugs looked completely lost, their faces frozen in pure disbelief. They had braced themselves for a bloody slaughter, but instead, they were watching a demonic beast act like a happy golden retriever running around at the park. Wu Jin looked down at the rolling monster with an expression caught somewhere between confusion and annoyance. He could hardly believe that this vicious hunter, the same kind of beast people feared in the forest, was now behaving like some pathetic little mutt begging for attention. The wolf continued panting as it gazed up at Wu Jin with wide, pleading eyes. Then a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he began to realize that this beast might not be trying to attack him at all. It might actually be showing loyalty. Without saying a single word, Wu Jin lifted his hand and pointed a straight finger toward the group of scammers. The simple motion was enough to make both the men and the beast freeze for a moment. Wanting to test whether that loyalty was real, Wu Jin kept his finger aimed at the remaining thugs. Then he looked directly into the wolf's eyes and gave one short, simple command. Bite. In an instant, the wolf's playful attitude disappeared like it had never been there. Its eyes flashed with a sharp blue glow, its tail went stiff, and the predator it had been hiding finally began to wake up. With a terrifying roar, the beast launched itself forward. It moved like a bolt of lightning across the village path, charging straight at the thugs who had tried to cheat its new master only moments earlier. The tavern thugs had no chance to defend themselves. One of them screamed so loudly it cut through the air as the massive red wolf slammed him down, pinning him beneath its weight with its sharp fangs already bared. The shadow of the beast tearing into its prey looked absolutely brutal. Blood splashed across the dirt road, and in that moment, the ridiculous mutt reminded everyone exactly why monsters like it were feared in the forest. Wu Jin watched the carnage unfold without the slightest hint of horror on his face. Instead, a faint satisfied smirk tugged at his lips, as if he found the whole display surprisingly useful. Jacob gasped in terror as he lifted his head and saw Mutt standing over him. The beast's massive body cast a dark shadow across his trembling figure, making it painfully clear that the man who tried to fool Jean was staring straight at his doom. Mutt did not hesitate for even a second. It tore through Jacob's lackeys with savage efficiency, spraying blood across the dirt as it cleaned up the trash that thought they could corner Wu Jin and walk away alive. Covered in sweat and shaking from head to toe, Jacob finally realized he was the only one left. Panic swallowed him whole as his mind raced, desperately searching for any excuse, trick, or lie that might get him out of this nightmare. Kim Wu Jin stared down at him with cold, unforgiving eyes. He was no longer the helpless pushover from his past life, and the look on his face made it clear that he had no intention of playing nice anymore. Jacob immediately threw himself to the ground, pressing his body low as he begged for mercy. But deep inside, he was still mocking Jean as an idiot, convinced that a few fake tears and a humble apology would be enough to save his life. The creep gritted his teeth while hiding his real thoughts behind a mask of regret. As long as he survived this one moment, he believed he could wait for the right chance and take his revenge when Jean let his guard down. Suddenly, a heavy sword slammed into the ground right in front of Jacob's face. The impact shook the dirt beneath him, and the terrified scammer jolted so hard he nearly jumped out of his own skin. Jean leaned closer, his shadow falling over the pathetic man curled up on the ground. The air around him grew heavy with killing intent as his hand tightened around his weapon, ready to end this farce once and for all. Jean looked completely disgusted by the man's performance. He could see straight through the lies, and it reminded him of all the times back in Korea when people just like this had taken advantage of him. A dark red light flickered in Jin's eyes as a cold smirk appeared on his face. He knew exactly what this man was thinking, and this time he had no intention of letting anyone treat him like an easy target again. Then his mind drifted back to a memory from his past life. Inside an ordinary office, Jean sat across from his boss, lowering his head and apologizing for problems that had never even been his fault, all just so he could keep surviving. His factory manager sat there as if nothing was wrong, casually brushing aside Jin's concerns about his missing salary. The man even had the nerve to ask whether Jean understood how difficult things were for the company, all while ignoring the workers who were struggling because of him. Back then, Jean had been far too soft-hearted for his own good. He simply smiled, swallowed his frustration, and accepted the situation, believing that if he stayed patient and worked hard, he would eventually get the money he had earned. But that kindness turned into a huge mistake. The pages of the calendar kept flipping by, and what started as a 1-week delay stretched into months of waiting, while Gene fought just to keep food on his table. One day, Gene went back into the office to ask about his unpaid wages again. But when he stepped inside, he found the factory manager casually practicing his golf swing, completely unbothered by the fact that his own employees were barely getting by. The manager glanced at him with clear irritation, calling him a punk for interrupting his practice. That one look made it obvious how little respect he had for the person doing the actual work. Then the jerk started twisting the situation around, saying everyone needed to stick together during hard times. He made Gene sound selfish just for asking for the salary he had earned, treating him like someone who could be pushed around forever. Back in the present, Gene stood over the scammer as those bitter memories pressed down on him. Living month to month like that had been miserable, humiliating, and exhausting, and he swore to himself he would never return to that kind of life. Gene turned his back on the creep and said he had learned one valuable lesson from the past. At that moment, the scammer's eyes widened, mistaking the opening for weakness as his hand quietly reached toward a hidden weapon. The man's face twisted into a murderous glare. The fake tears and trembling apology vanished, replaced by the cold resolve to kill the person who had just seemed to offer him a moment of mercy. A sinister grin spread across Jacob's face as he convinced himself he had finally gained the upper hand. Like the coward he was, he believed Gene was just another naive kid who had made the mistake of relaxing at the worst possible moment. With a sudden burst of speed, the scammer lunged forward and pulled out a hidden dagger. He aimed straight for Jin's back, planning to end everything with one dirty, underhanded strike. The man screamed wildly as he attacked, certain that his sneak attack was about to land. What he did not realize was that Gene had been waiting for this exact moment, using it to prove the resolve he had just chosen. Jin's eyes flashed red as he slipped away from the strike with effortless ease. He did not look surprised at all, because he had already predicted every filthy move this piece of trash was going to make. Catching the man in the middle of his swing, Gene looked at him with pure contempt. In a cold voice, he remarked that scammers always act like victims right before they try to stab someone in the back. Kim Woojin's gaze turned icy as he prepared to deliver the final blow. There was no hesitation left in him now, and he made it clear that he had no space left in his heart for mercy or remorse. The unknown scammer's face twisted with pure terror as he finally understood the truth. His pathetic tricks, fake tears, and manipulative little games had all run out of time and luck. Blood sprayed across the grass as Wu Jin struck with lethal precision. The coward did not even get another chance to beg before the threat was cut down for good. It was a grisly sight. The man who had tried to play Gene for a fool was now nothing more than another bloody carcass left behind in the woods. Gene looked down at the carnage beneath him, his eyes glowing with a dangerous red light. In that quiet, brutal moment, he made a solemn promise deep within himself. Standing tall over the fallen trash, he vowed that he was done being the easy target everyone loved to push around. From this point on, there would be no more room for being soft just to keep the peace. With that bloody business finally settled, Gene turned his attention away from the dead bodies. It was time to move on and face the next problem waiting in front of him. Mutt was still lingering around the campsite, watching him closely with a small bag clamped firmly between its teeth. Gene looked at the beast and wondered what it wanted from him now. The massive wolf padded closer and dropped the heavy bag at Jin's feet. From the way it presented the thing, it almost looked like this clever creature was trying to buy its way into his good graces. When Gene checked inside, the bag turned out to be packed with shimmering gold coins. Apparently, even the monsters in this strange world understood the value of offering a proper tribute. Kim Woo-jin was genuinely taken aback for a moment. He had never expected a terrifying demonic beast, one that had just ripped through grown men, to behave so much like a loyal pet dog. He looked at the big guy and asked if it really wanted to come along with him. The moment Mutt reacted with obvious excitement, Woo-jin got all the answer he needed. The giant wolf happily nuzzled against him, pressing in like an overgrown puppy looking for affection. It was almost hard to believe this cheerful creature was the same terrifying predator that had just finished killing a group of men. Gene looked at the massive beast that had somehow become his new companion, and for the first time, his expression softened just a little. After everything that had happened, having a powerful monster watching his back might not be such a terrible idea after all. He slowly reached out and placed his hand on the clever beast's head. With that simple, gentle pat, Gene accepted both the tribute and the wolf's complete loyalty, turning what should have been an enemy into something closer to an ally. Gene told Mutt that from now on they should try to get along. Just like that, the strangest partnership imaginable was officially born, with one ruthless survivor and one terrifyingly loyal beast ready to continue down the road ahead. As the chapter title appeared, the bloody forest faded from view, and the focus shifted toward the wide rooftops and stone structures of a nearby pioneer city waiting beyond the wilderness. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the clouds began to brighten, and the morning sun slowly pushed its light across the sky, marking the beginning of a brand new day for Jean. For the first time in what felt like ages, Jean opened his eyes in an actual bed instead of on hard ground. Nearby, Mutt was already awake, stretched out comfortably across the floor as if it had always belonged there. Jean could not help but let out a small smirk. That single night of rest was easily the deepest, most comfortable sleep he had experienced since being thrown into this terrifying nightmare world years ago. He stretched out his stiff, exhausted muscles while Mutt yawned loudly beside him. The morning air felt so fresh and light that, for a brief moment, Jean almost felt like he could spread his wings and fly. Later, by the stream outside, Jean began the unpleasant job of cleaning himself up. He scrubbed the stubborn blood and dirt from his torn, travel-worn clothes, rinsing them again and again in the cold running water. He wiped the water from his eyes and lifted his face, revealing a body marked with deep scars. Every wound carved across his skin was proof of the 12 long years he had spent surviving non-stop in the demonic world. As he washed the blood from his sleeves, Kim Woo-jin quietly realized that he had crossed an important line. Those men had been real humans, and this had been his first time killing people since arriving in this brutal world. But when he stared down at his hands, there was not even a trace of guilt inside him. To Woo-jin, those lowlifes had felt no different from the monsters he had been hunting in the wild all this time. Kim Woo-jin looked at his reflection trembling on the surface of the stream, silently questioning the emptiness inside him. He wondered whether he felt nothing simply because those men had been scum, or because something inside him had already changed. Then he remembered the rush that had surged through him during the fight. It had not been only about surviving. There had been a dark thrill in it too, the same sharp excitement he felt whenever he hunted dangerous monsters in the wilderness. Jean clutched his chest as if he could feel something shifting deep within his soul. The scars covering his body stood out in the morning light, each one a reminder of a life built entirely around brutal struggle and survival. He lowered his gaze to his hand and slowly understood that the person he used to be was fading further away. This nightmare world was reshaping him, grinding him down into someone colder, sharper, and far more efficient. With his eyes glowing red, Jean briefly wondered whether this world itself was cursing him, but he pushed the thought aside almost immediately, deciding that in a place like this, surviving one more day was the only thing that truly mattered. The scenery changed as Jean prepared to step into the next part of his life. He had already decided that his existence here would be nothing like the miserable, exploited life he had endured back in Korea. With the massive mutt traveling near him, Jean made his way toward civilization. He swore he would never again accept the absurd fate of being treated like a pushover, and this time he intended to live with real freedom and abundance. Beneath the shadow of his hood, Jin's expression stayed hard and focused. He was no longer wasting his energy fearing the future. For now, he simply wanted to enjoy the present as someone who had survived. Before long, the towering walls of the 5th pioneer city finally rose into view. Jin's first priority was simple: sell the valuable pelt he had dragged across the dangerous wilderness and turn that hard-earned trophy into money. Before passing through the gates, Jin told Mutt to stay close but keep itself hidden. He knew exactly how much chaos would break out if a demonic beast casually walked into the heart of the city. Jin entered the busy city streets, blending into the movement of commoners, merchants, and children passing around him. From the chronicles, he remembered that all monster bounties had to be handled through the local order alliance. As he headed toward the alliance building, Jin found himself wondering whether Mutt was a little too mean of a name for his new companion. Still, it was short, simple, and easy enough to remember, so he decided it worked. Eventually, he arrived before an impressive building with tall towers and bright white domes rising above the street. This was the Order Alliance headquarters, where hunters brought their hard-won trophies and traded danger for cold, hard cash. Inside the headquarters, an Order Alliance clerk was clearly having a painfully slow day. He yawned and stretched lazily at his desk, completely unaware that a legendary hunt was about to land right in front of him. Jin approached the counter while carrying his huge, heavy bundle. The board clerk lifted his eyes and, in a tired voice, asked the traveler what business had brought him to the Alliance today. Jin did not bother with a long explanation. He simply dropped the enormous pelt onto the counter, and the heavy impact made the wooden surface groan, finally forcing the sleepy young clerk to pay attention. Jin stated his purpose plainly, telling the official that he had come to collect a monster bounty. He stood there calm and steady, carrying the quiet confidence of someone who had already survived far worse than a desk clerk's attitude. At first, the clerk barely even inspected the trophy before dismissing it as ordinary dogskin. With an irritated look, He warned Jean that the Alliance was not a place to play stupid pranks on hard-working staff. But when the clerk leaned in and took a closer look, his eyes suddenly widened. His words died halfway out of his mouth as he realized the fur's texture and quality were nothing like any common animal hide. The young clerk practically scrambled over the counter, his heart suddenly pounding as the truth sank in. In complete disbelief, he shouted that this massive hide was actually a rare and incredibly valuable werewolf pelt. Beads of sweat formed on the clerk's forehead as he looked back at Jean with a completely different kind of respect. Stammering, he asked whether this random traveler had really managed to capture such a dangerous beast by himself. Jean stayed perfectly composed and gave him a simple answer. He had caught the monster earlier, and now that the job was done, he only wanted to receive the payment he was owed. Once the first wave of shock passed, Jean was guided into a grand private room to wait. He sat at a massive table surrounded by expensive-looking decor, appearing strangely out of place in such polished surroundings. After a while, a guild official finally entered with a heavy bag in hand, apologizing for making him wait. As it turned out, verifying a werewolf pelt took some time precisely because something that valuable could not be handled carelessly. The official set the pouch down on the table with a solid thud. Inside was a heavy stack of gold coins, the massive reward for Woojin's first major hunt in this dangerous new world. Kim Woojin stared at the weighty bag of gold sitting before him. After a quick calculation, he realized that this amount of wealth would be enough for someone to live comfortably and lazily for at least 6 or 7 years. When he opened the pouch and looked inside, the glittering coins stirred a strange sensation in him. It was a physical tremble, but it felt nothing like the sharp rush of adrenaline he got during a hunt. Woojin let several gold coins slide through his fingers, their shine catching the light as a faint smirk appeared on his lips. At that moment, he fully understood that having a lot of money in this world was definitely a wonderful thing. Just as Woojin was enjoying the feeling of his first real payout, the Order Alliance official spoke up again in a nervous tone. Woojin lifted his gaze, curious about what this man could possibly want from him now. The official leaned forward carefully and asked whether the traveler might be willing to accept another special request. He admitted that there was a serious favor he wanted to ask from such a capable monster hunter. Woojin's eyes narrowed slightly as he repeated the man's words back to him. The idea of earning even more gold immediately caught his attention, and it was not something he planned to reject without hearing the details. The official let out a tired sigh before explaining that a dangerous monster had recently appeared near a quarry. Its presence was creating a serious problem for both the city administration and the local workers who depended on that place. Because of that beast, the workers were now too frightened to enter the quarry at all. Without them mining bloodstone, money could not circulate properly, and the entire pioneer city was beginning to feel the pressure. The official painted the situation as grim, saying the city was already being pushed toward ruin. According to the rumors, this particular monster was far stronger and more dangerous than an ordinary forest werewolf. Even with that danger hanging over them, the official looked at Woojin with a flicker of hope in his eyes. He said he truly believed that a warrior with Woojin's skill might be able to handle the terrifying beast alone. Woojin remained calm and asked for the exact details of the problem. Before agreeing to step into another deadly job, he wanted to know precisely what kind of monster he would be facing. The official revealed that the creature was known as the Mad Skull. He explained that the Alliance had placed a staggering bounty of 70 gold coins on the head of that vicious, bone-masked demonic beast. The moment Woojin heard the name, his body froze for a split second. He recognized the Mad Skull immediately, because he had read about its legendary ferocity and almost impenetrable defense in the ancient survival chronicles he had found. A sharp memory suddenly flashed through Woojin's mind, dragging him back to a previous encounter with that beast. This was not some unknown monster to him. During his long, agonizing 12 years of surviving in that nightmare world, he had already faced the Mad Skull before. He remembered its most terrifying feature clearly. A massive skull so hard it worked like a natural shield. That white, mask-like bone structure could take direct hits, and with an ordinary iron weapon, cracking through it was almost impossible. And its defense was not the only problem. The Mad Skull was violently aggressive, with raw physical strength and toughness on a level no ordinary werewolf could ever compare to. In a head-on fight, it was a completely different kind of threat. Woojin immediately understood why the local hunters were having such a hard time with it. Back then, it had taken him an entire month of brutal combat to bring down his first Mad Skull, mostly because he had died 28 times in the process. The official watched Woojin's reaction closely, his own voice trembling as he finally asked the question that mattered most. He needed to know whether Jean truly believed he could subdue such a famous and lethal creature. Jean stayed silent for a long moment, letting the weight of the request settle between them. Behind his calm expression, he was carefully measuring the danger of the hunt against the enormous reward being offered for taking it down. Then, at last, his eyes lit up with a brilliant red glow, and a confident grin slowly spread across his face. Jin accepted the challenge, declaring that his next prey had officially been chosen. Kim Woo-jin soon arrived at the tiered quarry known as the mine. Heavy machinery sat around the industrial site, but the place was wrapped in an eerie silence that made the empty quarry feel even colder and more unsettling. Woo-jin walked along the rough rocky ridges, recalling the rumors about work being stopped because of the Mad Skull. He knew better than anyone that this monster was no joke, because he had faced its kind many times before. The gloomy atmosphere of the mine gave off the kind of creepy pressure that would make most people turn around and leave. But to Jin, this was just another dangerous workplace, and he had no intention of lingering there any longer than necessary. He stepped deeper into the heart of the site, hoping to finish the hunt as quickly as possible. In Jin's world, efficiency meant survival, and he had no desire to waste daylight wandering around this abandoned dump. Just as he began searching the area, a voice suddenly rang out from the shadows. A large figure stood there watching his every move, carrying himself with both curiosity and the careful caution of someone used to fighting for a living. The man introduced himself as Jonathan, captain of the Black Marlin mercenaries. With a casual tone, he told Jin to wait his turn, saying his team had arrived first and was already prepared to handle the job. Jin glanced back at him, clearly unimpressed by the idea of lining up for a monster hunt. After surviving 12 years in a hellish world where the only real rule was first come, first kill, this sounded almost ridiculous to him. Jonathan simply grinned, trying to keep the mood relaxed despite the newcomer's cold stare. He was not trying to start a fight. He only wanted to keep some order in what he considered his current hunting ground. Then the captain changed his approach and invited Jin to join their team instead. He figured that working together would make the hunt faster and safer, and behind him, his group of armed professionals stood ready for action. Jin quietly weighed the situation. Waiting around until the mercenaries finished would be a massive waste of time, and while he had no interest in fighting other humans, he still needed to claim that reward. In the end, Jin decided that joining the mercenaries might actually be the smartest option. It meant sharing the bounty, but it also meant finishing the job without creating unnecessary trouble with other people. Even so, he did not let his guard drop completely. Memories of backstabbing scum were still fresh in his mind, and he knew exactly how quickly people could turn on each other when money and danger were involved. Jin tightened his grip around his sword and asked the captain why he would even want help from a stranger. Jonathan already had plenty of men with him, so the sudden offer to recruit an outsider felt suspicious. Jonathan laughed the concern off and admitted that he always valued safety more than showing off. To him, having more hands on the hunt meant reducing the risk, even if it meant splitting the final payment with a lone wanderer. Then he looked Jin straight in the eye and said he could tell Jin was strong. As a mercenary captain, Jonathan trusted his instincts, and something about this quiet traveler screamed that he was not ordinary. Jin noticed that Jonathan had started speaking more politely, which told him these mercenaries respected strength. Still cautious, he asked what exactly had made Jonathan think he was powerful in the first place. As it turned out, the biggest clue was the giant wolf following him around. While the men were talking, Claire had already found Mutt nearby, and was happily pampering the dangerous beast like it was some harmless house pet. Claire was amazed as she explained that wolf-type monsters were known for being fiercely independent and nearly impossible to tame. Seeing one act so friendly toward a human was enough to shock the entire group. Jin stood there in disbelief, wondering when Mutt had even slipped out of hiding. He had specifically told the wolf to stay out of sight, but apparently, the beast had completely ignored that instruction today. And the reason for that betrayal was painfully simple: high-quality cooked meat. Claire was feeding Mutt delicious food that Jin himself had not even tasted yet, and the wolf's fierce loyalty was crumbling instantly in front of those snacks. Mutt no longer seemed to care about its dignity at all, focusing only on the mouth-watering treat in front of it. But the moment Jin shot it one sharp look, the giant wolf stiffened, breaking into a cold sweat. At last, the bond between master and pet seemed to win over the wolf's immediate craving. Mutt dropped the meat without hesitation and straightened up, acting as obediently as a loyal puppy waiting for praise. The giant wolf turned back toward Jin with eyes full of submission and loyalty. The sudden change in its behavior left the entire mercenary group stunned, as if they could not believe this monster was really obeying him. Jin was speechless for a moment. This clueless creature actually seemed to think they were on the same level, trying to share that piece of food with him as if they were equals. But after all those long days of wandering through the wild, sleeping under the open sky, and surviving on whatever scraps he could find, that piece of meat in front of Jin began to shine like a feast fit for a king. Jin swallowed hard as sweat rolled down his face, his eyes locked on the food. His body started reacting before his pride could stop it, overwhelmed by a deep craving he had not felt in years. He stared at the meat lying on the ground and wondered when he had last eaten a real meal. In the nightmare world, survival had meant forcing down monster flesh, but this smelled like actual heaven. Jean looked painfully conflicted as he realized the wolf had already been eating that scrap off the dirt. His stomach was roaring with hunger, but his pride was desperately trying and failing to resist. Slowly, his gloved hand began to reach out, while a silent battle over his last shred of human dignity raged inside his head. After years of eating whatever disgusting thing kept him alive, the temptation was simply too powerful. Suddenly, Claire held out a fresh bundle of meat and asked if he was hungry. Behind her, Mutt loomed with the same eager energy, while Jean froze in complete shock at the unexpected offer. Jean stood there stunned, his eyes widening as he looked at the kind girl in front of him. In this brutal, cutthroat world, he had never expected anyone to hand him something so precious without demanding anything in return. With soft light around her and feathers drifting through the air, Claire looked almost like a goddess in Jin's eyes. In that instant, he decided she might actually be someone he could trust in this dangerous land. The group then marched deeper into the mine, their lanterns cutting through the dark rocky tunnels. Jonathan moved at the front with practiced confidence, while Jean followed behind, still quietly processing the unexpected kindness Claire had shown him. Jean took a bite of the meat, and the savory, spicy juices immediately overwhelmed him. Compared to the monster meat he had forced down just to survive all this time, it tasted like something from another world. As they continued walking, Claire turned back with a friendly smile and realized they had never properly introduced themselves. Before the real hunt began, she seemed to want to close the distance between them a little. The captain introduced himself as Jonathan, leader of the Black Marlin mercenaries, while the girl gave her name as Claire. Compared to the other hunters Jean had encountered, the two of them seemed far more professional and dependable. Jean hesitated for a brief moment before introducing himself simply as Jean, choosing to keep his real name hidden. Jonathan welcomed him onto the team and told him to ask if anything came up along the way. Jonathan flashed a confident grin, though Jin's serious tone seemed to catch him slightly off guard. He studied the lone hunter for a moment, clearly sensing that there was more to this quiet stranger than he was saying. Eventually, they reached the bottom of the massive quarry, where the hunt would truly begin. Jonathan immediately took command, ordering the teams to set up nets and move into their assigned positions. The captain turned toward Claire and asked if she was ready to begin. She agreed without the slightest hesitation, while Jean watched from the side, curious to see how these so-called professionals would actually operate. Then feathers suddenly began drifting through the air, catching Jean completely off guard. He stared at the glowing particles as a strange and powerful energy started to swirl through the area. Claire floated gracefully as she opened her enormous magic book, the pages shining with brilliant light. Jean watched in genuine awe because this was the first time he had ever seen real magic being performed right in front of him. A glowing magic circle appeared across the open pages as Claire began chanting her incantation. Jean immediately realized that this was the same legendary power he had once read about in the chronicles from the other world. Claire closed her eyes and quietly called for a blessing to fall upon the land in her own name. The air around her began to vibrate with magical pressure, and as the spell took form, a soft radiance spread outward, bathing the entire group in light. She activated Feather Step, and green energy wrapped around everyone while pure white feathers drifted through the air. Jean immediately felt the change in his body, as if some invisible weight had been lifted from his limbs the moment the magical buff settled in. Jonathan felt the power rush through his body and immediately praised Claire's skill as top-notch. With the magic strengthening him, his posture changed completely, and he looked more than ready to face whatever monster was hiding deep inside the mine. Claire warned the captain that the effect would only last for about 3 to 5 minutes. Jonathan did not look bothered at all, simply stretching his arms as the green aura around his body flared brighter and prepared him for action. The captain stepped forward, his boots glowing faintly with magical energy as he got ready to move. He told everyone to stay prepared, then made it clear that he would be the one to draw out their dangerous target. Jonathan shot into the quarry to lure the mad skull out, moving with unbelievable speed. Glowing feathers streamed behind him as he cut across the ground faster than any ordinary human body should have been able to move. Jean watched him move and could not help letting a smirk rise on his face. He was genuinely impressed by the captain's explosive speed boost, and seeing real magic work in battle made the whole situation look unexpectedly cool. As magical feathers drifted around Claire, Jean found his gaze drawn toward her again. A thought quietly formed in his mind, wondering whether someday he might be able to learn how to use that kind of power for himself in this dangerous world. One of the mercenaries tightened his grip around his spear and shouted that there was no time to waste. The dreaded Mad Skull was closing in fast, and everyone in the team had to be ready before it reached them. At the bottom of the quarry, the mercenaries worked together to prepare a huge net trap. Jonathan warned the team to stay sharp, because against a monster like this, even one careless mistake could cost someone their life. Jean studied their formation from the side and understood the plan right away. They intended to lure the beast into the trap, pin it down with the net, and then overwhelm it together. As far as group hunts went, he had to admit it was a solid strategy. Even so, Jin's expression remained serious as he stared ahead. He was not completely convinced that an ordinary group tactic like this would be enough to bring down something as dangerous as the Mad Skull. Fueled by the green energy of Featherstep, Jonathan charged forward with incredible speed. He moved straight toward the massive horned beast, using himself as bait to pull it exactly where the trap team needed it to go. Jonathan gritted his teeth and shouted a sharp command to the men waiting by the net. Their timing had to be perfect because if they missed even by a second, the charging monster would tear right through their formation. The Mad Skull lunged with a vicious strike, but Jonathan slipped away just in time, his magically boosted movements keeping him one step ahead. The enormous creature roared in frustration, nearly catching the agile mercenary captain as it surged forward. The mercenaries holding the thick ropes grunted with effort, their eyes widening the moment the monster came fully into view. The terrifying Mad Skull had finally emerged, and it was even larger and more intimidating than they had expected. The massive beast became tangled in the heavy nets, thrashing its huge tusks in blind rage. For a brief moment, it actually looked like the mercenaries' careful trap might hold the monster in place. The trap team strained with every bit of strength they had, desperately trying to keep the ropes tight. They shouted for everyone to pull harder, hoping they could keep the wildly thrashing monster pinned to the ground long enough to finish it. With the target restrained for the moment, Jonathan immediately gave the signal for the spear team to move in. He knew they had only a short window to strike before the beast found a way to tear free. The hunters lowered their sharp spears and prepared to drive their combined force into the trapped monster. Moving with professional coordination, they spread out around the beast from every side at the bottom of the quarry. The men lunged forward together, thrusting their weapons into the Mad Skull's thick hide. They were hoping to end the battle quickly while the enormous creature was still caught inside the net. The Mad Skull released a deafening roar of pain and fury as the spears struck its body. Its red eyes burned with vicious malice while it twisted and fought against the ropes holding it down. Then, without warning, the ground shook as the beast surged with terrifying strength. The mercenaries gripping the ropes were almost yanked off their feet, and in that instant, they realized their plan was beginning to collapse. With a violent burst of raw power, the Mad Skull started ripping through the heavy nets. Its strength was far beyond what the mercenaries' equipment had been built to handle, and the trap began failing right in front of them. Jean watched everything from a distance, his eyes narrowing as the situation turned ugly. The moment he saw the net beginning to give way, he quietly muttered that things were definitely not going according to plan. The massive creature overpowered the entire team with ease, sending mercenaries flying as it broke loose from the net. Panic spread through the group as their organized strategy completely fell apart against the monster's overwhelming force. One of the hunters shouted in disbelief as his comrades were tossed around like helpless dolls. He could not understand how so many trained mercenaries were failing to hold down a single monster. The Mad Skull let out one final thunderous roar as it shredded the last pieces of the net. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, and the moment it was free, it prepared to retaliate against everyone who had attacked it. Up close, the creature's eye revealed nothing but pure primal rage burning inside it. This was no longer a cornered animal struggling to escape. It had become a vengeful predator ready to tear the entire team apart. The Mad Skull launched into a full-speed charge, heading straight for Claire. With the mercenaries' formation broken and scattered, she was left completely exposed to the beast's massive tusks and crushing weight. Claire froze in place as the monster barreled toward her, her magic failing her at the worst possible moment. With their whole plan collapsing in seconds, it looked like the end was about to come crashing down on her. Right then, Jean moved like a blur and stepped directly in front of her. His speed was so sudden that the other mercenaries could only stare, completely stunned by how quickly he crossed the distance. Jean planted himself between Claire and the charging Mad Skull, blocking the monster's path with his own body. Behind him, the terrified girl watched as the lone hunter prepared to face the beast head-on. Bracing himself, Jean dug his boots deep into the ground to withstand the impact that was coming. The force of his movement kicked up dust around his legs as he steadied his body for the collision. With a strained grunt, Jean reached out and grabbed the Mad Skull's enormous tusk with his bare hands. The monster pushed against him with overwhelming force, but he refused to give even a single step backward. The Mad Skull growled low in its throat, its hot breath washing over Jin's face while its red eyes burned with malice. Even the beast seemed taken aback that a mere human was actually holding it back. Claire reached toward him in desperation and screamed a warning, telling him how dangerous this was. She could hardly believe Jean was trying to stop the rampaging beast with nothing but his own strength. Jean did not even glance back as he calmly told Claire not to worry. His voice stayed surprisingly steady, even while the terrifying monster in front of him was trying to crush him into the dirt. The hunter stared directly into the beast's eyes and declared with confidence that he knew exactly how to bring it down. He was not relying on a guess or a lucky instinct. Years of brutal survival had already taught him what to do. A dark smirk tugged at Jin's lips as his eyes began glowing with a menacing red light. At that moment, it became clear that for him, the real hunt was only just beginning. Kim Woo-jin launched himself through the air and grabbed onto the Mad Skull's massive tusks. The giant boar-like monster roared beneath him as Woo-jin fought to keep his balance in the middle of the violent struggle. He spun quickly and shoved against the beast as it lunged at him again. Woo-jin handled the attack with sharp agility, his eyes constantly scanning the creature's movements for any opening that could lead to a decisive blow. The Mad Skull unleashed another deafening roar. Its red eyes locked onto Woo-jin as its target. This creature was pure brute force, and even a single direct hit from it could be enough to end the fight. Woo-jin clenched his teeth, his gaze sharpening as he prepared for the next exchange. Against a monster with this much raw power, he knew even one mistake could cost him everything. The beast charged again with terrifying speed, forcing Woo-jin to stand his ground. He swung his blade and searched for a weak point, trying to cut through the thick armored hide protecting the monster's body. Woo-jin let out a rough breath as he realized his current strength might not be enough to take this thing down easily. He tightened his grip on his sword while the strain of the battle began pressing into his body. The Mad Skull was absolutely enormous, with tusks that looked like giant blades ready to impale anything in its path. It bellowed in rage, determined to crush the human who dared to stand in front of it. After a narrow close call, Woo-jin cursed himself for losing focus even for a split second. He understood immediately that he had let his guard slip, and he needed to lock back into the fight before the beast punished him for it. Suddenly, glowing white feathers began swirling around Woo-jin, making him look around in confusion. Something was changing, and he could feel a strange new energy flowing over his entire body. Claire had decided to step in from the sidelines and support him. She cast a powerful spell, sending a wave of mana toward Woo-jin, as if trying to shift the momentum of the battle back in their favor. Woo-jin freezes for a moment as a strange sensation spreads through his entire body. All at once, he feels unbelievably light, as if the weight dragging him down for years has finally been ripped away. To him, it feels exactly like dropping a heavy 30-kilo pack from his shoulders and suddenly being able to breathe again. With that sudden burst of strength running through him, a confident smirk slowly curls across Woo-jin's lips. Now he finally has the advantage he was waiting for, the one small edge he needs to put his plan into motion and bring down that giant pig for good. Jonathan and the rest of the mercenaries shout from behind him, yelling that they are coming in to back him up. But Woo-jin refuses to even let them step closer. Without taking his eyes off the monster, he snaps at them to stay back, making it clear he intends to settle this fight completely on his own. Captain Jonathan immediately stops in place, his body stiffening as surprise flashes across his face. He clearly never expected the new guy to reject help so firmly, especially while standing in front of a monster dangerous enough to tear through trained fighters. Around Woo-jin's feet, pale feathers keep swirling and fluttering through the air as he lowers his stance for another attack. Claire's magic is still wrapped around him, and this boost is exactly what he needed to keep ahead of a beast with this much speed, weight, and raw power. Woo-jin quickly decides that fighting alone is actually easier, since no one else will get caught in his path or slow down his movements. Then he launches himself back into the battle, his figure cutting through the battlefield in sharp flashes of speed and clean precision, all thanks to Claire's support. As he moves, Woo-jin starts watching the beast carefully, studying the rhythm of its attacks instead of blindly swinging his blade. Every monster has a weakness somewhere, and for a Mad Skull, he only needs to take advantage of one simple, predictable habit hidden inside its charging instincts. No matter how terrifying its name sounds, this creature is still, at its core, a giant pig. It can rush forward at frightening speed when it has a straight path, but with a body that massive, changing direction quickly becomes almost impossible. The Mad Skull comes barreling after him in a wild charge, smashing into the walls as it struggles to follow Woo-jin's newly boosted speed. Its strength is terrifying, but the moment the fight demands sudden turns and quick adjustments, its huge body starts working against it. Woo-jin's goal is simple. He is going to make the monster's own momentum become the thing that stops it. He glides across the broken ground with smooth, controlled steps, drawing the Mad Skull along and guiding it exactly toward the spot he wants. The entire floor shakes when the beast crashes headfirst into a massive stone pillar, unable to slow down its own charge in time. The impact blasts chunks of rock into the air, and the force of it sends heavy tremors rolling through the ruined structure. Just like Woo-jin expected, the Mad Skull's hoof slips against the uneven ground in the middle of its frantic rush. It is only a brief stumble, but for Woo-jin, That tiny break in its balance is the opening he has been waiting to create from the start. The huge creature completely loses control of its footing and goes sliding across the ruined floor. A sharp, pained squeal bursts from its mouth as its heavy body crashes down hard, leaving it exposed and wide open for Wu Jin's next strike. Wu Jin can still feel how light his body has become under Claire's magic, even more than he expected. With the monster finally thrown off balance, he decides it is time to move into the second part of his plan and end the fight before it can recover. He studies the monster's massive tusks and realizes they are not just weapons. For a creature like this, those tusks work almost like arms, letting it attack and defend at the same time, so Wu Jin begins searching for a way around them to land a clean blow. Wu Jin immediately understands that trying to cut through those tusks with an ordinary sword would be a waste of effort. They are far too hard, too thick, and too dangerous to challenge directly, so he shifts his approach and starts aiming for a softer, more vulnerable point. His eyes lock onto the monster's nose, the one place that could truly break through a beast like this. With the magic still making every step feel lighter and sharper, Wu Jin steadies himself and prepares to strike with perfect timing and absolute precision. A huge burst of blood sprays through the air the instant Wu Jin's attack lands cleanly on the creature's snout. The mad skull throws its head back and releases a tortured shriek, the sound ripping through the ruins and echoing off the broken stone. From that point on, every movement only makes the monster's pain worse. Each attempt to fight back becomes heavier and more awkward, and the burden on its body grows until it can no longer keep up the same vicious pressure against Wu Jin. Wu Jin moves through the battlefield like a ghost, his body surrounded by the glowing white feathers drifting from Claire's spell. His focus never wavers for even a second as he closes the distance, ready to bring this life-or-death struggle to a final end. His blade cuts in again and again, landing several rapid strikes that tear through the beast's thick hide and draw fresh blood with every hit. Under Wu Jin's relentless, calculated assault, the mad skull finally starts to weaken, its once terrifying strength beginning to crumble. After taking such a brutal series of attacks, the monster has no chance left to launch another proper charge. Wu Jin stands in front of it, his blood-soaked blade held ready, and finishes the job with the same cold confidence he showed from the moment the fight turned in his favor. A dark, satisfied grin spreads across Wu Jin's face as he looks down at the fallen beast. His red eyes glow with a fierce, almost primal intensity, making it clear that in this moment, he has completely given himself over to the thrill of the hunt. Meanwhile, Jonathan and Claire rush into the area after hearing the chaos from afar. Both of them look tense and worried as they hurry forward, hoping they are not already too late to help their new teammate. But the moment they enter the ruined space, they stop cold. The destruction around them is overwhelming, with broken stone, scattered debris, and blood everywhere. Jonathan can only wonder what happened here, while Claire's first thought is to find Wu Jin as fast as possible. Claire suddenly gasps when something catches her eye, her face shifting from concern to pure shock. Behind her, Jonathan looks just as confused, staring into the quiet, blood-stained ruins as he tries to understand what they have just walked into. Turns out Mutt has been standing guard the entire time. But in that moment he looks nothing like a simple pet. The red wolf stands like a true predator, his body tense and his deep growl warning anyone nearby not to come another step closer. The sight of that massive red wolf sends a cold chill through both Jonathan and Claire. They freeze where they stand, stunned by the way this terrifying creature positions itself protectively, as if it is guarding a human with absolute loyalty. Mutt releases a thunderous roar that shakes the tense air between them, clearly ordering the mercenaries to stay back and not interfere. Claire stares at him in complete disbelief, baffled by the feeling that this beast might actually be trying to communicate with them. The red wolf then sits down firmly between the newcomers and his master, becoming an unmoving wall of fur, fangs, and muscle. Beyond him, Wu Jin's silhouette slowly appears through the drifting dust, walking toward them from deeper inside the ruined area. Wu Jin finally steps into view, but there is blood smeared around his mouth. Inwardly, he admits that he simply could not resist devouring the monster's delicious essence. At the same time, Jonathan and Claire crowd around him in concern, asking if he is all right and what happened to the beast. Wu Jin answers them calmly, saying there is no mad skull left for anyone to worry about anymore. Jonathan and Claire can only stare at him in stunned silence, completely unable to process how casually he says it after everything they just saw. Behind Wu Jin, Mutt begins sniffing around the enormous carcass sprawled across the ground. The terrifying monster that had nearly turned the ruins into a battlefield is now reduced to a bloody pile of meat and torn remains. The mercenaries are completely overwhelmed by the realization that Wu Jin defeated a mad skull all by himself. A solo kill against a monster like that is something none of them have ever heard of, and the shock is written all over their faces. Then, all of a sudden, Mutt lifts his head and starts sniffing the air again, his expression turning serious. A low, uneasy whine slips from him, as if his instincts are telling him that the danger around them has not fully passed. The red wolf turns toward the dark entrance of a nearby tunnel and begins to growl. Jonathan follows Mutt's gaze, his hand tightening around his weapon as the mood in the ruins shifts in an instant. From the shadows, another mad skull slowly steps into view, its red eyes burning with hunger in the darkness. Wujin's solo victory has drawn out a second monster, and this one looks every bit as dangerous as the first. The new beast snarls viciously, bearing rows of razor-sharp teeth beneath its enormous, deadly tusks. Its whole body radiates aggression, as if it is ready to tear into them and avenge the fallen creature lying behind Wu Jin. Jonathan finally snaps out of his shock and shouts for everyone to prepare for battle. Another one had been lurking in the shadows all along, and now the group is suddenly facing a second round against the same terrifying monster. But then Claire notices something strange and quickly tells everyone to hold their fire. Her eyes stay fixed on the beast, and the longer she looks, the more certain she becomes that this mad skull is different from the one they just killed. A second mad skull has appeared, but it is not alone. Two tiny piglets stand close beside it, and the entire group is stunned as they realize they are not just facing another monster, but a mother with her young. The little piglets let out soft squeals as they press near their mother's side. Compared to the massive beast Wu Jin brought down only moments ago, they look unexpectedly harmless, almost out of place in the middle of the blood-stained ruins. The mother mad skull growls low in her throat, her red eyes locked on the intruders in front of her. She is clearly nervous and defensive, ready to protect her young with everything she has if anyone dares to make the first move. Wu Jin stands quietly with Mutt at his side, watching the situation play out without rushing forward. He shows no desire to attack, as if he already understands that there is no reason to spill any more blood here. After a tense moment, the mother beast begins turning away with her piglets, leading them deeper into the ruins. From the way they retreat, it becomes clear they were only searching for a safe place to raise their young. The mercenaries watch in disbelief as the monster family leaves without a fight. Jonathan and Claire are both surprised that Wu Jin simply lets them go, making no move at all to chase them down or finish them off. Jonathan quietly says the beast was probably only trying to protect and raise its young in this place. Claire's expression softens a little as the tension fades, and she seems to feel a trace of sympathy for the creatures now that the threat has passed. Wu Jin turns his gaze away and admits that he is glad things ended without any more killing. His shoulders seem a bit more relaxed now, as the immediate danger finally disappears and the ruins fall calm again. Later, the group eventually reaches the fifth pioneer city beneath the glow of the full moon. Compared to the dark, ruined battlefield they left behind, the city feels enormous and alive, a medieval town filled with warm lights, movement, and noise. They make their way straight to a local tavern to celebrate the success of the mission. Golden light spills from the windows into the night, promising food, rest, and a well-earned break after a long day of intense monster hunting. Inside the tavern, Jonathan lifts his voice over the noise and proudly congratulates everyone for surviving the mission in one piece. His face is bright with relief, because taking down a monster as dangerous as a mad skull without anyone suffering a serious injury is something worth celebrating. Then the captain grins and announces that it is finally time to settle the payment, the moment every hunter secretly looks forward to most after a hard job. Jonathan is clearly in a fantastic mood, practically glowing as he prepares to divide up the reward money. The rest of the mercenary crew erupts into loud cheers, their voices filling the tavern as they reach for food and drinks. From the way they laugh, shout, and crowd around the table, it is obvious this group has been through many dangers together and knows exactly how to enjoy a victory. Claire blinks in confusion when she sees the piles of gold coins spread across the table. She remembers the original reward being nowhere near this large, so the amount Jonathan is showing them now immediately feels strange. Jonathan bursts into laughter and proudly explains that the extra gold came from him making a huge scene with the client. He clearly has no shame about it either, looking more than pleased with himself for squeezing out a better payout. He reveals that he bent the truth a little, claiming they had to deal with two mad skulls and even piglets on top of that. By making the mission sound far more dangerous than expected, he managed to demand a much larger reward in coins. In the end, the total payout reached an unbelievable 110 gold coins. The mercenaries immediately cheer for their captain, clearly impressed by how cleverly he turned a dangerous hunt into a much bigger payday. Wu Jin looks at him and asks how they still managed to receive that much money when they never actually fought the mother mad skull. Jonathan simply gives him a sly, knowing look, as if he has been waiting for the chance to explain his little trick. Jonathan casually admits that he told the client a harmless little lie to secure the reward. In his mind, as long as nobody catches you, that lie might as well become the truth. The mercenaries laugh right along with him, some even raising their thumbs in approval of the successful scam. None of them seem bothered by the dishonesty at all, especially since the extra money benefits the entire crew. Wu Jin quietly watches them from his seat, realizing that these people are more interesting than he first thought. After spending time with them, he is starting to see a side of the mercenaries he never expected when he first joined their hunt. Jonathan suddenly steps closer and claps a firm hand onto Wu Jin's shoulder, pulling his attention back to the table. The captain's expression makes it clear that he holds the newcomer's combat ability in very high regard after what happened in the ruins. Then Jonathan shocks everyone by offering to give Wu Jin half of the entire payout. He looks around at the rest of the crew and openly asks if anyone has a problem with such a huge split. Wu Jin stares down at the gold in front of him, completely caught off guard. He had honestly expected these mercenaries to cheat him or cut him short, but instead, they are being far more fair than he ever imagined. Jonathan refuses to back down and tells him plainly that without his help, every one of them would have been dead. To the captain, this reward is not charity at all, but a sign of respect that Wu Jin has fully earned. The captain explains that since the base reward has already increased so much, there is more than enough for everyone to receive a proper share. He insists that giving Wu Jin this amount is exactly what the crew wants for the teammate who saved them. The other mercenaries laugh warmly and give approving thumbs up, showing that they are completely fine with the arrangement. After watching Wu Jin face that massive beast alone, they have clearly grown much more comfortable treating him as one of their own. Wu Jin scratches his cheek, feeling a little awkward as he admits to himself that their buffs and traps really did help him more than he expected. For the first time, he begins to wonder if fighting with a team might not be such a bad thing after all. He lowers his gaze to the drink in front of him, quietly taking in the warmth of the moment. Maybe, just maybe, not everyone in this harsh world is trying to use him or stab him in the back, and that feeling is strangely refreshing. To show his gratitude, Wu Jin offers to cover everyone's drinks for the night. The moment those words leave his mouth, the entire tavern bursts into cheers, and the mercenaries instantly realize he knows exactly how to spend his hard-earned gold. Soon, everyone is raising mugs and gulping down ale like they have no intention of stopping anytime soon. After surviving such a dangerous mission together, the whole crew is fully prepared to drink until they forget every bit of stress from the hunt. In the middle of all the noise and laughter, Wu Jin notices Claire quietly standing up from the table. While everyone else is busy celebrating like there is no tomorrow, he can't help wondering where she is going by herself. Claire tells him she is only stepping outside to practice a bit of magic before turning in for the night. Even during a celebration, she seems unable to fully relax, always focused on sharpening her skills one step further. Wu Jin watches her leave, genuinely surprised that she still wants to train after such a long and exhausting hunt. That kind of dedication is not something he can ignore, and deep down he finds himself respecting it. Later that night, Claire sits quietly on a hill beneath the shining light of a huge full moon. A soft blue mana aura surrounds her body, wrapping the area around her in a calm, beautiful glow as she begins to meditate. Her eyes remain closed as she focuses on the energy flowing through her body from head to toe. Compared to the loud, drunken celebration back at the tavern, this place feels peaceful and almost sacred under the moonlight. Wu Jin watches from the shadows, thinking she must already be exhausted after the day they had. Even so, Claire continues training without complaint, and that stubborn effort leaves him genuinely impressed. His gaze lingers on the blue light gathering around her, and the word magic keeps echoing inside his head. Until now, he has mostly relied on physical strength, but seeing Claire use mana makes him realize how useful and flexible this kind of power could be. Wu Jin starts wondering if learning magic himself could make him an even more efficient hunter. After witnessing Claire's power during the fight, a new ambition quietly begins to stir inside him. Jin suddenly catches Claire off guard by asking her to teach him magic. To his surprise, she agrees almost immediately, and her eager expression is far more enthusiastic than he expected. Claire sets down a heavy crate and admits that she had already been looking for some way to thank him. Jin is slightly stunned by how smoothly everything is falling into place, as if his request worked faster than he planned. She remembers the terrifying moment when the mad skull came charging straight toward them. Anyone else might have hesitated or run, but Jin stepped in and saved her life, so sharing her knowledge with him feels like the least she can do. Jonathan steps in and warns Jin that magic is not something a person can master in just one night, no matter how talented they are. On top of that, the group is scheduled to leave the village in only 2 days, so the captain offers a simple solution and suggests that Jin should just travel with them. At the same time, he cannot help wondering why a hunter this powerful would even want to follow along with their mercenary group. Jonathan claps a hand onto Jin's shoulder and calls him a brave wolf, the kind of person who probably feels most comfortable moving alone. Even through the teasing tone, it is clear that the mercenaries deeply respect the strength he has shown. Jin looks at him with a flat, unimpressed expression, thinking Jonathan is making him seem far more dignified than he actually feels. In truth, he only wants the magic lessons, but for now, he decides to play along. Choosing to lie a little, Jean casually asks where the group is heading next. Jonathan answers that their next destination is the 4th Pioneer City, where a very profitable new job is waiting for them. Jean immediately pretends that the timing is a complete coincidence, claiming he was already planning to head in that direction anyway. Then he asks if they would mind letting him join their caravan for the trip. Jonathan and Claire exchange a look, both realizing at once that Jean is a terrible liar. They can tell he has taken the bait perfectly, but instead of calling him out, they are simply glad to have him coming with them. Jonathan throws his head back and laughs, calling it a wonderful coincidence as he pulls Jean into a rough, friendly hug. Both he and Claire are clearly delighted to have such a strong and reliable ally joining the journey. Jean turns slightly away from the group with a small, knowing smirk on his face. His next destination has now been decided, and with it, he moves one step closer to uncovering the secrets behind magic. Soon, the group sets out across the wilderness, but they are not traveling on ordinary horses. Instead, they ride atop a colossal armored creature so large that its body towers over the surrounding trees. This enormous beast is known as a Tarask, a monster bred specifically for transporting heavy loads. It is one of the rare magical creatures that humanity has actually managed to domesticate and use in daily life. Jean looks up at the giant porter, completely stunned by its overwhelming size. Seeing it in action makes him realize that in this world, monsters like this are the normal way to move heavy goods across long distances. Jonathan waves everyone forward, eager to get moving because the road ahead is still long. With that, their journey toward the 4th Pioneer City officially begins. That night, Jean sits in quiet meditation beneath the glow of another massive full moon. As he tries to follow Claire's teachings, he quickly learns that mastering something entirely new is much harder than it looks. He thinks about why learning feels so painfully difficult and realizes the worst part is the endless repetition. Sweat runs down his face and soaks his body, but even then, he refuses to give up on trying to sense the mana around him. Claire demonstrates by forming a small glowing orb of light, explaining that progress in magic comes slowly and patiently over time. Jean watches her every move closely, trying to understand the feeling of energy gathering in the air. Jean grits his teeth as frustration starts to build, feeling as if he has already slammed into a wall right at the beginning. For any normal person, repeating the same mental exercise over and over again would be painfully exhausting, and now he is feeling that struggle firsthand. But this kind of suffering is something Jean understands far too well. As the frustration presses down on him, his thoughts drift back to the days he spent traveling with Claire, and he realizes that everything he survived before has already trained him for pain like this. His mind sinks even deeper, returning to the 12 years of pure torment he endured inside the Magion. Living through that nightmare of a world demanded a level of mental toughness that ordinary hunters could never even begin to imagine. Those long years in that hellish place had hardened Jean far beyond the level of an average hunter. Now, sitting alone in the darkness of the forest, he gathers every bit of his willpower and fixes it on one single goal. Then, without warning, a tiny blue spark flickers to life right in front of him. After days of empty silence and failure, Jean finally feels something respond, as if the mana in the air has begun to acknowledge his presence. Jean keeps his eyes locked on that faint blue spark, barely daring to breathe as he finally senses mana after 10 full days of struggle. The grind is brutal, but he has endured far worse during the years he spent fighting just to survive. Claire claps her hands in excitement, clearly thrilled that he has finally started to feel the flow of magic. Jean looks completely drained, but there is relief in his eyes now, because he has finally touched the true nature of the energy he has been chasing. Jean can hardly believe it took him 10 whole days just to reach this tiny first step. The realization hits him hard, reminding him that learning magic in this world is not a simple shortcut, but a long and punishing climb. Claire honestly admits that when it comes to talent, he is actually pretty slow. But before that can crush his confidence, she quickly encourages him, reminding him that most people go their entire lives without ever sensing mana at all. Now that Jean has finally cleared the first obstacle, Claire reaches into her bag and prepares the next part of his training. Sensing mana was only the beginning, and now he has to learn how to actually hold that power inside his body. She carefully pours a glowing, pale blue liquid into a small silver basin, letting the strange light ripple across its surface. This special elixir is an important part of the ritual they are about to perform beneath the quiet moonlit sky. Then, with a completely serious expression, Claire tells Jean to take off his clothes. While she puts on her gloves and focuses on the preparation, she seems totally absorbed in the technical side of the magic infusion. Jean freezes on the spot, his eyes widening in pure shock and confusion. Out of everything he expected from his first real magic lesson in the forest, This was definitely not the kind of instruction he saw coming. Deep in the forest that night, the entire clearing is lit only by the enormous full moon hanging overhead. The air feels still and quiet, creating the perfect setting for a delicate ritual that could easily become dangerous if anything goes wrong. Claire dips her fingers into the cool, glowing liquid she prepared earlier, coating them in soft blue light. That special substance will serve as the medium she needs to draw the magic circle directly onto Jin's bare skin. As Claire begins tracing the magic circle, her eyes fall on the deep, jagged scars carved across Jin's muscular back. Each old wound looks like a silent record of the brutal battles and harsh years he has already survived. At last, the ritual setup is complete, and the glowing pattern across Jin's back shines with a fierce, almost mesmerizing light. Claire warns him to focus carefully and feel the energy as she prepares to push the magic into him. Jin lowers himself into a deep state of meditation, closing his eyes so he can shut out every distraction around him. He understands that this next step is critical, so he sharpens his mind and steadies himself for the mana infusion. Claire moves her hand close to the magic circle, and the air around them begins to vibrate with power. The ritual finally begins in earnest, and the quiet forest suddenly grows heavy with an intense, invisible pressure. A brilliant blue light bursts outward as mana starts pouring into Jin's body through the prepared path. The raw power surges through him all at once, creating a sensation unlike anything he has ever experienced before. The entire campsite is swallowed in a radiant blue glow as the ritual rises toward its peak. Jin grits his teeth against the pressure, realizing that this power is far stronger and more overwhelming than he first imagined. Deep inside his body, Jin feels a thick, surging energy moving through him, heavy enough to feel even denser than blood. The mana is not just flowing through him anymore. It is carving out its own path inside his physical form. Claire asks if he can feel the mana moving through him, and Jin confirms that it is definitely there. The sensation is intense and almost suffocating, but he keeps himself together far better than most beginners ever could. Claire explains that he has now taken the very first true step toward becoming a mage. According to her, the basics of magic are built around 3 major stages that every beginner must eventually overcome. The first stage is sensing mana, but that was only the starting point. The real challenge is learning how to contain that energy within the body, and after that comes the final stage, actually using stored mana to create spells in the real world. Since Jin is handling the infusion better than expected, Claire decides they should go straight into the second stage. This next step requires her to guide the mana even deeper into his body, toward the center of his physical core. Her instructions are simple, but carrying them out is anything but easy. Jin has to control the flowing energy and direct it toward his heart, almost like holding his breath, except the thing trapped inside him is raw magical power instead of air. Sweat beads across Jin's skin as he struggles to keep the huge amount of mana under control. His body is being pushed to become a vessel, something capable of storing that unstable energy inside itself without breaking. The magic starts to surge wildly, and the pressure blasts leaves across the clearing like a sudden storm. Claire stays completely focused, forcing the energy forward and pushing the ritual to its limit so she can finish the process. The magic circle on Jin's back flares with blinding intensity as the path finally begins to lock into place. He grits his teeth through the pain, but before either of them can fully react, the world around them starts to disappear. Claire's mind is suddenly dragged into a terrifying void of darkness. In front of her, a colossal mantis-like beast rises from the abyss, its presence so unnatural and overwhelming that it feels closer to a nightmare than anything human. The creature is unbelievably huge, its green body covered in sharp, jagged spikes that make it look even more monstrous. It looms over Claire and stares down at her with a predatory hunger that sends fear straight through her soul. Several glowing red eyes blink across the monster's face, each one seeming to pierce right through her. Claire realizes this is not some simple vision or ordinary manifestation, but something much older, darker, and more dangerous hiding inside Jin. Her consciousness begins to flicker as a cold, heavy energy wraps around her like a suffocating grip. In that moment, horror strikes her heart as she realizes that Jin's inner world is fundamentally twisted in a way it should never be. Blue mana whips around her in violent spirals, turning the connection into a storm that threatens to swallow her whole. Claire is trapped in a mental whirlpool, desperately struggling to pull herself back into the real world before it is too late. Back in the forest, the ritual has collapsed into a chaotic surge of unstable energy. Claire stares at Jin in complete disbelief, her body trembling from the terrifying glimpse she just witnessed inside him. She gasps sharply for air as her own magical reserves begin getting ripped away from her. At this pace, Jin is going to drain every last drop of mana from her body before she can stop the ritual. Even as Claire desperately tries to escape, she cannot break free from the dangerous pull surrounding her. Then, all at once, a wolf's tail sweeps in from behind, wraps around her, and yanks her away from the collapsing ritual. Mutt steps out from the shadows, his blue eyes glowing with a powerful, eerie light. The massive red wolf lifts Claire away from danger, standing there like a silent guardian protecting both her and Jean at the same time. Claire stands frozen, still shaken as she wonders where this creature suddenly came from. She has never seen anything like Mutt before, especially a beast capable of intervening in a magic ritual and saving her at the perfect moment. Mutt fixes his gaze on her, his presence both noble and terrifying as he stands near Jean. He does not attack her, but the way he guards his master makes it painfully clear that he is far more than an ordinary animal. Still sweating and frightened, Claire wonders if Mutt actually understood that she was in danger. Did the wolf step out of the darkness on purpose to save her before Jin's mana could completely consume her? Jean turns his head and looks over his shoulder, noticing Claire collapsed on the ground in shock. From his calm expression, it is obvious he has no idea what kind of horror she just experienced inside his mind. He asks if she is all right, his voice remaining steady even as the last traces of chaotic energy fade from the clearing. Jean has no clue that Claire just saw the monstrous presence hiding deep within his soul. Claire struggles to find her voice, shaken by the realization that she has just glimpsed Jin's mental world. That inner space is supposed to reflect a person's true power and inner nature, which makes what she saw even more terrifying. She explains that every person has a unique mental realm shaped by their life experiences. Most of the time, those places are calm or at least understandable, but the world she saw inside Jean was nothing short of a nightmare. The memory of those countless red eyes flashes through her mind again, chilling her with their cold and empty gaze. Never before has she sensed such an ominous, predatory presence lurking inside a human being. When Claire looks at Jean now, she can still see the shadowy outline of that enormous mantis-like monster looming behind him. The contrast between Jin's calm face and the horror clinging to him makes the sight even more frightening. Claire forces herself to stand, her expression turning deadly serious as she faces him directly. She needs answers now, and with clear desperation in her voice, she asks him to finally tell her the truth. Then she asks the question that has been burning in her mind ever since the ritual went wrong. At some point in the past, did Jean possibly consume a forbidden mana core? Jean blinks at her, looking slightly confused by the sudden intensity in her voice and the strange question she just threw at him. Jean does not seem to understand the seriousness of what Claire is saying at all. From the calm look on his face, it is obvious he has no idea that eating those cores is considered a guaranteed death sentence for almost any human. Claire is talking about the crystalline essences hidden deep inside monster bodies, the dangerous cores most people would never dare touch. Jean simply looks at her and casually admits that yes, he has eaten those things plenty of times before. Claire nearly loses control the moment she hears that, her voice exploding in pure shock as she realizes he actually survived after eating a core. She immediately presses him for answers, frantically asking when he started doing it and how many of those things he has swallowed. Jean answers as if he is talking about an ordinary eating habit, casually revealing that he has been snacking on monster cores for 10 straight years. And if he had to guess, the total number he has gulped down by now is probably in the tens of thousands. Jean still looks completely clueless about why Claire is panicking so hard, so he asks if there is really a problem with it. Claire immediately snaps back at him, practically shouting that calling it a problem does not even begin to describe how insane his situation is. Claire's voice starts to tremble as she tries to explain just how horrifying this really is. In this world, when a human consumes even a single monster core, the consequences are supposed to be absolute and almost always irreversible. She stares at him with wide, terrified eyes and lays out the cruel truth like a death sentence. A normal person would either die instantly from the overwhelming power inside the core, or survive only long enough to mutate into a mindless monster that rampages without reason. Under the glowing full moon, Jean stands there with his posture calm and steady, while his eyes flash a sharp, predatory red. Claire is terrified for what might be happening to his soul, but Jin's attention remains fixed on the incredible power he has somehow managed to master. In the demonic realm, there exists a muddy and corrupt energy known as karma, also called retribution. This sinister power is the root source behind the horrifying mutations spreading throughout the world. Any living being that absorbs that energy is forced through a terrifying transformation. Their body changes, their nature twists, and they awaken strange, dangerous abilities that should never belong to normal creatures. At the very center of those mutations lies the monster core, a dense nucleus where accumulated karma gathers and hardens inside the beast. That core pulses with the dangerous power that created the monster in the first place. Jean and his companions continue making their way through the forest, moving along the rough path beneath the trees. But Claire walks in silence, clearly lost in thought and still deeply disturbed by what Jean confessed to her. Her thoughts keep circling back to the Dark Priests, a fanatical group of mad believers who worship the very monsters that humans are supposed to hunt and destroy. Ever since the gate opened and karma began spreading across the world like a curse, those cultists have become another kind of plague. Wherever monsters brought terror, the dark priests followed with their own twisted faith. Those lunatics did not merely worship the beasts from afar. They treated monsters like divine angels, and some even started consuming monster cores themselves in the desperate hope of becoming like them. Their devotion became so warped that they even offered other humans as sacrifices to the monsters. In the end, they fully embraced the path of the demented, abandoning any trace of normal humanity. But what truly shakes Claire is not the cultists themselves. It is Jin's confession that he has eaten cores for 10 years, and according to his own casual estimate, the number has already reached the tens of thousands. Even staring at the strange, multi-eyed surface of a monster core is enough to make most people's skin crawl. To ordinary humans, these things are not food or medicine, but concentrated poison filled with corrupt energy. Claire briefly wonders if Jin could somehow be a dark priest himself. But she quickly throws that thought away, because no real cultist would speak so openly about it, and none of them would casually reveal their mental world to her like this. As Jin casually dismantles another monster in front of her, Claire wonders if he simply never understood how dangerous the cores were when he first started eating them. Maybe to him it had only been a survival habit from the beginning. Jin lifts a fresh monster core in his hand and looks at it with the same casual expression someone might have while holding a midday snack. Claire watches with a visibly pained expression as Jin starts chewing on it without hesitation. No matter how hard she tries, she cannot understand why any sane person would willingly eat something so disgusting and dangerous. Jin explains that he picked up the habit by watching other monsters do the same thing. To Claire, that answer only makes him even harder to understand, and with every bite, he becomes more of a mystery. Claire warns him that he has only survived this long because of some impossible stroke of luck. If he keeps eating monster cores, she insists that they will eventually either turn him into a monster or kill him outright. Jin keeps his thoughts hidden behind a calm expression. He knows his own existence completely contradicts everything Claire is telling him, and that makes him quietly question whether her information is truly accurate. Even so, he cannot ignore the strange side effects inside himself. After his recent kills, he felt almost nothing, and the urge to fight keeps growing stronger, becoming harder and harder to push down. For one brief moment, his eye flashes with a sinister red light. Whether Jin wants to admit it or not, the cores are clearly changing something deep inside him. When Jin gives her a vague, half-hearted answer and says he will try to stop, Claire refuses to accept it. She immediately demands that he quit right now, without excuses, delays, or loopholes. Then Claire delivers another shocking warning. If Jin continues eating monster cores, he will not only lose his life one day, but also lose the ability to use magic completely. For the first time, Jin actually looks worried, but not because she just mentioned death. Claire is completely floored when she realizes he is more concerned about losing magic than losing his own life. Claire lets out a tired sigh and explains that in his current condition, normal mana manifestation is probably already beyond his reach. But she quickly adds that not everything is hopeless. Even if ordinary magic may be difficult for him, he should still be able to use something called mana arts, which works a little differently. The moment Jin hears that term, his attention sharpens. Mana arts sounds exactly like the kind of new weapon and advantage he has been searching for in this world. At last, the group reaches the fourth pioneer city, a massive stronghold built to endure the horrors spilling out from the demonic realm. Its walls and streets carry the feeling of a place made for survival. The city square is absolutely packed with people. Mercenaries and hunters from every direction have gathered there, filling the air with loud voices, restless movement, and chaotic excitement. Jin is surprised by the sheer number of mercenaries gathered in one place, but Claire tells him not to waste his shock on the crowd alone. According to her, the real reason all these people came here is much bigger than that. Then the crowd begins to part as a figure of authority walks into the square. This operation is not merely large in scale. It is important enough to be personally overseen by a holy knight. Holy Knight Raymond strides through the square with an overwhelming air of authority around him. Just his presence is enough to make the rowdy mercenaries fall silent, as if everyone instinctively understands his status. Jin watches Raymond pass by, quietly sensing a heavy pressure from the knight that feels different from anything he has encountered before. Raymond's aura is intense, sharp, and frighteningly refined, like a blade polished through countless battles. Jin realizes almost immediately that this man stands on a completely different level from ordinary humans. Jin asks if this many people always gather just because a holy knight is involved. Claire explains that the real reason is the name attached to the request, a famous title known as the Golden Bug Wolf. Jin innocently asks if the golden bug is some kind of insect monster. Claire looks at him in disbelief, struggling to believe that he is asking the question seriously. Claire can only shake her head at him. By now, She is starting to understand that outside of hunting and fighting, Jean knows almost nothing about the famous people and major names of this world. Jonathan steps in and explains that the Golden Bug was once the greatest businessman in the world. He was a true tycoon, a man with so much wealth and so many assets that he counted among the richest people alive. But that legendary life recently came to an abrupt end when the tycoon died quite suddenly. Jean asks if the man was assassinated, but Jonathan tells him that such talk is only rumor. The truth behind the Golden Bug's death remains unclear, and no one can say for certain what really happened. The tycoon left behind 2 sons, and that is where the mercenaries enter the picture. Someone has to escort those sons, along with their massive inheritance, to the safety behind the city's inner barrier. In other words, this is a high-stakes escort mission involving a literal fortune. Protecting the heirs and their enormous legacy has become the biggest and most tempting request in the entire city. Jean finally understands why the square is overflowing with mercenaries. With that much money tied to one mission, it is no surprise that every hunter in the city wants a chance to grab a piece of the action. The clerk's voice cuts through the noisy square as he calls out for the Black Marlin mercenary group. At last, it is Jonathan's team's turn to step forward, confirm their place, and officially claim a spot in this highly sought-after mission. Jonathan can barely contain himself, his whole body buzzing with excitement like he has been waiting for this exact moment all day. Without wasting a second, he grabs Jean and practically drags him toward the registration desk, acting as if they are walking into the most important opportunity of their lives. Once they reach the desk, Jonathan immediately starts exaggerating with everything he has, proudly introducing Jean as the ultimate weapon of their mercenary group. He hypes him up as the man who single-handedly crushed a mad skull and even managed to tame a werewolf all on his own. Whispers spread through the nearby crowd the moment they hear the nickname Head Crusher. But when the other mercenaries look at Jin's slim frame, many of them start doubting whether someone who looks like that could really be as terrifying as the rumors claim. Jean is completely caught off guard by the ridiculous title Jonathan has thrown onto him. But Jonathan only flashes a cheeky grin and tells him to play along for a little while, clearly hoping the reputation will help them secure the job. From the balcony above, Raymond quietly watches the whole exchange with his sharp blue eyes. He does not interrupt or say a word, but his gaze stays fixed on the newcomer, showing that Jean has already caught his attention. The deal is finalized soon after. The job pays 100 gold coins just to move luggage, with the group scheduled to depart at sunrise the next morning, making it an unbelievable reward for what sounds like simple transport work. Jonathan is fired up, ready to start moving as soon as possible. Jean, on the other hand, is completely stunned that anyone would offer that much money just to have a few boxes carried from one place to another. Jonathan explains the simple economics of the mercenary business to him. In this line of work, half of the pay comes from the actual labor, while the other half comes from the reputation and name value a group brings with it. Jean still cannot move past the nickname, so he asks what Head Crusher is even supposed to mean. Jonathan answers like it should be obvious, saying that the title comes from the reputation Jean has already started building. The meaning is exactly as brutal as it sounds. It is a name given to someone known for finishing monsters in the most savage way possible, by smashing their skulls until the fight is completely over. Jean lets out a tired sigh, looking deeply unimpressed by the whole thing. In his mind, whoever came up with that nickname must have had absolutely terrible taste. While the mercenaries celebrate landing such an incredible rate, Jin's thoughts are already somewhere else. To him, this sudden burst of fame might be exactly the tool he needs to get closer to the Holy Knights. He catches sight of Raymond and his apprentice stationed nearby, quietly observing everything from their position. If Jin can make them interested in him, then he may finally find a real chance to learn mana arts. Later that night, in the mercenary quarters, the pioneer city settles into a quieter mood, but Jin's plan is already beginning to move beneath the surface. The night then shifts to the local arena, a rough and violent place where blood, bets, and cheers all flow together. The crowd is roaring from the stands, hungry for another brutal match to begin. Inside the ring, two fighters tear into each other without restraint. It is a savage spectacle built for entertainment, where the rules are loose and the crowd only cares about seeing someone fall. Backstage, Jin stands in silence, calmly and methodically wrapping his hands as if preparing for something he has already decided the outcome of. Claire watches him with visible worry, unable to hide her concern over him willingly throwing himself into such a meat grinder. But Jin is not acting recklessly. He knows exactly why he has come here. He tells Claire not to worry, because this is all part of his plan. By stepping into the arena, he intends to draw the attention of the Holy Knights and create a path toward learning their techniques. Jin is betting on one simple truth. Knights like them are naturally drawn to people who display overwhelming and unusual strength. If he can force someone as powerful as Raymond to acknowledge him, then he will be in the perfect position to negotiate for better treatment and push closer to the knowledge he wants. Jin steps out into the arena with a calm expression, even though a massive opponent is already waiting for him in the ring. To him, this is not some terrifying challenge. It is a stage and he is here to perform. He locks eyes with his opponent, but his mind is focused far above the ring, on the Holy Knight watching from the balcony. Every move he makes from this point on is meant to prove his strength. The fight begins in a sudden blur of motion. Jin's opponent lunges at him with raw aggression, but Jin is already reading the man's movements before the attack fully arrives. A massive fist cuts through the air and whistles past Jin's head by mere inches. He slips away from it with effortless timing, his face completely calm despite the violence rushing past him. Jin answers with a devastating punch that lands cleanly and sends blood and teeth flying through the ring. The sound of the impact cracks across the arena, making the crowd explode with excitement. Before his opponent can even recover his balance, Jin reaches out and grabs him by the head. In that instant, everyone watching gets a clear reminder of why people have started calling him by that brutal nickname. He drives a crushing knee strike upward, folding the man over with terrifying efficiency. The move is cold, direct, and completely dominant, ending the exchange before his opponent can even fight back properly. The crowd erupts as Jin stands over the fallen fighter, their cheers shaking the arena. Almost immediately, another mercenary jumps into the ring, shouting that he will be the next one to face him. Jin lifts his gaze toward the balcony and spots Raymond watching him while casually taking a drink. That single glance tells him everything he needs to know. The bait has been taken. Jin lands another heavy blow on the new challenger, driving the man back with sheer force. He knows that simply getting Raymond's attention is not enough. He needs to make the Holy Knight remember him. He follows up with a sharp high kick that catches another fighter directly in the temple. If Jin wants a Holy Knight to take him seriously, he has to cut through every opponent they throw at him without hesitation. Another knee strike connects, and another body drops into the dirt. At this point, Jin is turning the arena into a one-man showcase, each fight ending faster and more brutally than the last. Up on the balcony, Raymond's face remains calm and unreadable, but his interest has clearly been stirred. He seems to be quietly wondering how a mere mercenary learned to fight with such ruthless skill. Jin stands alone in the center of the ring, surrounded by groaning bodies scattered around him. The crowd's cheers thunder from every side, growing louder with each opponent he defeats. Jin understands that once he defeats enough fighters in front of everyone, the Holy Knight will no longer be able to ignore him. At last, Raymond turns toward his apprentice, Rex, and gives a simple, direct order. He tells him to go down into the arena and fight that man. Rex looks deeply offended by the command, his pride clearly taking a hit. As an apprentice knight, he sees himself as far above common mercenaries, so the idea of lowering himself to fight one in an arena is insulting. From the arena floor, Jin watches the exchange with a faint smirk tugging at his lips. This is exactly the opening he has been waiting for, the true beginning of the plan he came here to carry out. But just as Rex prepares to step into the ring, Jin drops a shocking response. He refuses outright, turning the moment into a bold power move and using it to begin his negotiations for mana arts. Rex freezes where he stands, his expression twisting with rage and disbelief. A common mercenary daring to reject a knight's challenge is something he clearly never imagined could happen. Kim Woo-jin stands before the elite knights with an unreadable expression, refusing to show even the slightest hesitation. He knows this is the critical moment where his real plan to slip closer to their ranks finally begins. He says it again in a flat, steady voice, making his refusal impossible to misunderstand and leaving everyone watching stunned. Jin is not interested in just accepting any fight placed in front of him. He wants conditions that actually benefit him. Raymond looks taken aback, his brow tightening as he studies the bold mercenary below. It is rare for anyone to turn down a chance to cross paths with the knightly order, much less do it so openly in front of a crowd. Back near the mercenary dormitory, night has fully settled over the busy pioneer city, but the tension from the arena is still impossible to ignore. Claire watches everything with anxious eyes, clearly worried about the dangerous situation her companion has just thrown himself into. Jonathan looks just as stunned, staring as if he cannot fully process Jin's reckless behavior. Challenging expectations in front of figures that powerful is not something any normal mercenary would dare to do. Inside the arena, a confused murmur spreads through the crowd like a wave. No one can understand why the famous headcrusher would turn down such a prestigious challenge from someone connected to the Holy Knights. Rex takes the rejection terribly, his anger bursting out as he shouts at Jin to explain himself. To him, being dismissed by a common mercenary is a direct insult, and he cannot stand the idea that Jin would look down on him. While the apprentice completely loses control of his temper, Raymond stays unervingly composed. His face barely shifts, and his sharp gaze remains locked on Jin, as if he is trying to see past the mercenary's words and read the truth buried deep inside him. The Holy Knight then takes a measured step forward, his armor giving off a quiet weight with the movement. Looking Jean over carefully, he wonders aloud whether Jean is refusing the duel because he may have been injured during his earlier matches. Jean simply lifts his bandaged hand and waves it off like the question is nothing serious. With a relaxed expression, he makes it clear that his body is in excellent shape. Pain and wounds are not the reason he is holding back. Raymond's eyes narrow slightly as he presses the matter further. If Jean is not wounded, then he wants to know why the mercenary would refuse a duel. He clearly has no intention of letting Jean dodge the question and leave him guessing. Jean answers without dressing it up. He tells them straight that he is a mercenary, not some knight chasing honor or a warrior drunk on glory. What moves him is money and strength. So if they expect him to fight the apprentice of a holy knight, then naturally he expects proper payment. Then Jean throws out an offer to make the whole thing more entertaining. He suggests turning the duel into a bet, because he has no interest in risking his life in a sparring match for nothing but empty pride. Raymond looks at him with open skepticism, his expression almost asking whether Jean is serious. In his eyes, a common mercenary should not have anything valuable enough to interest a high-ranking knight. Jean admits that he may not be some noble hero or grand figure with a famous title, but as his mouth curls with confidence, he claims that when it comes to backing up his words, he has an absurd amount of money ready to speak for him. A moment later, Jean brings out a heavy sack packed with gold. The weight of it is obvious as it drops into view with a solid thud, drawing every nearby eye toward the glittering proof in his hand. The crowd immediately bursts into loud laughter, mocking him from every side. To them, Jean looks like a complete madman, trying to gamble with a holy knight who lives by discipline and honor. Everyone thinks the mercenary has no idea how far out of his depth he really is. Rex's face twists with anger as he takes Jin's attitude as a direct insult. His jaw tightens, his teeth grind together, and his glare burns into the mercenary who seems to think he can buy his way into this fight. Before Rex can snap, Raymond calmly places one hand on his apprentice's shoulder, stopping him in place. Then he turns his attention back to Jean and makes it clear that they have no need for his gold coins. But Raymond does not reject the idea of stakes entirely. Instead, the Holy Knight offers a different condition for the match, showing that he is willing to play Jin's game, just not by Jin's rules. Raymond proposes that both sides agree to give up any claim for damages or injuries suffered during the duel. No compensation afterward, no complaints, no legal consequences, only a bare, unforgiving contest of strength. In Raymond's eyes, this kind of agreement suits a fight between warriors far better than a pile of coins. If they are going to clash, then both sides should accept the danger with their own bodies. Inside, Jean is absolutely delighted by the offer. With liability removed, he no longer has to worry about holding back. He can beat the apprentice as much as he wants, and not a single coin will leave his pocket in compensation. A confident grin spreads across Jin's face as he accepts the terms without hesitation. He tells them that once the duel is over and Rex is lying on the ground, he will decide what price he wants. Soon after, the two fighters move into position inside the arena. The noise around them seems to tighten into a heavy silence, and the tension hanging in the air feels sharp enough to cut. Rex locks his stance, his eyes burning with cold, furious determination. To him, this is no longer just a duel. He is going to make this arrogant mercenary pay for every disrespectful word. Jean narrows his eyes and focuses every sense on the opponent in front of him. The loose, joking mercenary act fades away, and what remains is the stare of someone who has survived too many deadly battles to take this lightly. The spectators go wild around the arena, shouting and throwing out bets with reckless excitement. Some are even willing to wager their entire fortunes on the head crusher somehow pulling off an upset against a knight's apprentice. Claire warns Jean from the side, telling him to give a signal if the fight becomes too dangerous. But Jean only answers casually, telling her not to worry. From the look in his eyes, he believes he has everything under control. "I'll win," Jean says, his voice low, flat, and completely certain. After surviving 12 brutal years in hell, he has no intention of falling here to someone who is still only an apprentice. Rex turns to his master and asks how far he is allowed to go. Raymond, watching Jean carefully, tells him to give it everything. He understands that this mercenary is not the kind of opponent who can be handled casually. From the stands, Raymond continues to observe in silence, his face calm but his eyes deeply focused. He already knows this will not be a quick or easy victory for his student. Rex accepts the order and begins drawing out his power. A golden energy starts to gather around his body, swirling and pulsing like heat rising off a blazing flame. The crowd gasps as the legendary mana arts appear before their eyes. Cheers explode through the arena, with many spectators already convinced that the Holy Knight side is destined to win. Rex slams one foot down with a heavy thud, planting himself firmly into the arena floor. The pressure from his mana surges outward, cracking the ground beneath him and making the surface buckle under the force. Then, in a burst of golden light, Rex launches forward with terrifying speed. His body becomes a flashing blur, moving so fast that most of the crowd can barely follow where he went. Jean manages to track the movement, but even he immediately understands the difference. This kid is nothing like the street thugs and reckless fighters he is used to crushing. This is a real opponent. A polished, powerful strike cuts through the air toward him, the force behind it clean and deadly. Jean is forced onto the defensive at once, twisting away just in time to avoid taking the full blow head-on. Even with the dodge, the attack still clips him. Blood bursts from Jin's mouth as the impact rattles through his body, and he instantly realizes that if a technique like that lands cleanly, it could genuinely kill him. But instead of fear, fascination flashes across Jin's face. His eyes widen as he feels the power of mana arts directly for the first time, and rather than retreating, the danger only seems to make him more excited. He slips past the next follow-up by the narrowest margin. His senses sharpened to their limit. This is no longer just a duel for him. Every movement from Rex is becoming a lesson in the power Jean desperately wants to understand and master. Rex surges forward again, his fist wrapped in bright golden mana as he throws everything into his opening assault. He is determined to make Jean feel the overwhelming gap between a wandering mercenary and someone trained under a holy knight. The strike lands with a massive shockwave, sending sparks of energy scattering across the arena floor. Dust erupts into the air from the force, swallowing the impact point and making it look, for a moment, as though the battle has already ended. Jean is blasted backward, but instead of crashing down, he lands smoothly on his feet with almost feline balance. He wipes a thin smear of blood from his chin, looking less wounded than mildly annoyed as he calmly checks the damage. Rex refuses to stop talking down to him, calling Jean a wild beast who cannot understand the true power of a holy knight. The fact that the mercenary is still standing clearly offends him more than he wants to admit. The arena erupts into chaos, the spectators stunned to see the head crusher being driven back like this. At the sidelines, Jonathan and Claire watch with tense expressions, both realizing that this apprentice is on a completely different level from Jin's earlier opponents. Claire clenches her jaw as her eyes stay fixed on Jean. She says nothing, but the worry is clear on her face as she silently hopes he can stay safe, knowing exactly how dangerous knights can become once they start fighting seriously. Raymond remains silent as he watches the duel unfold, his expression giving almost nothing away, but his eyes follow every step, every block, and every hesitation, as if he is breaking the fight apart piece by piece in his mind. Rex keeps pressing the attack, golden trails of mana cutting through the air behind each punch. He is trying to drown Jean in speed and magical force before the mercenary can find any room to breathe. Jean lifts his bandaged arm and blocks a blow that could have shattered an ordinary man's ribs. Yet he barely reacts to the impact, his gaze fixed not on the pain, but on the structure and flow of Rex's technique. Raymond's eyes sharpen as a strange unease begins to settle in his chest. Something about Jin's rhythm feels wrong, not weak exactly, but unnatural in a way he cannot ignore. He remembers how Jean had destroyed every previous opponent with ruthless, overwhelming force, ending those fights with a single crushing blow. Compared to that brutal dominance, Jin's current defensive posture feels far too restrained, almost as if he is deliberately holding himself back. Then Raymond realizes what is bothering him. Jean is moving far too passively right now. It does not look like he is truly trying to fight back at all. Instead, he seems to be waiting, watching, and searching for something specific. Rex lets out a fierce shout, forcing the last of his strength into one final decisive attack. He wants to crush this humiliation completely and end the mercenary's defiance once and for all. His fist surges forward, packed with a massive charge of mana that burns like a small golden star. The air around his hand twists and ripples, distorted by the sheer intensity of the power gathered there. Jean is swallowed by the center of the blast. Dust and broken debris explode outward in every direction, and the arena floor cracks violently beneath him from the force of the impact. From where the spectators are standing, it looks like Rex's attack has landed directly. But when the dust slowly begins to settle, the impossible sight comes into view. Jean is still standing there perfectly fine, rooted in place like he never moved at all. He did not dodge the attack. From what everyone can see, he either caught it or knocked it aside with nothing but his bare hand. Up in the stands, Jonathan shoots to his feet, his face drained of color as shock takes over. He can barely process what his eyes just witnessed, and he blurts out whether something like that is even possible for a human being. Rex freezes where he stands, his whole body stiffening as the terrifying truth finally sinks in. His strongest move, the attack he had poured everything into, did absolutely nothing. In that instant, all the confidence on his face vanishes. Jean remains standing in the settling dust, calm as ever, with fresh blood still trailing from the corner of his chin. But his eyes are bright with satisfaction, because now he has seen exactly what he wanted to see. Then he tells Rex that the measurement is over. He has finished judging the apprentice's combat power, and the playful edge in his voice disappears completely, replaced by something colder and far more dangerous. Jean slowly tightens his hand into a fist, and the entire atmosphere around the arena seems to shift with that one movement. The casual mood is gone now. He is finished standing there as the target. Before Rex can even react, Jean closes the distance in an instant and drives one brutal punch straight into the apprentice's chest. The blow lands with such crushing weight that the impact ripples outward like a shockwave. Rex's eyes bulge as all the air is blasted from his lungs. A broken gasp leaves his mouth, and for the first time in his life, he feels a raw physical force so overwhelming that his body cannot even understand it. Raymond stares from the sidelines, stunned by what he has just seen. That was not a spell, not a mana art, not some enhanced technique. A plain, unstrengthened punch did that to his student, and he begins to realize what kind of monster is standing in the arena. Rex drops hard to his knees, coughing violently as he fights just to stay conscious and keep himself upright. The golden mana shield that had protected him a moment earlier is gone, shattered completely by that single hit. Jean looks down at him with a dark, satisfied smirk, as if the result was exactly what he expected. He nods to himself, seeing that the Holy Knight's apprentice was not nearly as sturdy as all that confidence made him seem. Standing over his fallen opponent, Jean looks strangely refreshed despite the attacks he had taken earlier. He understands at once that Rex only survived that last punch because some of the mana protection had still been clinging to his body. Rex struggles to keep his eyes open, saliva and blood dripping from his chin, as he lifts his gaze toward Jean. Terror spreads across his face, and now everyone watching can finally see how wide the gap between them truly is. Jean steps closer, cracking his knuckles with a slow, ominous sound. Then he asks how many more hits like that Rex can take, making it clear that he is perfectly ready to continue until the boy has nothing left. Before Jean can move any farther, a white cloak suddenly sweeps into view. Raymond steps between them without hesitation, cutting off the duel before it can turn into a one-sided massacre. Raymond brings the match to an end and declares Rex's defeat on the spot. He knows that if this fight continues even a little longer, his apprentice may not survive another minute. Then Raymond meets Jin's eyes directly and promises that, as the winner, Jean will receive the request he asked for earlier. Even with his pride wounded, the Holy Knight still intends to honor his word. Jean lets out a small sigh, looking more annoyed than satisfied now that the fight has been stopped. Just when he was beginning to enjoy himself and explore more of those mana arts, Raymond cut everything short. Even so, a faint smile soon creeps across Jin's face. The duel may have ended early, but his real objective has already been achieved. The Order Alliance is watching him now, exactly the way he wanted. The arena erupts into absolute chaos, with the crowd roaring at the top of their lungs and chanting the name of the head crusher as he leaves the stage. They have just witnessed the birth of something that feels like a legend. Far from the arena, the scene moves across the city to the enormous Gothic estate, once owned by the late tycoon, Golden Bug Wolf. The mansion looms in the darkness, dripping with old wealth, heavy shadows, and the feeling of buried secrets. Inside the mansion, the quiet is broken by the wet, messy sound of someone devouring food. The eating is so frantic and animal-like that it feels less like a meal and more like a desperate struggle. The ones gorging themselves are Derek and Cedric, the two sons of Golden Bug Wolf. They sit surrounded by mountains of food, shoveling it into their mouths as if they have been starving for weeks. Between mouthfuls, they grumble about the Order Alliance taking 10 whole days to move them safely behind the inner city walls. To them, the knights are nothing more than overpriced bastards who are taking too long to do their job. One of the sons scoffs through the grease on his lips, saying the knights are all talk and have nothing real to show for it. Even after paying them a massive fortune for protection, his arrogance still spills out as thickly as the food smeared across his face. For a moment, the two of them stop eating and look uneasy. Their complaints fade into fear as they wonder whether their bodies will even hold out long enough for the evacuation to begin. Then the moonlight spills across their backs, revealing the horrifying truth they have been trying to ignore. Pulsing blue parasitic growths cover their flesh, glowing under the pale light as they slowly transform into the very monsters they fear. The clusters of blue growths throb with an unnatural glow, each round sac twitching like something alive beneath the skin. Dark, fibrous strands stretch between them, weaving through the flesh and fastening the parasites more deeply into their bodies. Elsewhere, Raymond stands beside a massive tree and begins explaining the foundation of mana arts. For any warrior who wants to push past ordinary limits, this skill is one of the most important steps forward. He explains that mana arts allow a person to handle mana as naturally as if it were another part of their own body. Once mastered, that power can greatly strengthen the body and raise physical ability to a completely different level. Raymond grips the handle of his blade, and a soft golden light begins to shine from his hand. The strength of the technique, he makes clear, depends entirely on how deeply the user has mastered the flow of that energy. With one smooth motion, the Holy Knight unleashes the Holy Flame Strike. A huge arc of golden fire tears through the air, blazing forward and burning everything in its path to ash. The force of that devastating strike echoes through the quiet morning air. Birds explode from the nearby trees in a frantic blur, scattering into the sky as the sound rolls across the area. Raymond slides his sword back into its sheath with effortless precision, his expression still perfectly calm. Then he turns back toward the others, as if that overwhelming display was nothing more than part of an ordinary lesson. Rex immediately breaks into enthusiastic applause, his face glowing with open admiration. The effortless power Raymond just displayed has completely captivated him, and he cannot hide how impressed he is. The red-haired apprentice knight is so excited that he blurts out how anyone could possibly be that perfect. The silver-haired knight simply gives a calm nod, then tells him that it is his turn to try. Rex rushes forward with a broad grin, eager to pour everything he has into the attempt. He is determined to prove that he can handle the basics and live up to his master's expectations. Watching all of this from a distance, Kim Woo-jin finds his thoughts drifting back to his own wolf. Seeing Rex's bright-eyed devotion, he quietly wonders if this is what a human looks like when they are truly and completely loyal. Jean looks toward the tree stumps that were sliced cleanly apart, studying the smooth cuts left behind by the mana arts. The technique is clearly far more refined than anything the apprentice managed during their duel. Even so, a trace of skepticism lingers in his mind. The technique is impressive and flashy, but he cannot help wondering whether a simple, sharp blade should be enough to accomplish the same result. Noticing that Jin's attention has started to wander, Raymond calls out to him and tells him to focus. Jin gives a small nod, steps forward, and takes his place to try the technique for himself. The instructor moves behind him and carefully guides his posture as Jin prepares to draw his own weapon. Raymond tells him to imagine the way his muscles tighten when he flexes, and to use that sensation as the starting point. With his eyes closed, Raymond explains the core of the method. The key is to hold the mana firmly inside the muscles, not simply let it drift around, but pull it inward and make the energy part of the body itself. Jean draws in a slow breath and thinks back to the basic mana control Claire once showed him. He searches inside himself for that same familiar sensation, trying to grasp the flow buried deep within his body. Then, all at once, he feels a strange spark. A faint blue flame flickers near his cheek, small but unmistakable, showing that the mana inside him is beginning to answer his call. A surge of mana suddenly swirls around his body, catching Jean completely off guard. He had not realized that such a large amount of energy had been stored inside him all this time. As he senses it more clearly, Jean realizes the calm, light feeling of that energy is exactly like Claire's mana. It must have remained in his body from the time she helped him recover. But the harder he focuses, the more the blue light begins to change. Its color darkens into something strange and ominous, while purple strands of energy start crawling upward around his torso. Raymond watches him closely and calmly coaches him to begin moving the mana through his limbs. He suggests starting with small motions, letting the body learn the sensation little by little. But the moment the aura fully reveals itself, Raymond's calm expression breaks. His eyes widen as he stares at the dark, swirling energy pouring from Jin's body, unable to hide his shock. Jin's entire body is swallowed by a violent purple flame, the dark energy whipping and twisting around his blade like it has a will of its own. Compared to the clean golden light Raymond had shown earlier, this aura feels completely different, rougher, heavier, and far more ominous. Raymond can hardly believe what he is seeing. The fact that Jean grasped the technique almost instantly is already shocking enough, but what truly unsettles him is the color of that mana, because it is nothing like the holy power he expected. Purple energy crackles along the sword's edge, crawling over the blade like living lightning. Instead of looking sacred or refined, it feels closer to a curse, carrying a strange pressure that makes the air around Jean seem heavier. Raymond remembers an old teaching passed down about mana arts. The form mana takes is shaped by the user's inner world, meaning every manifestation reflects the soul of the person who wields it. As he stares at Jean, Raymond's eyes narrow with a mixture of curiosity and quiet dread. He cannot help wondering what kind of darkness must be hidden deep inside a person for their mana to appear in such a terrifying form. Jean, however, does not seem to notice Raymond's concern at all. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he feels the raw strength flowing through him, and the sword in his hand suddenly feels almost weightless. He starts swinging the blade in quick succession, testing the feeling with every motion. The purple light trails behind each slash like a ghostly shadow, and every strike becomes sharper, faster, and more controlled than the one before. After a moment, Jean stops and studies the weapon in his grip, quietly judging the flow of power. Even after all that effort, it still feels a little inefficient, so he assumes his mastery of the technique must still be at a pretty low level. Even so, Jean cannot deny one thing. The glowing purple energy looks incredibly cool wrapped around his blade, and the more he looks at it, the more he wants to test it properly in a real fight. High above the road, the caravan's massive transport beasts continue lumbering forward along the winding path. From a distance, the world looks calm and peaceful, completely unaware of the strange power that has just awakened. Later, Claire catches up with Jean, her eyes still wide with amazement. She can hardly hide how impressed she is that he managed to learn the technique so quickly, as if it came to him almost naturally. Jean thanks her and admits that his quick progress was probably because some of her mana flowed into him before. Then his tone shifts slightly, and he asks if she is all right after everything that happened. Claire blinks in surprise, her expression softening as she realizes what he is talking about. The idea that her mana may have helped him this much seems to catch her completely off guard. Then she lets out a bright, cheerful laugh and tells him not to worry about it at all. To her, that energy transfer was simply a small gift, something she gave in return for him saving her life back then. Jean turns his gaze away, unable to accept it as casually as she does. In his mind, the amount of mana she gave him was far too great to brush aside, and he knows his sudden progress came from her generosity. Up ahead, Raymond remains seated on his horse, quietly watching the two of them speak. His expression is calm on the surface, but his distant gaze suggests he is still thinking about the dark aura he saw around Jean. Rex rides up beside them, his usual arrogant tone already back in place. He warns the newcomer not to slack off and tells him he should be more grateful for the knight's time and instruction. Jean stares back at him with a completely deadpan look, silently wondering why this guy insists on being such a nuisance. He figures Rex is probably still bitter after losing their previous spar. The red-haired boy shoots Jean a sharp, competitive look, making his mood painfully obvious. Jean can tell right away that Rex is bored, irritated, and trying to reclaim some sense of dominance after being humiliated. Rex ends his boast by slapping the side of his horse hard, urging it forward as he rides off with a smug grin. Whether through speed or attitude, he is clearly determined to stay ahead. But the sudden slap startles his horse, and the animal rears up violently beneath him. Rex grits his teeth and struggles with the reins as the beast whinnies in panic, nearly throwing him off balance. After forcing the horse forward, Rex gallops ahead while shouting for the path to be cleared. Raymond and Jean watch him go, and the Holy Knight offers a quiet apology for his subordinate's hot-headed behavior. Just then, an angry shout rings out from the direction of the main caravan. Raymond pauses at once, his expression changing as a darker, more unsettling atmosphere begins to spread through the air. The sound of smashing wood and clattering supplies quickly follows. Someone is screaming for food, but the voice is warped by such raw, primal hunger that it barely sounds human anymore. Jean feels the tension rising and turns his gaze toward the source of the commotion. Raymond tells him not to worry, brushing it off as the usual behavior of their troublesome high-ranking employers. Nearby, workers continue loading heavy barrels onto a platform, trying to keep the caravan moving despite the noise. Raymond explains that the disturbance is most likely just the Golden Bug sons throwing another tantrum. He says that ever since their father died, the two sons have been eating non-stop, as if their greed has completely swallowed them. Their endless craving has turned into a frantic obsession with consuming demonic meat again and again. Raymond advises Jean to ignore them, saying it is better not to get dragged into the headache of their constant demands. The tired look in his eyes makes it clear he has had more than enough of their entitled behavior. But Jean remains unconvinced. To him, this does not feel like simple stress eating or spoiled nobles acting out. As he watches the heavy carriage in the distance, a quiet sense of unease settles over him. Inside, a mouth is stuffed full of demonic flesh, with grease and dark juices dripping down in thick streams. The way the food is being devoured is too fast, too violent, and too unnatural to be dismissed as ordinary gluttony. Gray veins bulge beneath the eater's skin, crawling across the face as the flesh ripples and distorts. Wet, muffled sounds spill out between bites as they continue swallowing the raw, dark essence. Jean cannot shake the feeling that something monstrous is about to burst free. His gaze hardens, and almost without thinking, his hand begins inching closer to the hilt of his blade. Then his eyes widen as a massive tremor runs through the entire caravan line. A sharp crack of breaking timber cuts through the morning air, slicing through the ordinary noise around them. The lead Tarrasque jerks its huge head upward, its eyes suddenly clouded with violent madness. Barrels and supplies are hurled into the air as the massive beast begins thrashing wildly. The giant turtle-like creature lurches forward, its tongue hanging out as it completely loses control. The heavy wooden carriage mounted on its back starts ripping apart from the inside as if it were made of paper. Panic breaks out instantly as guards rush in all directions, trying to respond to the rampaging beast. Raymond stays mounted, his eyes sharp as he scans the wreckage, searching for the real source of the disturbance. He quickly understands that the berserk beast is not the only danger. Something is emerging from the shattered cabin on its back, and Raymond's warning shout cuts cleanly through the panic of the surrounding soldiers. Raymond orders Rex to move in and secure the perimeter. The apprentice answers immediately, drawing his sword as he guides his horse toward the chaos with no hesitation. Golden mana flares around Raymond as he grips his massive blade, preparing to step in himself. His cape snaps and billows behind him, stirred by the sudden surge of energy surrounding his body. He reminds his subordinate that protecting the clients comes first above everything else. But if the beast cannot be calmed down immediately, then Raymond gives the order to put it down. Rex charges toward the thrashing Tarrasque, his eyes fixed on the golden emblem of the golden bug displayed on the cabin. Even in the middle of the crisis, he is determined to prove his worth. The wooden cabin on the beast's back is suddenly torn apart from within by dark, pointed protrusions. Splinters explode outward in every direction as the entire structure begins collapsing around the force pushing through it. Debris rains down across the road as something huge and grotesque forces its way out. The air fills with the sharp snapping of wood and the wet, sickening sound of flesh shifting against flesh. From the ruins of the carriage emerges a nightmare of tentacles, pale swollen skin, and twisted flesh. It releases a deafening, inhuman shriek that sends a chill through everyone close enough to hear it. Claire rushes to Jin's side, her face turning pale the moment she sees the creature. Her voice trembles as she identifies the horror in front of them, asking if that thing is a fiend. She explains that a fiend is a human who has been completely consumed by the karma of the demon realm. Once the transformation reaches that point, there is no turning back, and the person becomes nothing more than a mindless engine of destruction. Jean watches the monster with a grim expression, realizing that the clients they were supposed to protect have become the very creatures threatening the caravan. A red glow sharpens in his eyes as he focuses fully on the danger ahead. Raymond draws in a deep breath and gathers his holy mana for one decisive strike. He knows there is nothing left inside that thing that can still be saved. Then he launches himself from his horse, glowing sword raised high as he closes the distance in a blur. His target is the center of the writhing mass, where the creature's body pulses and twists. Holy flame strike. A massive pillar of golden light crashes down and cleaves through the monster's dense flesh, splitting straight through the main body with overwhelming force. The golden strike keeps driving downward, burning a blazing line through the air before carving deep into the ground itself. Blood and thick dark essence explode in every direction, and for a moment, the fiend looks as if it has been torn completely apart. But even after landing such a clean hit, Raymond does not relax for a second. His face stays tight, his eyes remain sharp, and he shouts Rex's name again, sensing that this fight is nowhere near finished. The red-haired apprentice answers with a fierce shout and rushes straight into the opening. His sword is already raised, his whole body leaning forward as he prepares to finish what his master started. Rex leaps toward one of the severed pieces with reckless confidence, eager to be the one who claims the final blow. In his mind, this is his chance to seize the glory of the kill. He swings his blade with every bit of strength he has, sending a sharp shockwave ripping through the air. The force of the impact cracks the ground beneath him, but the monster's flesh does not remain still for long. The huge chunks of severed flesh begin twitching across the grass instead of lying dead. Dark slime drips from the cut edges as the pieces shudder, vibrate, and slowly start dragging themselves back together. Then a giant mouth packed with jagged teeth opens in the middle of the regenerating flesh. Inside it is a black, swirling hollow, like a bottomless pit of hunger filled with ancient malice. Raymond's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes the creature's regeneration is far beyond what he expected. He screams at Rex to retreat immediately, desperate to pull him back before it is too late. Behind the boy, the monster reforms with terrifying speed, its many eyes glowing with hateful red light. Its massive mouth stretches open above him, looming like a trap about to snap shut. Rex grits his teeth as the truth hits him all at once. He has been baited into a deadly position, and when he looks over his shoulder, the creature's huge shadow is already falling across his face. A massive tentacle suddenly whips through the air at blinding speed, catching the apprentice completely off guard. The heavy strike smashes into his arm, and blood sprays upward in a violent arc. His limb is severed in an instant, and his sword drops to the ground along with the mangled remains. Rex screams in agony as the force of the blow sends his body flying through the air. Raymond charges forward as a huge fanged mouth rises over Rex. The Holy Knight calls out to his apprentice with desperation in his voice, trying to reach him before the monster can strike again. Fresh blood erupts across the battlefield. In the chaos, the only things left clearly visible from the apprentice knight are his severed arm and the sword that has fallen beside it. Jean watches the horror unfold, his expression tightening as he tries to take in how quickly everything has fallen apart. Behind him, Claire and the other mercenaries stare in stunned disbelief at the gruesome sight before them. Raymond stands completely frozen, his eyes widening as he stares at the mangled remains of his student lifted high above the battlefield. For a moment, even the holy knight seems unable to move. Then blind frustration boils over inside him. Raymond clenches his teeth and curses the creature's impossible resilience, realizing the situation is spiraling out of control far faster than he ever expected. With a forceful swing, Raymond drives his blade into the monster's writhing gray mass, cutting deep into the unnatural flesh. Sparks of mana burst outward where the holy blade meets the creature's dense body. Raymond releases another sacred fire slash, sending a wave of holy energy tearing across the fiend. The attack carves a massive gash into its bloated form, making the entire body ripple from the force. The monster shrieks so loudly that the sound rattles through the battlefield, its many mouths twisting in pain. But even with that much damage, the wound bubbles, shifts, and begins closing again, refusing to stay open. Raymond finally loses his composure completely and charges toward the writhing remains. He clings desperately to the faintest hope that Rex might still be alive somewhere inside that nightmare of flesh. He rushes straight to the mangled maw, tearing at it frantically while screaming Rex's name. Even with despair pressing down on him, he keeps shouting for the young man not to give up. Slender black tentacles burst from the ground like a cage of thorns, spreading around the battlefield, as if preparing to swallow everything nearby. The monster is turning the very ground into part of its rotting body. Jean watches the holy knight struggle, his eyes narrowing as he realizes that ordinary holy attacks are not enough to put this thing down. His jaw tightens, and he knows he cannot stay back for much longer. While Raymond remains lost in desperation, digging and tearing at the monster instead of defending himself, the fiend's tentacles suddenly lunge toward him from multiple directions. Jean moves in at once, grabbing the dazed Raymond and yanking him away from the lethal strike. His speed turns into a blur, catching even the holy knight completely off guard. The two of them skid across the dirt, barely escaping the reach of the monster's thrashing limbs. Jean keeps his eyes locked on the beast the entire time, then throws Raymond aside as he shifts from rescue straight into battle. When Jean looks at him now, there is no majestic holy knight left in front of him. All he sees is a broken man lying helplessly on the ground, crushed by the loss of his apprentice. Panic spreads through the group as everyone realizes that even their strongest fighter is struggling. The mercenaries begin to wonder, with growing fear, whether anyone can survive facing a creature like this. The fiend keeps growing and wriggling, its surface swelling with pulsing lumps and glowing red eyes. Whatever human shape Derek and Cedric once had is now completely gone. A roar rips through the air as the monstrosity settles into its new form. It stands as a chilling warning of what happens when human greed is fed by demonic corruption until nothing human remains. Jean stares into the monster's eyes, and a dark thought flashes through his mind. Since he survives by eating demon cores, he cannot help wondering for one brief second whether this grotesque fate could someday become his own. He forces that fear down and draws his massive blade as the monster's tongue lashes toward him. Survival comes first, and right now that means putting this abomination out of its misery. Jean dives into the chaos, weaving past a barrage of spear-like tentacles that stab holes into the ground where he stood moments earlier. His eyes keep searching through the beast's wild movements, looking for a single opening. He brings his sword down in a heavy arc, carving through a thick slab of gray flesh. But the creature's body is so dense and massive that every strike feels like hacking through solid rubber. Even after his blade cuts through, the flesh begins sealing itself back together almost immediately. Jean understands at once that simple physical attacks will never win this battle of endurance. He slips through the gaps in the monster's defense, constantly scanning for a core, a weak point, anything that could serve as a vital target. The non-stop movement drains him, but stopping for even a heartbeat could mean death. A huge mouth filled with teeth stretches open in front of him, ready to swallow anything that comes too close. The creature's hunger feels endless, like the greed of the sons who gave birth to it has taken physical form. Jean answers with a horizontal slash that bites deep into the creature's side, sending dark fluid spraying into the air. He is not just attacking blindly now. He is testing how much damage this monster can ignore. He slides back across the dirt, his blade dragging a line behind him as he prepares for the next move. But the wounds he just opened are already closing, and the fiend's regeneration shows no sign of slowing. Jean curses under his breath, eyes locked on the pulsing center of the mass. If he wants to land a real killing blow, he needs a way to stop those severed limbs from reattaching. Just then, a harpoon streaks through the air, its metal tip flashing with a cold gleam. Someone else has finally stepped into the fight. The mercenaries launch a coordinated attack, sending harpoons and ropes deep into the monster's soft flesh. Using the force of their pull, they begin pinning the creature's limbs down against the ground. Jonathan roars toward Jean, letting him know they have his back. Even with fear weighing down on every one of them, the mercenaries find the courage to stand beside their hunter. Claire steps forward as her magical tome shines with brilliant blue light. She begins chanting, her fingers hovering over the ancient writing, while mana gathers thickly around her. A wave of binding magic bursts out from Claire as her spell, "Thy sword shall thwart evil," spreads across the battlefield. Blue energy washes over the severed pieces of the monster, coating them in a glowing layer. The severed limbs begin struggling against the spell, but the magical residue holds them down like a spiritual anchor. For the first time, the beast's regeneration is being blocked before the pieces can return to the main body. The mercenaries throw their full weight into the ropes, straining with every muscle to keep the monster pinned in place. They roar together, pouring every bit of strength they have into holding the line. Jean watches their teamwork with grim satisfaction, noticing that even the ordinary soldiers are doing everything they can. This is the opening he needed, the one chance to end the fight properly. A faint smile pulls at the corner of Jin's mouth as he realizes they have not completely lost their nerve after all. Their courage earns a rare flicker of respect from him, even in the middle of this nightmare. Dark fluid begins dripping steadily from the monster's open wounds, spreading into ugly pools across the dry earth beneath it. For the first time since its mutation began, the beast is losing blood and essence faster than its twisted body can repair itself. Then the monster's aura suddenly changes. Crackling purple energy bursts out from somewhere deep in its core, as if the creature can sense that its end is closing in. Its red eyes burn brighter with desperate, vicious hatred. Jean feels the pressure in the air shift at once, and every instinct in his body screams that the creature is about to do something drastic. He lowers his stance, tightens his grip, and focuses every sense on the unstable mana twisting inside it. The faces of Derek and Cedric begin pushing out from the mass of flesh, their expressions frozen in silent screams of agony. The mutation is starting to collapse, crushed under the weight of its own corrupted energy. The monstrosity releases a gut-wrenching roar as its enormous body pulses with violent red power. Towering over the clearing, it looks less like a living creature and more like a nightmare of flesh given form. Up close, the sight is even more horrifying. The twisted, screaming faces of the golden bug sons are fused into the creature's shoulders, their eyes burning with unnatural fire as they become part of the very monster they feared becoming. The beast thrashes in every direction, and dozens of thick, whip-like tentacles erupt from its body. They lash out wildly at anything nearby, turning the creature from a monster into a disaster that could wipe out the whole caravan. Dark appendages blur across the field, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Each strike carries enough weight to crush bone, smash armor, or snap a tree clean in half. The mercenaries scatter for their lives as tentacles slam down around them and shatter the ground. Even Raymond struggles to keep his footing as the chaotic barrage grows faster and more violent with every second. The abomination becomes even more grotesque, its main mouth stretching wider into a jagged, tooth-filled abyss. It looks ready to swallow the entire caravan, as if the chaos around it is feeding its growth. Jean does not hesitate for even a moment. With his blade drawn, he leaps straight into the heart of the chaos, moving like a blur while most of the others can only stand frozen in shock. The creature's skin is a thick, pulsing mess of gray muscle, swollen veins, and shifting flesh. Its body keeps moving to shield whatever vital point lies underneath, making it a nightmare for any ordinary attack to break through. Jean swings in with a heavy horizontal cut, driving his blade deep into the monster's side and sending dark fluid spraying into the air. He is not just slashing randomly. He is searching for the hidden core buried under all that flesh. The monster lets out a shrill screech as Jin's strike bites into it, its huge head lurching sideways from the force. It tries to swipe back at him, but Jean is already moving, slipping away before the counterattack can land. Before the beast can regain its balance, Jean follows with a brutal kick straight into the center of its face. The impact snaps the monster's head backward and forces open a brief chance to press the attack. His boot lands with a sickening thud, pinning the monster's head against its bloated body for one short moment. Jean throws his full weight into the kick, using it to keep the creature off balance just long enough. Jean then slides back toward the mercenaries, his breathing still steady despite the fierce exchange. His eyes flick over Jonathan and the others, who are barely keeping themselves upright after the chaos. Behind them, the fiend still refuses to stop. Its countless limbs writhe and coil as it prepares to charge again, and its regeneration shows no clear limit at all. Jean stays focused and tells them they need to keep cutting through the outer layers. As long as they continue tearing away the flesh, they should eventually expose the core, and that is the only part that truly matters. Jonathan nods and tightens both hands around his weapon, his determination slowly returning. He tells the others not to panic, because the stronger the monster becomes, the more clearly they can learn its movements. A cold, confident smile spreads across Jin's face. He has seen enough, and now he is ready to stop testing the creature and end the fight for good. At last, Jin unleashes the mana arts he has only just learned. His sword erupts with a sinister purple aura, the dark energy swirling and crackling around the blade, with a power unlike anything a holy knight would ever use. "Here I go," Jin mutters under his breath, before charging straight back toward the towering abomination. Purple mana trails behind his blade like a ghostly flame cutting through the battlefield. He strikes with blinding speed, and the purple aura slices through the creature's flesh as if it were nothing but paper. Every swing leaves a burning trail of dark energy behind, eating into the monster's cells. Then Jin brings his sword down in a crushing overhead blow, and the force of his mana arts tears a massive vertical canyon through the beast's torso. The power is so overwhelming that the creature has no time or space to regenerate properly. The monster screams in pure agony as its healing finally begins to fail under the assault of Jin's purple mana. The dark energy clings to the damaged flesh, stopping the pieces from reconnecting the way they did before. Jin does not let the pressure drop. He carves through the monster's shoulder, cutting down the distorted faces of the suns as he pushes deeper toward the center of the mass. After the relentless assault, the blue core is finally exposed inside the collapsing flesh. Jin lunges forward at once, raising his blade high as the raw power of mana arts seethes around the edge. Jin's eyes glow with a piercing red light as he stares down the dying monster. His voice comes out cold and final as he mutters that it is over. With one decisive slash, Jin's blade tears straight through the monster's core and splits it in two. A massive torrent of blood and dark essence erupts behind the cut, marking the final end of the grotesque abomination. The mercenaries collapse to their knees one after another, panting hard as the adrenaline finally begins to fade. They are covered in soot, dirt, and blood, but at last, they are alive. Near the trees, Claire does everything she can to treat Raymond's heavy wounds. The Holy Knight looks exhausted, his armor battered from the fight and his spirit visibly shaken by everything that happened. As the monster's body begins dissolving, the two broken halves of the blue core fall onto the grass with a soft thud. Those fragments are all that remain of the nightmare they just fought. The core pieces roll across the dirt while the dark fluids around them continue to twitch and wriggle. Even after the beast's death, the sight remains deeply horrifying. The surviving soldiers finally break into cheers, raising their fists as they celebrate a victory they never truly believed they would reach. Some are already talking about how their reputations will soar after helping bring down such an abomination. In the middle of all that celebration, Jin stands by himself and looks over the carnage with a detached expression. He carried the hardest part of the battle, but he shows no interest in the glory. His face is streaked with grime and blood, yet his eyes remain sharp and alert. Instead of lingering on the victory, he already seems to be looking ahead to whatever comes next. One of the internal cores rests quietly on the ground, its blue glow reflecting off the damp soil around it. It is a dense mass of demonic essence, small but clearly valuable. One of the younger mercenaries laughs in relief and runs back toward his friends, happy just to be alive. He even throws a joke at Jin, calling him a rascal for surviving a mess like that. Hidden behind the ancient trees, a mysterious woman with long red hair and a black veil watches the scene in silence. She has been observing everything from the shadows, completely unnoticed by the caravan. She looks down at the remains of the monster with cold disdain. In her eyes, the golden bug sons were nothing more than incompetent failures, no different from their father. The woman closes her eyes for a moment and lets out a quiet sigh, calling them poor things. But there is no real pity in her voice, only a cold judgment of how worthless they were. Then her attention shifts as she notices Jin walking away with a core clutched in his hand. She watches him more carefully, wondering if he is the man who truly fought that abomination. Jin's gloved hand tightens around the glowing blue orb. Valuable resources like this are not something he intends to leave behind on the battlefield. The veiled woman keeps her gaze fixed on him, her curiosity now fully stirred. She silently wonders why he is taking the internal core, and just what kind of hunter this mysterious man really is. Later, beside the dying embers of the campfire, Kim Woo-jin, known here as Jin, rummages quietly through his belongings. While the rest of the group sleeps, he searches with clear purpose for one specific item. He pulls out a glowing internal core, and its blue light spills across the dark woods around him. Jin stares at the orb for a moment, silently weighing the danger against the reward. Then he brings the core toward his mouth, ready to absorb its power even though he knows there may be side effects. For him, this is still the fastest path to becoming stronger. Jean bites down and closes his eyes, forcing the energy inside the core to flow into him. The sensation is intense, almost overwhelming, as his body begins processing the dense essence. Suddenly, a vision takes hold of him. A man lies strapped to a cold stone altar, trembling with fear, and Jin's consciousness seems to hover above the scene as he realizes he is witnessing someone else's memory. Jin stood frozen as he watched a ghostly version of himself appear beside the bound man. In that instant, he understood what was happening. The core had forced open a fragment of the monster's past and let him witness it with his own eyes. An unknown red-haired woman hidden behind a veil loomed over the captive, looking down at him as if he were nothing more than a failed experiment. While the man twisted violently against his restraints, she coldly mocked him over his father's death, her voice dripping with contempt. She told him that if he truly wanted to stay alive, then he had to prove his worth through results. Around them, the laboratory looked bleak and merciless, crowded with medical instruments, stained equipment, and another unmoving body lying in the background. Then she bent closer to him, bringing a small bottle filled with blue liquid into view. The captive tried to plead through his restraints, his voice muffled and desperate as he begged her to spare his life. But when her red eyes stared down at him, there was no warmth in them at all. They were empty, sharp, and completely untouched by even the smallest trace of sympathy. She lifted the bottle higher, studying the glowing liquid inside as she wondered aloud whether this broken captive was even worthy of standing with her cause. The blue substance shimmered in the glass, giving off a dangerous, unstable feeling. Without showing the slightest hint of mercy, she tipped the bottle and poured the liquid straight into the man's eye. His entire body convulsed in pain, and as he thrashed against the restraints, dark corrupted veins began crawling across his skin. The change that followed was horrifying to watch. Black energy burst out from the man's eye, twisting around him like a curse, and right in front of Jean, the captive was slowly being transformed into a hideous abomination. Jean was suddenly dragged back into the present, jolting as if he had been torn out of a nightmare. His heart pounded wildly, sweat ran down his face, and the terror of what he had just seen still clung to his mind. Then the psychic backlash slammed into his stomach like a heavy blow. His throat tightened, his body lurched forward, and white froth spilled from his mouth as if his entire system was trying to reject the memory that had invaded him. He staggered away from the campsite as quickly as his shaking legs could carry him. Before he lost control in front of everyone else, he needed distance, anywhere away from the eyes of the group. A few steps later, his strength gave out. Jean dropped onto his hands and knees and vomited violently onto the ground, the brutal strain of absorbing that memory nearly overwhelming his body. He stayed there for a moment, gasping hard as tremors ran through him. After wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he forced himself to calm down and tried to steady his breathing. Jean thought back to what he knew about internal cores. In rare cases, consuming one could force fragments of a monster's memories into the person who ate it, and this dangerous side effect was something he had not been fully ready to endure. As the pieces came together, Jean realized the memory must have belonged to one of the golden bug's sons. Those creatures had not simply been born that way, they had been turned into monsters after something was poured into their eyes. Then Jean reached the only conclusion that made sense. That blue liquid had to be karma, and with that realization, his suspicions about the creation of those abominations were finally confirmed. Even after he understood that much, Jin's mind kept returning to the veiled woman from the vision. The way she stood over the captive, calm and untouchable, made it clear she had been controlling the entire process. A troubling thought crossed his mind. What if that woman was a dark priest? The possibility of someone that powerful moving behind the scenes left a cold, uneasy feeling in his chest. Before he could think much further, Claire found him among the trees. The young blonde woman, dressed in a white blouse and corset, hurried toward him and told him the group had to leave right away. But then she stopped short, her gaze locking onto his face. Seeing the sweat pouring down his skin and the strain in his expression, Claire's worry became obvious. Something was definitely wrong with him. Claire's expression tightened as suspicion immediately crossed her face. She asked if he had been eating cores again, sounding both genuinely concerned and a little irritated that he might have put himself in danger once more. Jean hesitated, wondering whether he should tell her what he had just seen. But the memory vision would be hard to explain, and if he said too much it would probably only make her worry even more. So he brushed it off and told her it was nothing. Keeping the truth to himself for now, Jean turned back toward the camp, but his senses remained sharp and his guard stayed raised. Unnoticed by both of them, someone watched from beyond the trees. The figure did not move, did not make a sound, and remained completely swallowed by the darkness between the trunks. It was the red-haired woman from the vision herself, her face still hidden beneath that veil. From a distance, she silently watched Jean, her expression impossible to read. She remained concealed while Jean and Claire made their way back toward the rest of the group. Every step they took seemed to be tracked by her eyes, as if she were carefully studying their movements. Then her sharp red eyes narrowed slightly, focusing on Jean in particular. Among everyone there, he had clearly become the one who caught her interest the most. Hidden safely among the trees, she continued observing the group from the shadows, keeping enough distance that none of them could sense her presence. She found it fascinating that a person reckless enough to eat raw internal cores was traveling alongside the Order Alliance. That strange contradiction made her wonder whether Jean was secretly working toward a plan of his own. Beneath the veil, the corner of her mouth curled into a small, curious smile. Rather than being alarmed, she seemed entertained by the mystery surrounding him. She wondered what they would become when they crossed paths again. Partners standing on the same side, or enemies facing each other head-on. With that thought lingering, she adjusted her clothing and prepared to disappear. The next morning arrived with a quiet, solemn light over a cliffside touched by the sun. The group gathered there in silence, brought together for one specific and painful reason. They had come to hold a funeral for their fallen comrade. The silver-haired knight Raymond stood at the front to lead the ceremony, while Claire lowered her head in prayer and Jean watched quietly from the side. Raymond offered a prayer to the god of harmony, beside the simple grave they had prepared. At the head of the burial site, a sword had been planted upright as a marker for the one they had lost. He spoke of Rex with a heavy voice, saying that the young man had been braver than anyone and had devoted his life to the hope of peace. Every word carried the weight of their loss. Raymond asked their god to watch over Rex so that his death would not become meaningless. Around him, the others stood quietly near the cliff's edge, giving the fallen knight their silent respect. Jean observed the funeral from a short distance away, thinking about just how young Rex had been. He remembered the single duel they had shared, and a quiet sense of pity settled in his chest. Then Raymond's eyes suddenly shifted. In the middle of morning, he sensed something watching from above and lifted his gaze toward the rocks, his expression changing as a new presence interrupted the ceremony. Raymond stared up at the rocky outcrop, his eyes widening in shock. Behind him, Kim Woo-jin, Jean, and the rest of the group followed his gaze, confused by whatever had seized the knight's attention. High above them, perched against the bright sky, stood the silhouette of an enormous creature. Raymond recognized it at once, and with a startled gasp, he uttered the name of a red wolf. The red wolf, Mutt, stood proudly on the cliff with the sunlight behind it, its blue eyes glowing with a strange supernatural light. Two long ribbon-like appendages trailed from its back, drifting slowly in the wind as a low growl rumbled from its throat. All at once, Raymond dropped to his knees and drove his massive sword into the ground before him. He shouted out his gratitude with such intense devotion that Jean and the others were startled by the sudden burst of religious fervor. Jean looked down at the kneeling knight, utterly confused by what he was seeing. Raymond explained that he was giving thanks for the divine comfort granted by the god of harmony. According to the Order's beliefs, the red wolf was regarded as the closest companion of their god. But while Raymond trembled in prayer below, the so-called sacred beast simply opened its mouth and let out a huge, lazy yawn from the cliff. With a peaceful expression, Raymond continued explaining the meaning of the wolf's arrival. To him, its presence was undeniable proof that their god was watching over them in their grief. Then Jean completely shattered the sacred atmosphere by casually calling the creature his pet mutt. Raymond nearly leapt out of his own skin, shouting that such a claim was blasphemy against a divine beast that was supposed to be impossible to tame. Raymond was certain Jean had to be joking, but the hunter's face remained completely serious. Ignoring the knight's protests, Jean decided to prove it by calling the creature down with a simple command. Jean raised his eyes toward the wolf on the cliff, his gaze turning sharp and commanding. Without any hesitation, he told the mutt to stop showing off and get down there immediately. The red wolf's ears instantly perked up as it looked down at Jean. Its proud, majestic expression shifted into something almost startled, as if it recognized the authority in his voice and knew it had to obey. Then, to the complete shock of the knights, the divine messenger launched itself from the high rock. With effortless strength, it bounded down the cliffside and headed straight toward the group waiting below. The wolf landed right in front of Jean and lowered itself obediently, panting with its tongue out like nothing more than an oversized house dog. Raymond froze where he stood, his mouth hanging open as he watched the supposedly untamable sacred beast behave like Jin's loyal pet. For a moment, Raymond looked as if his entire understanding of the world had been cracked in half. He simply could not process how one man had managed to tame a creature that his whole order revered as sacred and impossible to command. Jean only shrugged and explained it like it was no big deal. He had killed a werewolf some time ago, and ever since then, this creature had just started following him around, as if he were talking about a stray dog that had wandered after him from the roadside. Raymond stared at Jean with a strange mixture of reverence, disbelief, and complete confusion. Little by little, he was starting to understand that the man standing beside him was anything but ordinary. The knight slowly turned his eyes back toward the simple funeral site. After the wolf's sudden appearance, the quiet grief of the morning had shifted into something far stranger and heavier. The red wolf settled down calmly near the fallen knight's grave, its huge tail brushing through the grass with slow, lazy movements. For a creature Raymond had just treated like a holy sign, it looked almost shockingly relaxed. Raymond faced Jean again, but this time his voice had lost its earlier force and carried a much humbler tone. Sensing that the knight was about to ask for something, Jean raised an eyebrow and waited for him to speak. Raymond carefully suggested that if the wolf still had no proper name, then Jean should call it Rex. His expression was hopeful, as if naming the creature after his fallen friend might preserve a piece of him. He admitted that calling a beast his order regarded as sacred nothing more than a mutt felt rather inappropriate. To Raymond, giving the wolf a real name would at least return some dignity to the creature in the eyes of their faith. Raymond then spoke of Rex, saying he had been a man with unwavering resolve who fought with everything he had to purify the demonic realm. He wanted that same steadfast will to continue living on through the red wolf. In Raymond's mind, the final image of his friend surfaced again. He remembered Rex collapsing with his hand still gripping his sword tightly, and the pain of that memory was written plainly across the silver-haired knight's face. With his eyes closed and both hands clasped over the hilt of his sword, Raymond pleaded for the wolf to inherit Rex's legacy. In that moment, it felt less like a simple naming request and more like a prayer for a blessing. Jean fell quiet for a second and lowered his gaze toward the ground, thinking it over. Carrying the legacy of a dead knight through a wolf was a heavier request than he had expected. Then he looked over at the red wolf, which was staring right back at him with those glowing blue eyes. Jean asked the creature directly whether it was really fine with accepting the name Rex. The wolf answered with a firm nod, its expression turning oddly serious. It seemed to understand exactly what the name meant and accepted the weight of it without hesitation. Seeing that, Jean turned back toward Raymond and agreed to the name. If this was something that could give the knight even a little comfort, then he was willing to go along with it. A soft look of relief spread across Raymond's face, followed by genuine gratitude. He gave Jean a small, heartfelt smile and thanked him for respecting his request. The quiet moment did not last long. Footsteps began approaching the cliffside, and both Jean and Raymond turned their attention toward the sound as someone new arrived. An old man stepped into view, walking steadily with the help of a wooden staff. Jean and Raymond both faced the newcomer at once, their expressions sharpening with surprise and caution. Raymond was so shocked that he could barely get the word elder out of his mouth. The old man was not alone either, with another man in similar gray and orange robes accompanying him. Jean studied the elder carefully, immediately sensing the heavy aura of power and authority around him. This was clearly not some ordinary traveler who had wandered onto the cliffs by chance. The man was Elder Bo of the Third Pioneer City. Blindfolded and dressed in orange monk-like robes, with large wooden prayer beads hanging around him, he carried himself like one of the highest authorities in the entire region. The blind old man continued toward the camp, leaning on his wooden cane with each measured step. The mercenaries recognized him almost instantly, and their voices dropped into hushed whispers as they realized who had come. Kim Woo-jin watched from beneath his hood, noticing how the entire atmosphere changed the moment Elder Bo appeared. He quietly wondered just how much influence this old man held over everyone gathered there. This was Elder Bo from the Third Pioneer City, one of the most powerful and influential figures in the region. Though he was old, every movement he made carried the weight of absolute authority. Behind him, a line of disciples followed in strict, disciplined silence. Their footsteps clicked against the dirt path in a steady rhythm, making their arrival feel even more imposing. The mercenaries hurried to make way for him, parting as if a path had been cut through the crowd. Some even lowered their heads respectfully as the distinguished elder passed by. Raymond stepped forward at once and bowed deeply, greeting the elder with formal respect. From the stiffness in his posture, it was obvious he had not expected someone of this rank to appear here. Elder Bo acknowledged Raymond with a small nod and offered a brief apology for coming during their time of mourning for the fallen knight, Rex. But he did not waste much time on courtesy. He quickly made his purpose clear. He had come to investigate the deaths of the Golden Bug sons, Derek and Cedric. Raymond's face tightened, and he looked visibly taken aback. In that instant, he understood that the incident was far from settled, and the investigation was still pressing forward. The elder asked whether Raymond truly believed the mercenaries' account of what happened to the clients, or whether there was something darker and more sinister hidden beneath the surface. Jean immediately understood the problem. They were all still major suspects, and it made sense. After all, the clients had died while the mercenaries were transporting a mountain of gold, which gave them an obvious motive for betrayal. Raymond asked whether the evidence he had already presented was not enough to satisfy the authorities. But the old monk's calm expression made it clear that he was not fully convinced. Bo turned his blindfolded face toward the group, his attention sweeping over them as if his senses could catch things ordinary eyes would never notice. He pointed out that the most important question still remained unanswered. How had two healthy men suddenly transformed into abominations without warning? Then the elder's attention shifted sharply to Jean. In a chilling tone, he claimed he could smell the unmistakable stench of a dark priest clinging all over him. He stepped closer, looming over the boy as he asked for Jin's thoughts on the matter. His voice was calm, but it carried the pressure of someone who seemed to have already reached his own conclusion. Jean felt a jolt of unease. This old man not only knew his name, but his intuition was cutting far too close to the truth for comfort. Still, Jean did not back down. He met the elder's blindfolded gaze head-on and asked whether he was openly accusing him of being one of those heretical priests. The elder remained perfectly still, his face calm and unreadable. Without even flinching, he simply waited, as if expecting Jean to give him an answer that would finally satisfy him. Before long, the scene moved to the Vritra Arena in the third Pioneer City, a massive stone combat ground built for testing strength and settling disputes through force. The arena stretched out wide and intimidating, surrounded by tall stone walls. Its battle-worn floor looked strong enough to endure the impact of warriors far above the level of ordinary fighters. Bo led Jean into the center of the ring, speaking as they walked. He told him that true talent usually reveals itself early, often from the time someone is still very young. To Elder Bo, that was exactly what made Jean suspicious. Someone with this much power had suddenly appeared one day with no known history, no background, and no traceable past. And as if that were not strange enough, Jean had also happened to be present during an extremely rare and catastrophic abomination outbreak. The elder asked whether Jean himself did not find his own story a little too convenient for any sensible person to believe. His words were calm, but they pressed down like a blade at Jin's throat. Jean realized that he was being watched far more closely than he had assumed. In this world, having overwhelming strength without a proper background was basically the same as painting a target on his back. Of course, he could not simply explain that he was an outsider from another world. Since revealing his true origins was impossible, Jean kept that part of the truth locked behind his teeth. Instead, he looked at Elder Bo and asked what any of that had to do with forcing him into a mandatory spar against an old man in the middle of the arena. Raymond immediately tried to step in, his voice tense as he argued that Jean had only just survived a brutal battle. In his eyes, forcing him into a duel right now was unreasonable, because Jin's body could not possibly be in proper condition. The elder only let out a low chuckle, as if Raymond's objection barely even reached his ears. His attention stayed fixed on Jean, and he continued staring him down with that calm, unshakable pressure. Then his tone sharpened, cutting through the air with far more authority. He asked if they were truly intending to refuse an official investigation carried out by a high-ranking elder. Raymond fell silent, stunned by just how stubborn the old man was being. At that point, he realized that no amount of common sense or reasoning was going to move Elder Bo from his decision. Jean found himself trapped in an ugly situation. If he won this fight, he would only look even more suspicious, like some villainous dark priest hiding his power. But if he lost, there was a real chance he might not walk away alive. And on top of all that, there was just something deeply troublesome about fighting an old man in the middle of an arena. No matter how he looked at it, the whole thing felt like a massive headache waiting to explode. Bo seemed to sense Jin's hesitation at once. With a faint, playful smirk tugging at his lips, he released his grip on his cane and let it drop, preparing his body for battle. He warned Jean not to look down on him simply because he was old. His rank had not been handed to him out of respect for age. It had been carved out through pure, unfiltered strength, and in the next instant, a brilliant golden aura burst from his body. Bo stomped his foot hard against the arena floor, and the stone beneath him cracked apart from the force. A violent shockwave rippled through the ground as he lowered his stance and prepared to attack. The frail old man vanished from sight in a blur. Before Jean could even process the movement, Bo reappeared right inside his personal space with a speed that seemed to ignore normal physical limits. Jean barely had time to blink. His eyes widened sharply as the truth hit him all at once. This old man was not just strong, he was an unbelievably dangerous opponent. A palm strike wrapped in blazing golden energy shot straight toward Jin's chest. The attack hummed with a fierce vibration, making the very air around it tremble. The elder unleashed his great bell strike, a palm technique that landed with the force of a battering ram. The impact detonated in a massive golden blast that surged across the arena. Jean groaned as the terrifying force drove into him. His body was blasted backward, and even with his strength, he could barely absorb the overwhelming power behind that single palm strike. He crashed into the stone wall with such force that a huge crater burst open behind him. Dust, broken rock, and debris exploded outward from the impact of the monk's attack. Raymond shouted Jin's name, his face turning pale with worry. He quickly explained that the Vritra monks were elite martial artists, feared across the region for their frightening combat ability. Jean slumped against the broken wall, looking as though the hit had crushed the strength out of him. Raymond added that even among those terrifying monks, Elder Bo stood on a completely different level. Bo only laughed at Raymond's warning, lightly suggesting that the knight might be showing a little too much favoritism toward his companion. But he did not give Jean even a second to recover before launching into his next move. The old man shot forward again, his body turning into a golden blur. While moving at a speed that made him seem like he was appearing everywhere at once, he taunted Raymond for always taking the newcomer's side. Jean lifted his head, blood slipping from the corner of his mouth. He could barely follow Bo's movement, and by the time his eyes caught up, the elder had already reappeared directly above him. Another storm of strikes came crashing down on Jean, each blow carrying the weight of a sledgehammer. The arena floor cracked and shattered beneath them as the brutal assault continued without pause. Then, all of a sudden, Bo pulled back. A curious look crossed his face, because something about the way Jean had endured those attacks felt strangely unnatural. Jean pushed himself back to his feet and wiped the blood from his face. Only then did he realize that the elder's strike had landed in the exact spot where the abomination had torn into him earlier. But something felt wrong, or maybe something felt far too right. Jean lowered his gaze to his own body, confusion spreading across his face as he tried to understand what had happened. His torso was completely smooth. The deep, jagged wounds left from the abomination fight had disappeared without a trace, even though injuries like that should have kept him lying in a hospital bed for weeks at the very least. Jean remembered the sensation of that monster's core dissolving as it slid down his throat. That meal had done far more than quiet his hunger. It had changed something inside his body. Even the fresh bruises and cuts from Bo's attacks were closing before his eyes. It was as if his body was refusing to accept the damage, sealing itself back together in real time. Jean reached a terrifying conclusion. By eating that monster's core, he had gained the abomination's supernatural regeneration, a power as useful as it was disturbing. A sharp, dangerous grin slowly spread across his face as the realization sank in. He was no longer just a hunter anymore. Piece by piece, he was starting to become something closer to a monster. Jean lunged forward, driving his sword into Bo's palm with a burst of sparks. Now that he knew he could not be brought down easily, the thrill of the fight began to burn through him. Bo looked genuinely impressed and nodded with satisfaction. For someone who was supposed to be exhausted from a previous battle, Jean was fighting with incredible vigor, and the old man could feel his own excitement rising. He stared at the boy with a wide, toothy grin and admitted that if he had the choice, he would happily keep this spar going for several more hours. But then Bo caught himself before his battle hunger could take over completely. He struck Jean one more time with enough force to push him back, using the blow to create a clean distance between them. With that, he announced that he had already confirmed the rumors about Jin's physical strength. Now that the first part was settled, it was time to move on to the real test. Bo lifted his hand toward his forehead and activated his mind's eye. A golden symbol flared to life across his orange blindfold, releasing a heavy spiritual pressure into the arena. Jean froze where he stood as a massive glowing eye appeared in the air before him. The moment it opened, he felt an invisible force trying to peel back the layers of his consciousness. The elder explained that he had sacrificed his physical sight in exchange for opening this third eye. It was a spiritual vision that looked beyond the body and peered directly into the soul. The golden light grew brighter and sharper, narrowing its focus entirely onto Jean. Bo was preparing to look straight into the boy's inner world and uncover whatever truth was hidden there. He wanted to confirm the answer once and for all. Was Jean truly a dark priest hiding in plain sight, or was there something else buried beneath that suspicious exterior? Bo's consciousness plunged into Jin's mind, but what awaited him was nothing like a normal inner landscape. Instead, he found himself facing a pitch-black abyss, thick with darkness that dripped like ink. From within that darkness, a gigantic mantis-like beast slowly emerged. Its monstrous body towered over the void, and its eyes glowed with a cold, predatory light. Then, all at once, a massive cluster of red, lidless eyes opened in the shadows. Every single one stared back at the intruder with pure, unrestrained malice. Bo's spiritual voice rang out, commanding the beasts to stay back. But even his voice carried a faint tremor, shaken by the overwhelming amount of darkness surrounding him. As he moved deeper, Bo found himself standing in a literal river of blood. His sandals splashed through the crimson liquid with every step as he pushed further into Jin's psyche. He looked around in disbelief at the horrifying world stretching before him. This was not merely a painful memory. It was a living hell, carved deeply into Jin's very soul. Back in the arena, sweat began pouring down Elder Bo's face. Even though his body had not moved, it was reacting violently to the trauma his mind was witnessing inside Jin. The deeper truth of that mental world soon revealed itself. It was a graveyard of monsters, where thousands of demonic silhouettes lingered through a dark forest formed from Jin's past. Bo suddenly flinched, one hand flying to his shoulder as if something inside that nightmare had struck him. The intensity of Jin's inner world had physically repelled him. Jin stepped toward him with concern in his eyes and asked if the old man was all right. He noticed immediately that Bo's overwhelming mana, which had filled the arena moments earlier, had completely flickered out. The elder gasped for breath, his face drained of color. Looking shaken to his core, he told Jin that his mental world was far beyond merely unpleasant. It was terrifying. However, despite how terrifying Jin's inner world had been, Bo had finally found the answer he needed. Since that mental world had not completely collapsed into corruption, it proved one thing clearly: Jin was not a dark priest. Then, in a move no one expected, the high-ranking elder lowered his head. He brought his hands together in front of him with surprising humility, offering Jin a gesture of sincere respect. Bo apologized to Jin with genuine seriousness, asking the young man to forgive an old man for his harsh suspicion and extreme rudeness. He explained that confirming Jin's true nature had been a necessary evil, especially because the mission he needed help with was far too important to risk mistakes. Raymond watched from the side as the arena's enormous stone doors began to creak open, and beyond them, Cindy appeared in the light. Only then did Bo reveal that he had a quest for Jin. Jin stared at the elder in complete confusion, struggling to keep up with the sudden change. Just moments ago, Bo had been attacking him like he wanted to crush him, and now the same old man was politely asking for his help. A small, polished shoe stepped onto the stone floor of the arena. The quiet tap echoed through the sudden silence, drawing everyone's attention toward the open doors. A young girl with a short lavender bob and a neat official uniform stood before them with calm composure. She introduced herself as Cindy, the youngest daughter of the Golden Bug. As the massive doors finished creaking open, Elder Bo made the real reason behind his earlier test clear. He needed someone strong and trustworthy enough to take on a quest connected to the Dark Priests. Jin watched the girl carefully, his expression guarded. His body had recovered, but the strain from Bo forcing his way into his mind still lingered like pressure behind his eyes. Cindy walked forward with slow, measured steps, her movements graceful and controlled. Her back remained perfectly straight as she approached the group, carrying herself like someone raised under strict discipline. She repeated her introduction clearly, her lavender eyes fixed directly on Jin. In that moment, she was not just a young girl standing before him. She was speaking as a representative of the Golden Bug family. The scene then moved to the dense forest surrounding the pioneer settlements, where gray clouds pressed low over the trees. The air felt heavy and damp, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. Jin, Elder Bo, and Cindy formed an unlikely trio as they made their way through the forest. While they walked beneath the thick canopy, the elder explained that the appearance of abominations was no longer a single isolated disaster, but a nightmare that kept repeating. Cindy added more detail to the situation, stating that the area around the third pioneer city had become the center of the problem. More and more people were transforming into monsters there, turning the surrounding region into a place of growing fear. Jin stayed quiet as he listened, taking in every word. The more he heard, the more he wondered what could be causing this corruption to spread so quickly. Then they reached the top of a hill, and Jin's eyes widened in shock. From that height, he finally saw the grotesque reality of the corruption with his own eyes. Below them lay a massive purple growth pulsing like a diseased heart. Thick, vein-like roots wrapped around it and spread across the ground, looking as though they were slowly strangling the life out of the earth itself. It was a rift core, a foul object that came from the demonic realm. By acting as a conduit, it slowly twisted the land around it, turning ordinary soil and forest into a hellish landscape. Groups of priests in clean white robes knelt before the corruption, their heads bowed low. Their hands were clasped as they offered prayers for mercy, protection, and the strength to hold back the darkness. Their fingers tightened together as their voices rose in a steady rhythm. Each prayer sounded desperate, like a plea to stop the dark influence from spreading any farther. Nearby, purifiers dressed in heavy robes and bird-like plague masks worked around the core. They sprayed it with a glowing liquid, trying to suppress the growth before it could spread even deeper into the land. The pressurized liquid struck the outer shell of the core with a constant hiss. That low, Sharp sound cut through the forest air, blending with the murmured prayers around it. Jean watched the exhausting process in silence, then gave a slight nod. Even with prayers being offered and chemicals being sprayed non-stop, the core barely looked like it was shrinking at all. He turned toward Cindy and asked whether the protective power of karma truly grew weaker the farther someone traveled from the safety of the Northern Empire. His expression turned serious as the implication sank in. These outer settlements were far more exposed than he had realized, standing almost directly in the path of the spreading darkness. Cindy nodded with a solemn expression, her face hardening as she confirmed his suspicion. Because they were so far from the imperial center, places like this had become prime targets. She lifted her gaze toward him, her eyes sharp and unwavering. Then she concluded that someone had to be planting these rift cores on purpose, and that someone was most likely a dark priest. Her words settled heavily over the group. In the dim forest, that possibility cast an even darker shadow over the already corrupted land before them. Cindy explained that if the infection continued rising at this pace, the third pioneer city would not be able to hold out forever. The city they had worked so hard to build could eventually be swallowed completely. Elder Bo then spoke up, his voice low and grave. As he looked toward the distant horizon, it was as if he could already picture everything they had built burning down around them. He warned that, in the worst possible outcome, they would not merely lose their homes. The entire city, along with everyone living inside it, could be wiped from the map. Standing in a small clearing, the elder revealed the result of their long search. After chasing clues for some time, they had finally located what might be a base of operations for the heretics. Then Bo turned his blindfolded gaze toward Jean. His expression carried no trace of playfulness now, only the seriousness of someone about to make an important offer. He asked Jean point-blank to join their extermination operation, which was scheduled to begin in just 2 weeks. To make the offer even harder to refuse, he promised that the payment for such a dangerous mission would be set at the highest possible level. Jean took a moment to digest the proposal. Only now did he realize that all the testing, the suspicion, and even the spar had been Bo's way of deciding whether he was truly worth that enormous reward. He looked at the people who were trying to hire him. One was a legendary elder from the third pioneer city, and the other was the last surviving descendant of the powerful Golden Bug family. A small, satisfied smirk slowly appeared on Jin's lips. Being chosen by people with this much influence in the world was not something that happened to just anyone. He wondered to himself whether this meant he had finally been recognized as a top-tier hunter, someone strong enough to earn respect from figures at their level. As their journey continued, the sun began to sink over the rugged landscape. The sky darkened into a bruised purple, spreading a heavy evening glow across the horizon. Far in the distance, enormous four-legged creatures roamed across the valley. They carried entire buildings on their backs, moving like living nomadic fortresses beneath the fading light. While walking alongside the group, Claire warned Jean in a serious voice that even the slightest connection to dark priests could be fatal. People suspected of such ties were usually tortured horribly before being executed on the spot. Jean immediately broke into a nervous sweat. The image of an Iron Maiden flashed through his mind, and he suddenly realized just how dangerous this new alliance could become for him. Then Claire clapped her hands together with a bright, happy expression, completely changing the mood. She pointed toward the horizon, where a massive structure was beginning to rise from the mist. Jean looked ahead and froze in amazement, his mouth falling open. What stood before him was nothing like the pioneer camps he had seen before. It was a city on a completely different scale. Spread across the vast plains was Wall City Ujez, a sprawling metropolis protected by enormous stone ramparts that looked almost impossible to break through. The sheer scale of the city was overwhelming. Compared to the pioneer settlements, it felt like a fortress built for the survival of humanity itself, standing as one of the safest strongholds in this hostile world. Jean gazed toward the distant skyline of Ujez, a quiet thought passing through his mind. He wondered whether there would ever come a day when he could call a place like that home. But he quickly pushed that thought aside and raised his voice toward Raymond. As the group continued moving toward the towering gates, Jean called out to the silver-haired knight. Raymond turned his head slightly in response, his sharp blue eyes still fixed on the road ahead. Even while listening to Jean, his attention remained focused on the path before them. Then Raymond lifted his voice so the rest of the caravan could hear him. He called for everyone to take a short rest before they made the final push toward the city. The travelers soon settled down in the shadow of the giant beast. Some leaned against stacked crates, while others stretched their tired limbs across the grass, taking a brief moment to recover before continuing on. The red-haired mercenary stared at Jean in disbelief the moment he heard the news. Jean was not planning to stay with them after all. He was turning back and heading toward the third pioneer city instead. After the first shock passed, the mercenary's expression softened into something more somber. He knew that parting ways came with mercenary work, but even so, Saying goodbye to someone after fighting side by side never became easy. Jean shifted his eyes back toward the rest of the group and asked what they planned to do next. Now that this job had finally come to an end, everyone had to decide where their own path would lead. The red-haired warrior immediately raised his thumb with a grin, joking that his plan was simple. First, he and his companion would drink all night, and once that was done, they would probably keep drinking even more. Jean gave him a small, wry smile, as if that answer was exactly what he had expected. Then his attention moved toward Claire, and he asked what she intended to do from here. Claire lowered her gaze with a faint, gentle smile on her face. She admitted that her first priority was finding another job, because she still needed a steady way to support herself. She explained that even though this mission had paid fairly, the amount was still nowhere near enough. If she truly wanted to enter the magic tower, she needed far more money than she currently had. Jean looked at her with renewed interest the moment he heard that name. The mention of the prestigious magic tower clearly caught his attention. Claire kept her expression humble as she spoke, openly admitting that her magical ability was still only slightly above the beginner level. She did not try to exaggerate her talent or hide where she stood. Even so, her voice carried quiet determination. She wanted to learn higher-class magic, to gain knowledge and power that could take her far beyond her current limits. As she spoke of her dream, the image of a grand, sunlit library seemed to rise in the mind's eye. Claire longed to study inside the storied halls of the tower, surrounded by shelves of knowledge and the promise of a wider world. Jean watched her in silence and found himself quietly impressed. The fact that she was willing to struggle and work so hard simply for the chance to learn felt genuinely admirable. For a moment, Jean said nothing. His face became hard to read as he weighed something in his mind, quietly deciding whether to act on the thought that had just crossed it. Claire tilted her head in confusion when Jean suddenly reached into his worn travel bag. She watched his hand disappear inside, unsure what he was about to pull out. Then Jean stretched his arm toward her, holding out a decorative pouch. It gave off a heavy jingle as it moved, the weight of what was inside making the offer impossible to ignore. The pouch hung between them, packed with bright gold coins that glimmered from the opening. Jean was offering it to Claire as support, enough to help fund her education at the magic tower. Claire recoiled in shock, her hands shooting up as if she needed to physically push the offer away. The size of the gesture overwhelmed her so badly that she could barely process what he was doing. But Jean did not waver. He explained that this gold was not just some casual handout. It was his way of settling the debt he felt he owed her for all the help she had given him. Behind them, the red-haired mercenary and his companion could only stare with wide eyes and open mouths. The sheer amount of wealth Jean was handing over left both of them completely stunned. Claire stared down at the bag, beads of sweat gathering on her forehead as the reality of it began to sink in. She could not fully grasp the fact that such a fortune was being placed into her hands. Jean pressed the sack of gold firmly into her grasp, cutting off her protests before she could even form them. This was more than a simple thank you. It was enough to finally open the door to her dream at the magic tower. Then he gave her a small parting smile and told her that they would meet again someday. For someone who usually kept people at a distance, the warmth in that moment felt unusually sincere. Claire was left standing there in complete shock, her face flushing as she looked at him. The scale of his generosity froze her in place, leaving her unable to find even a single word. Her lips trembled slightly as she tried to answer him, but the emotions rushing through her were too strong, and the shock of the moment kept her silent. She gripped her cloak tightly, her fingers clenching until her knuckles turned pale. It was the only way she could steady herself against the flood of feelings rising inside her. Under the soft light filtering through the trees, Jean turned away and began walking forward. Behind him, Claire remained where she was, holding the future he had placed in her hands. Her expression slowly changed, the shock giving way to deep resolve. In her heart, she quietly promised that no matter how long it took, she would find a way to repay this favor. Jean kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, already pulling his focus back to the solitary road he had chosen. The next challenges waiting for him were calling, and he could not afford to linger too long. Without turning back fully, he tossed a casual farewell over his shoulder to the mercenaries behind him. His goodbye was quick, clean, and exactly like him. Raymond and Claire watched him leave, each of them standing still in their own way. The red-haired mercenary crossed his arms nearby, while Claire clutched the heavy bag of gold tightly against her chest. With one final respectful nod, Jean officially parted ways with the group that had been his temporary home for the past few days. Their shared journey had come to an end. He walked off into the distance, his figure gradually shrinking against the road ahead. Behind him, the rest of the squad stayed in place, quietly seeing him off. Rex paused for a moment as well, turning his head back toward Raymond and the others. The beast's glance almost felt like its own silent farewell. Raymond watched Rex with a calm, thoughtful expression. The strange bond between the hunter and the sacred beast was something he could not easily explain, but he could no longer deny it either. A faint smile touched the knight's lips as he watched them depart. Somehow, he felt that Jean and Rex were heading toward a destiny far larger than this small camp. As the sun sank toward the horizon, Jean and Rex continued their journey side by side. Their path led back toward the third pioneer city, where preparations for the coming war were already waiting. Kim Woo-jin, Jean, joined the march as the expeditionary force began moving out through the massive gates of the fortress city. Surrounded by soldiers and travelers, he stepped onto the road ahead. He carried his gear quietly while the entire group moved farther from the safety of the city walls. Behind them, the impenetrable fortress barrier grew smaller with every step. High above on the ramparts, Cindy stood beside Elder Bo, watching the troops depart from the city. Her eyes were cold and analytical, tracking the movement of the expedition below. She spoke to the elder beside her, noting that his presence there proved something clearly. No matter how calm he acted, he was more concerned about this mission than he wanted to admit. Then Cindy shifted the topic toward the mercenary they had been discussing. Her expression sharpened as her focus settled on Jean. She stated bluntly that Kim Woo-jin, Jean, appeared to have consumed a monster core. There was no hesitation in her voice, only a cold assessment of what she had observed. Elder Bo listened without reacting, his face unreadable beneath the red blindfold wrapped around his head. He remained calm, as if he had already considered the same possibility. After a moment, he countered her suspicion. Eating a monster core by itself, he argued, was not enough to brand someone as a dark priest. Cindy scoffed at that answer, clearly unconvinced. In her view, common sense said that consuming a core would eventually lead to the loss of one's own self. She looked toward the elder and asked him to be completely honest with her. What she wanted now was not a polite answer, but his true intention. Cindy questioned whether he was protecting Jean simply because he wanted to believe the man still had some humanity left inside him. For a brief instant, a dark memory flashed through the air, the image of a figure placing a mask over their face. It served as a grim reminder of the very danger they were watching for. Elder Bo lowered his gaze and said nothing for a while. The weight of Cindy's question settled heavily between them, leaving only silence on the rampart. At last, he admitted that he did not really want to dig into that particular matter right now. His voice was quiet, carrying the weariness of someone avoiding an old wound. Cindy's lips slowly curve into a cold, cutting smile as she leans over the stone railing, her gaze sharp with irritation. A faint annoyed click escapes her mouth, making it clear she is only barely holding back her displeasure. For now, she agrees to keep the matter hidden, but her warning comes with a dangerous edge. If Jean makes even one wrong move, she makes it clear she will not hesitate to brand him as a dark priest and throw the blame directly onto him. She then adds one more threat before leaving it alone. If things really reach that point, Elder Bo's own name, reputation, and safety will be dragged into the fire as well, because he was the one who recommended Jean in the first place. After saying everything she came to say, Cindy turns away from the railing without looking back. Her footsteps fade across the ramparts, leaving Elder Bo standing there alone in the cold open air. Elder Bo does not look shaken at all by her warning. His expression remains calm and steady, because deep down, he is certain that the terrible future Cindy is imagining will never actually come to pass. He thinks back to the moment he peered into Jin's mental world, where a horrifying landscape filled with monsters stretched out before him. Even after devouring those cores, Jin's mind had remained firm and unbroken, standing against the corruption without collapsing. To Elder Bo, that alone makes Jin something extraordinary. In his eyes, Jin is living proof that a human can touch demonic corruption, endure it, and still remain human instead of becoming a monster. As the troops continue marching farther into the distance, Elder Bo watches them in silence from the ramparts. For now, he decides that this truth must stay buried, hidden away until the world is finally ready to accept what Jin represents. The elder stands there without wavering, his faith in Jin's potential only growing stronger. What he sensed inside that young man was not something he could dismiss as coincidence or luck. In his heart, Elder Bo believes the power Jin carries will one day become more than just a dangerous ability. Someday, that same power may turn into a light of hope for humanity itself. Meanwhile, far from the ramparts, the first expeditionary force continues its steady advance into the wild lands ahead. Their long line cuts through the open road with the heavy momentum of an army marching toward battle. Rows of soldiers move forward in tight, disciplined formation, and the rhythmic clatter of armor rings across the road with every step. Above them, banners snap in the wind while spearheads catch the pale light, showing an army marching with clear purpose and no intention of turning back. Among the soldiers, one man quietly reflects on the creed they were taught to follow. Just as there is a time to protect peace, there is also a time when they must lift their weapons and fight. The march does not slow for even a moment, and the troops' discipline is obvious in the way their feet strike the ground together. They press forward in silence, each formation holding firm as the wilderness draws closer. Every soldier carries the weight of that duty on their shoulders, remembering the command given to them before they set out. They were told to hold their swords with conviction, and now that order echoes with every step they take. With each passing moment, the army moves deeper toward the unknown waiting beyond the road. Their mission pushes them forward, and that purpose keeps their eyes fixed on the dangerous land ahead. The command to wipe out evil through faith seems to ripple through the ranks like a silent battle cry. Even without anyone shouting it aloud, that belief burns behind the soldiers' steady advance. Then, out of nowhere, Jean picks up a jagged rock and drives it straight into his own forehead with a violent crack. The sudden impact is so brutal that it instantly shatters the solemn rhythm of the march. Blood bursts across his face from the wound, shocking the nearby soldiers into complete silence. They stare at him in disbelief and horror, unable to understand why anyone would smash their own skull in the middle of an expedition. Jean simply releases the blood-soaked stone and lets it drop to the ground at his feet. Then, as if nothing strange has happened at all, he keeps walking forward with the rest of the force. Around him, the soldiers begin whispering in alarm, wondering if the man has completely lost his mind. But Jean is not paying attention to their reactions, because he is quietly counting the seconds under his breath. He watches the wound carefully, his eyes narrowing as a grotesque cluster of worm-like tendrils starts wriggling inside the bloody opening. The sight is revolting, but Jean studies it with calm interest instead of fear. Then the torn flesh begins to knit itself together at an unnatural pace, sealing the deep fracture right before his eyes. What should have been a serious injury starts closing as if his body is refusing to stay damaged. Jean quietly evaluates his regeneration ability as the wound continues to repair itself. He notes that even something as minor as a simple bruise normally takes around 10 minutes before it fully disappears. But the fracture he just created in his own head is already healing far faster than any ordinary injury should. The speed of recovery is enough to prove that his body has changed in a way no normal human body could. A dark, satisfied smirk slowly spreads across Jin's blood-stained face as he studies the results of his little experiment. The pain does not seem to bother him nearly as much as the answer he has just gained. He starts wondering how far this regeneration can really go, even considering whether he could regrow an entire arm within a month. That thought only strengthens his resolve to keep consuming monster cores and push his body even further. Kim Woo-jin, now moving under the name Jean, is already eager to test this new regeneration ability properly. A self-inflicted wound is one thing, but he wants to see how it performs in the chaos of a real fight. One nearby soldier, still baffled by what he just witnessed, blurts out a question in disbelief. He asks whether Jin's nickname, Head Crusher, actually came from him crushing his own skull like that. Jean merely touches the bloody mess on his forehead with a strangely casual attitude. Then he offers a light apology, as if all he did was startle them a little instead of horrifying the entire group. That bizarre display does not go unnoticed. It immediately draws the attention of Roland, the flamboyant supreme commander leading the first expeditionary force. Roland does not look disgusted or disturbed by Jin's behavior. Instead, he laughs with open amusement, saying that he actually likes geniuses who are a little messed up in the head. He then points out that since Elder Bo personally recommended Jin, there must be something truly remarkable about him. In Roland's eyes, that recommendation alone is proof that Jin is no ordinary recruit. Jin is not exactly pleased by the commander's enthusiasm, and inwardly, he decides this is the kind of person he would rather avoid getting too close to. Instead of playing along, he cuts straight through the chatter and asks for the details of the mission. Roland chuckles at Jin's blunt impatience, finding it more entertaining than rude. To him, that directness is just another sign of what he calls a true genius. He explains that their target lies north of the third pioneer city, where they are being sent to eliminate the rift cores scattered through the area. Their main goal is to push in, clear them out, and strike directly at the center. As Roland looks across the rugged terrain stretching ahead of them, his expression turns more focused. He sets the objective plainly, saying they should aim to finish the entire battle within 10 days. Jin turns his eyes toward the dark forest in the distance, clearly unconvinced by that timeline. From the size of the area alone, he finds it strange that clearing such a limited zone would take more than a full week. Roland simply points a finger toward him and grins, amused by Jin's reaction. The fact that Jin thinks 10 days sounds too long seems to entertain him more than anything. But before their exchange can go any further, the ground beneath the soldiers suddenly churns and erupts. Dirt and stone explode upward, throwing the marching formation into sudden chaos. From beneath the soil, a massive multi-eyed creature known as a leech rat bursts into the open. Its body launches straight toward Roland, jaws and claws aimed directly for the commander's throat. A soldier nearby immediately shouts in panic, warning the commander to watch out. His voice cuts through the noise of the ambush, but the monster is already flying toward Roland at terrifying speed. Roland does not even flinch as the beast closes in on him. In one smooth motion, his hand moves to his sword, and the blade flashes free like a streak of light. With a single clean vertical strike, Roland cuts the monster in half while it is still airborne. The creature's body splits apart in front of him before it ever gets close enough to touch his throat. Roland then explains that monsters like these normally remain deep inside the demonic realm. But now, they are beginning to crawl up to the surface and even appear under the light of day. All along the road, the ground starts bursting open one after another. Dozens of leech rats shoot out from beneath the soil, pouncing on the soldiers before many of them can even raise their weapons. Roland's voice thunders over the chaos as he orders everyone to prepare for battle. In an instant, the sudden ambush turns the once orderly march into a bloody fight for survival. The leech rats screech wildly as they swarm the expeditionary force from every direction. Their shrill cries tear through the air while their bodies surge through the ranks like a living wave of claws and teeth. Caught off guard by the attack, soldiers stagger and fall as blood sprays across the road. The monster's sharp claws rip into their formation, tearing through armor and flesh before the troops can fully recover. Jean watches the burrowing creatures with narrowed eyes, surprised by what he is seeing. These monsters have apparently evolved enough to move underground now, turning the very ground beneath the soldiers into a hunting path. Roland immediately orders his men to protect each other's backs, his voice cutting sharply through the chaos of the ambush. He warns them that the moment they leave even the smallest opening, these monsters will tear straight through it and kill them. At the front line, the soldiers grit their teeth and struggle to hold their ground against the surging mass of fur, claws, and snapping teeth. Every spear thrust barely seems enough to keep the leech rats from crashing deeper into the formation. Roland glances back over his shoulder in the middle of the fight and notices something strange. While the swarm rushes straight toward him, Jean is simply standing there without moving, as if he has no intention of retreating. Seeing that, Roland shouts toward him at once, calling for the genius to watch his back before the monsters reach him. His warning rings out urgently over the sound of blades, screams, and charging beasts. But Roland's eyes widen the next second when he realizes Jean is not even trying to dodge. He is just letting the swarm close in, standing there as if being attacked is exactly what he wants. In a blink, an entire pack of leech rats crashes into Jean from every direction. Their bodies pile over him one after another, burying him beneath a writhing mound of monsters. The swarm claws into his cloak and drags him down hard into the dirt, tearing at the fabric as they scramble over him. From the outside, it looks like Jean has been completely swallowed by the horde. Yet Jean does not look frightened in the slightest. Even with blood sliding down his chin, his expression carries a strange, almost hungry intensity, as if the monsters surrounding him are not predators at all. Roland yells out in shock, convinced that the mercenary has finally lost his mind. To him, letting a swarm of leech rats catch you on purpose looks less like courage and more like pure insanity. But under that tangled pile of bodies, Jean moves with terrifying precision. He drives a dagger deep into one of the leech rats' heads, cutting straight to the thing he is truly after. Then he tears out a glowing blue monster core from the beast, his eyes locking onto it like he has just found treasure. The shine from the core reflects against his bloodied face as the battle rages around him. The leech rats shriek in pain and fury, but in reality, they are the ones trapped with something far more dangerous. They may have swarmed Jean first, but now the situation is starting to turn against them. To Jean, these creatures are not simply enemies trying to rip him apart. In his eyes, they are a walking feast, a pile of useful cores just waiting to be taken and consumed. He begins wondering whether devouring the whole swarm might allow him to inherit the leech rat's burrowing ability. If that power can be stolen, then every single monster here is a chance worth gambling on. For a moment, the battlefield itself seems to fade from Jin's mind, along with the shouting soldiers and flashing blades. All he sees are the monsters in front of him and the fuel hidden inside their bodies. He reaches out and grabs another glowing core, gripping it tightly as blue light spills between his fingers. That eerie shine reflects in his eyes, making his expression look even more intense. Then, with a sickening crunch, Jean begins forcing the cores into his mouth right there in the middle of the battlefield. While everyone else is fighting to survive, he is swallowing monster cores as if chaos is the perfect cover. He knows the chances are never guaranteed, and the odds of success are painfully low. Still, consuming a core is the only method he has ever found that can trigger the inheritance of a monster's power. For Kim Woo-jin, now called Jean, this secret is the reason he survived 12 years in the demonic realm. By eating monster cores, he could sometimes steal the unique skills of the creatures he killed, turning their abilities into his own weapons. He wipes fresh blood from his face with the back of his hand, but his attention never leaves the pulsating blue core in his palm. The glow throbs faintly like a living thing, tempting him to take another bite. After devouring around 40 leech rats, Jean feels physically stuffed, his body heavy from everything he has consumed. Even so, frustration tightens in him because he still has not inherited the digging ability he wanted. Before he can keep going, the mound of monster corpses suddenly explodes outward in a flash of blue light. Someone has stepped in from the outside, believing they are saving him from being buried alive. A holy knight reaches a hand toward the blood-covered mercenary, visibly alarmed as he checks whether Jean is still in one piece. From the knight's perspective, anyone trapped under that swarm should have been moments away from death. Jean instantly slips back into a more professional attitude and tells the knight to maintain the formation. But inside, he can only mourn the meal he just lost, realizing that secretly eating monster cores will be almost impossible with this many people watching his every move. The knight pulls him back towards safety, completely unaware of the truth behind Jin's calm expression. He has no idea that Jean was not suffering under the swarm at all. He was actually enjoying the chance to devour them. Then the rhythm of the entire battle changes as the holy choir moves into position right in the middle of the fighting. Their arrival shifts the air itself, as if the battlefield is about to become a stage for something far more powerful. Soldiers wearing ceremonial hats lift massive cellos and violins, drawing their instruments into place with practiced movements. The deep sound that follows vibrates through the air, carrying a magical weight that spreads across the battlefield. At the center of the ensemble stands Roland, his eyes closed as he draws the bow across his violin with elegant precision. A golden aura radiates from him, wrapping his ornate armor in a brilliant glow. The music surges through the soldiers like a powerful blessing, strengthening their bodies and sharpening their resolve. Their spears begin to shine with white light, and soon they move together in a controlled, systematic slaughter of the remaining rats. Jean watches the front lines carefully and gives a small nod as he notices the change. The stamina and defensive strength of the ordinary troops have risen dramatically, enough to completely alter the flow of the battle. Then his attention shifts back to the Supreme Commander, and Jean struggles to make sense of what he is seeing. The man leading an army and the man playing music at the center of the battlefield somehow seem like the same person, and that only makes Roland harder to understand. Roland appears completely absorbed in the music, moving with a grace that feels almost effortless. Golden notes swirl around his decorated armor, following each precise motion of his bow like sparks of divine light. A commanding officer roars at the troops to hold the line and push forward while the music is still strengthening them. His voice drives through the ranks, urging everyone to seize the advantage before the moment passes. The counterattack comes fast, organized, and brutal. Empowered by the music, the knights begin crushing the leech rats with ease, cutting down the same beasts that had thrown the entire expedition into chaos moments earlier. By the time the sun finally sinks beyond the horizon, the forest grows still beneath the pale light of a full moon. The screams and clashing steel fade away, leaving only the quiet aftermath of the battle. A soldier carrying a megaphone calls out to the survivors across the camp, ordering everyone who took part in the skirmish to gather. Now that the fighting is over, they need to count the kills and record the results. With a ledger in one hand and a pen ready in the other, he explains that the mission rewards will be calculated strictly according to the official tally. Every kill has to be written down because those numbers will decide what each fighter earns. Near one of the campfires, two mercenaries sit close together and gossip about Jean in low voices. They call him a complete lunatic, still unable to forget the way he charged straight into the heart of the monster horde. They also mention seeing him later, digging around in the dirt like he was searching for something important. Neither of them can figure out what kind of strategy could possibly explain that bizarre behavior. Inside a dimly lit tent, Jean sits with a gloomy expression, clearly bothered by how things turned out. After devouring so many cores, the fact that he still failed to gain a new ability leaves him quietly stewing in disappointment. But deep down, he knows this result is not exactly surprising. Inheriting power from a monster core is extremely rare, and no amount of effort can replace the need for overwhelming, pure luck. Roland steps into the tent and looks Jean over with interest, asking how his body is holding up after that reckless display of courage. His tone is light, but there is clear curiosity in the way he studies the bloodied mercenary. Jean remains seated, then lifts his eyes toward Roland with a composed expression. He politely apologizes in case his head-crushing tactics caused any unnecessary alarm among the troops. Roland answers with a warm, knowing smile, not bothering to hide how amused he is. He admits that when Jean disappeared under that swarm of leech rats, he honestly thought the mercenary was finished. Then Roland reveals the official result from the tally. Jean, all by himself, managed to hunt down 267 leech rats during the battle. Outside the tent, exhausted soldiers slump beside their weapons and gear, still recovering from the brutal skirmish. Most of them only managed to kill a small handful of beasts each, making Jin's number stand out even more sharply. Roland leans in slightly, his face showing genuine curiosity rather than simple praise. He remarks that prodigies like Jin really do exist on an entirely different level from ordinary fighters. Jin turns his gaze aside, thinking that the number could have been much higher if he had not spent so much time focusing on eating the cores. Instead of admitting that, he shifts the topic back toward the commander and addresses Roland by name. He asks Roland directly whether he was originally trained as a supporter, considering the incredible musical talent he displayed on the battlefield. The question comes out bluntly, but Jin is clearly trying to understand the commander's role. Roland looks a little wounded by the way Jin phrases it, as if the question has lightly pricked his pride. He asks whether Jin looks down on those who take on a supporting role within the Order Alliance. Jin quickly clarifies that he did not mean it that way. He simply assumed that someone with Roland's rank and presence would be the type of commander who relied on overwhelming physical strength, a sharp blade, and raw battlefield pressure. Roland lets out a quiet sigh, and for just a moment, that bright charismatic mask of his slips away. With a slightly helpless look, he admits that Jin has somehow seen straight through the image he usually puts on for everyone else. He confesses that, deep down, his true desire is far simpler than people might think. If he could follow only his own heart, he would rather grip a sword in both hands, charge into the front lines, and fight enemies head-on. But Roland explains that the Order Alliance exists to fight for peace, not for personal pride or private dreams. And because of that, the mission they carry must always come before whatever he personally wants to do. Under the moonlight, the image of a graveyard seems to rise in the mind, quiet and cold, filled with the weight of countless lives already lost. Those graves stand as a silent reminder of the homes destroyed and families shattered by the demonic realm. Roland gestures lightly with a smile, as if trying to soften the heaviness of his own words. Since his musical ability is truly among the best, he chose the position where that gift could protect the most people and help the army the most. Jin listens to him more carefully now, his earlier irritation slowly fading as he reassesses the man in front of him. At first, he had dismissed Roland as just another loud, annoying noble who liked to talk too much. But when Jin sees the sincere happiness on Roland's face, his impression begins to change. The commander may be strange and flamboyant, but Jin can tell he is far more decent and genuine than he first assumed. Beneath the bright full moon, Roland casually agrees to show Jin his performance properly another time. Around them, the camp slowly settles into the quiet rhythm of night, with the tension of the day finally easing. The flags of the Order Alliance flutter gently above the rows of tents, stirred by the cool night breeze. In the moonlit silence, the camp looks calm for now, even though danger still waits somewhere beyond the darkness. 1 week later, the expeditionary force has already pushed far deeper into the dangerous, overgrown territory of the demonic realm. The land around them grows wilder with every step, thick with shadows and hostile presence. Their march has been marked by one victory after another, with the troops destroying multiple rift cores along the way. They have also fought off all kinds of monsters, including vicious kobolds that try to block their advance. Inside the command tent, several high-ranking officials gather around a table covered with maps, scrolls, and battle reports. Their faces are tense as they discuss how the monsters they encounter are becoming stronger the farther the army advances. A helmeted holy knight reports to the commanders with a firm posture, noting that the soldiers' morale has actually risen since the start of the journey. Despite the danger, the troops seem more confident now than they were when they first set out. Out on the front lines, a pack of kobolds shrieks with savage bloodlust as they rush forward. Their jagged daggers flash in their hands, and crude explosives swing at their sides as they charge straight toward the troops. Kim Woo-jin, now moving as Jin, slips through the kobold pack like a shadow sliding between blades. His sword cuts through the monsters so quickly that some of them barely seem to realize he is there before they fall. Then a massive rabbit-like monster with blazing red eyes bursts out from the brush, its huge muscular body lunging into view. With sharp teeth bared and a towering frame, it comes crashing toward the mercenary like a beast built for slaughter. Jin responds without wasting a single movement, his expression calm and his blade precise. In one clean stroke, his sword slices through the monster's neck, sending a spray of dark blood across his cloak. After the beast drops, Jin immediately pulls a cluster of glowing blue cores from its remains. Without hesitation, he stuffs them into his mouth with practiced ease, as if this gruesome act has become completely routine for him. He chews through the cores with growing irritation, realizing that once again, he has swallowed a dud and gained no new skill from it. Meanwhile, back inside the safety of the command tent, one of Roland's subordinates reports that the mercenary is single-handedly eliminating every monster the moment it appears. A small, satisfied smile tugs at Roland's lips as he listens to the report. The more he thinks about Jin's terrifying efficiency, the more amused and impressed he becomes. Then Roland suddenly bursts into loud laughter, unable to hold it back. To him, there is something almost hilarious about the pride of the entire Order Alliance being outperformed by one lone mercenary. Another commanding officer stands nearby with his arms crossed tightly, his stern face darkening at Roland's reaction. He snaps that this is not something to laugh about, especially when Jin is sweeping up most of the performance rewards by himself. Roland waves off the old knight's concern with a confident smirk, pointing out that Jin's work has helped them suffer almost no casualties. Then his expression sharpens as he adds that the stronger monsters appearing now are a clear sign that they are getting close to their final destination. Outside the camp, the wind begins to pick up, tugging at the tents and stirring the dust around them. Roland orders everyone to take whatever rest they can, because this may be one of their last chances before the real fight begins. The scene then shifts to Pillar Canyon, a desolate stretch of land where jagged rock walls rise high on both sides. The narrow pass below looks harsh and unforgiving, boxed in by towering stone like a natural fortress. Far above the canyon floor, four figures stand on top of ancient stone pillars, looking down over the terrain from their high perches. From that height, they keep watch over the pass as if they have been waiting for someone to arrive. One of them, a man wearing a heavy iron mask with a single eye-like opening, wonders aloud whether the Order Alliance is finally on its way. His voice carries over the wind as he looks toward the distance. He stands near the edge of his pillar, his blue cape snapping sharply behind him in the gusts. As he watches the horizon, he seems puzzled by how the enemy army managed to locate this hidden place. Beside him, a woman with long red hair and a veil trimmed in gold answers calmly. She points out that their rift cores were always going to attract attention sooner or later. The red-haired woman closes her eyes with quiet confidence, as if the enemy's arrival is not a surprise at all. She believes their youngest sibling expected this exact response from the Order Alliance when she made her move. A small smile forms on her lips as she thinks of that younger sister. In her mind, someone chosen for such an important role could not possibly be careless or incompetent. Below them, on a lower pillar, another man stands with a wide-brimmed hat and a white ruffled shirt. He gazes out toward the far horizon, watching the distant path with a relaxed but calculating air. He crouches down slightly and tells the others not to worry about the situation. From his experience, the side defending a place like this always has the advantage, especially when the enemy has to come to them. A sharp, smug grin spreads across his face as he looks down into the canyon. The enemy may have reacted a little faster than he expected, but that does not matter enough to disrupt their plans. The man rises again and adjusts the brim of his hat with a confident gesture. As far as he is concerned, nothing will interfere with what he proudly calls the Great Plan of Darkness. Far below those towering pillars, the expeditionary force continues marching forward. Commander Roland, with his vibrant red-orange hair and ornate golden armor, leads the army while Kim Woo-jin, Jin, follows close behind him. As the army rounds a bend in the canyon path, their advance suddenly slows. Massive white webs hang from the cliffs in thick layers, draping across the route like heavy curtains blocking the way forward. The entire force comes to a stop as everyone stares at the canyon floor in front of them. The ground is buried under sticky silk, and even Roland looks stunned by the insane sight they have just walked into. From the shadows between the rocks and webs, dozens of red-eyed predators begin crawling into view. The trap has already been triggered, and the expedition now finds itself standing in the middle of a massive spider nest. Roland looks down over the ledge with a serious expression and asks if this is really the correct location. The priest beside him confirms it, explaining that the corrupt energy of the demonic realm is unusually concentrated in this area. Roland admits that he has never even heard of a place like this before. His expression grows more serious as his eyes move across the strange terrain, studying every cliff, web, and shadow below. Beneath them stretches a huge jagged canyon, its depths completely smothered in layer after layer of thick white webbing. The bizarre sight reaches far down into the earth, making the whole place feel both unnatural and deliberately prepared. Deep in the shadowy ravine, giant spiders crawl through the tangled sheets of silk with quick, predatory movements. Their legs move silently over the webbing, as if the entire canyon has been turned into their hunting ground. Kim Woo-jin steps up beside Roland, his eyes fixed on the canyon below. After taking in the layout, he gives a small nod and says that something about this entire place feels wrong. He explains that high ground is usually a major tactical advantage, so the design of this hideout does not make sense. For any creature to dig a hole this deep and settle inside it, there has to be a reason beyond simple defense. Roland suggests that maybe it was built to avoid exposure, but Kim Woo-jin immediately rejects that idea. If hiding were the real goal, he argues they could have simply dug a tunnel instead of creating a canyon-like pit. The young hunter keeps staring down into the valley, his expression turning colder the longer he studies it. In his mind, the shape of the place is too intentional to be dismissed as a random monster lair. Then he gives Roland the conclusion directly, without softening the warning at all. This entire area does not look like a hideout, it looks like one enormous trap built to swallow anyone who enters. Roland turns toward him in disbelief, his eyes widening as Jin's words sink in. Only then does the full weight of what they are standing in begin to hit him. All of a sudden, a thunderous crash erupts from directly behind them, so loud it seems to split the air apart. The ground under their boots trembles from the impact, instantly turning every head toward the source of the danger. From the treeline, enormous white beasts burst out in a blur of motion, their huge bodies charging straight toward the expedition force. Before the startled soldiers can properly react, the monsters are already crashing into their ranks head-on. A whole pack of these giant creatures floods the cliffside at once, rushing in with terrifying speed for monsters of their size. The soldiers are caught completely off guard, their formation shaken as the enemy swarms them from the side. These monsters are Bigfoots, towering beasts known for overwhelming physical strength, along with salmosas, venomous snakes whose scales are tough enough to repel ordinary weapons. Together, they turn the cliffside into a deadly battlefield in an instant. One of the Bigfoots plants its feet heavily into the ground and pulls back a massive fist covered in thick white fur. The creature's muscles tense as it prepares to unleash a crushing blow. The punch lands with brutal force, smashing into a soldier and sending his body flying through the air like a broken doll. He hurtles toward the edge of the pit before anyone nearby has time to reach for him. The beast's raw strength is so monstrous that even the rocky edge of the cliff cannot withstand it. With a single strike, the stone fractures and crumbles, proving just how dangerous one careless step near the edge can be. Without hesitation, the Bigfoot grabs another helpless knight in its massive hand. Then it hurls him straight into the dark canyon below, tossing him away as if he weighs nothing at all. Terrified screams echo through the ravine as the men fall into the abyss. Their bodies rapidly vanish into the layers of shadow and fog below, swallowed by the darkness before anyone can even see where they land. As they plummet, some of the falling soldiers desperately reach out toward the thick strands of webbing stretched across the canyon. In that frantic moment, those sticky white threads look like their only chance to stop the fall. One man manages to catch hold of a web and thinks, for one brief second, that he has saved himself. But that relief dies almost instantly when he realizes the silk has trapped him completely, leaving him dangling and unable to escape. A giant spider crawls closer from the shadows, looming over its freshly caught prey. Its many red eyes glow in the darkness as it moves in slowly, turning the trapped soldier's brief hope into pure terror. Back on the cliff, Roland fights to pull his troops back into order, shouting commands over the screams and chaos. He orders them to deal with the Bigfoots first before the entire force gets shoved off the cliff edge. Roland quickly realizes they are being pushed back too fast, and the situation is slipping out of control. Without wasting another second, he calls for the Holy Choir to begin casting their buffs immediately. Kim Woo-jin watches the slaughter unfold with a sharp, predatory smirk curling across his face. His eyes burn with an intense red glow, not with fear, but with the excitement of someone who has found his next prey. One Bigfoot raises its enormous leg and brings its heel down with a thunderous stomp. The ground beneath it crushes and cracks from the impact, sending dust and broken stone flying outward. Then, in the heart of the chaos, the leader of the pack finally appears. It is the strongest Bigfoot among them, made even more terrifying by a giant snake fused directly to one of its arms. Kim Woo-jin does not hesitate for even a second. He launches himself off the cliff, throwing his body into a dangerous descent straight toward the depths of the monster-filled pit. A nearby soldier freezes in disbelief, staring after him with wide eyes. To everyone else, it looks insane that this young hunter would willingly dive into the very hole crawling with monsters. Roland shouts after him in shock, his voice echoing across the canyon. But Kim Woo-jin is already disappearing into the darkness of the ravine, falling toward the battlefield below. Kim Woo-jin's attention is fixed entirely on the huge symbiotic beast below, especially the salmosa coiled around its arm. His gaze locks onto that fused monster like he has already chosen his target. He knows immediately that he has found the strongest creature in the pack. And if there is going to be a valuable core anywhere in this swarm, then it has to be inside that monster. The strongest Bigfoot roars up at him as the hunter drops from above, its voice shaking the canyon walls. It braces itself to defend its territory, ready to crush the intruder falling toward it. Kim Woo-jin slams one hand against the vertical rock face, using the jagged wall to control his fall. The impact steadies his body, letting him keep his momentum without losing direction. Then he begins running down the sheer cliffside at high speed, moving almost impossibly along the vertical stone. His blade is already drawn as he accelerates straight toward the massive target waiting below. His boots bite into the rough stone with every powerful step, scraping sparks of gravel into the air behind him. Each movement sends loose rocks scattering as he drives himself faster down the cliff. Even while the wind screams past him during this vertical duel, Kim Woojin's expression stays cold and calm. There is no panic in his eyes, only the focused stillness of a hunter closing in on prey. The giant ape swipes at him with a massive arm, trying to knock him out of the air. But Kim Woojin uses the cliff face, the angles, and every nearby surface to slip through the vertical space with terrifying ease. He closes the distance in a blur, his body cutting through the gloom as his sword flashes. A white arc of steel carves across the darkness, signaling the strike he is about to unleash. The beast bares its teeth in a furious snarl, clearly sensing that this human is no ordinary opponent. It understands that in close combat, Kim Woojin carries enough strength to become a real threat. The Salmosa fused to the Bigfoot's arm suddenly lunges forward and spits a stream of deadly venom across the battlefield. But Jin reacts instantly, swinging his blade once and knocking the poison away before it can touch him. Kim Woojin only grins, completely unfazed by the creature's extra tricks. No matter how many advantages this symbiotic monster tries to use, he looks ready to face every one of them head-on. Kim Woojin stares down at the creature with a dark, hungry grin spreading across his face. To him, this symbiotic monster is not just a dangerous enemy. It is a rare prize, a coveted source of power waiting to be harvested. The vertical battlefield blurs around him as the hunter continues his descent. He twists and spins through the air, his blade trailing silver light against the dark, jagged walls of the ravine. The giant ape and the snake attack at the same time, lunging with erratic, desperate movements from different angles. But Kim Woojin stays light on his feet, reading both threats as they rush toward him. He uses the sheer cliff wall and the layered webs stretched across the canyon as footholds and leverage points. With each pivot, he slips just outside their reach, turning the terrain itself into part of his movement. As he watches them move, he notices that although the two monsters have joined together, their coordination is far from perfect. A fusion like this should normally be overwhelming, but here it feels more like two separate instincts crashing against each other. Kim Woojin understands that when two monsters combine, their strength should not simply add together, it should multiply into something far more dangerous. So he keeps his distance, calmly waiting for the perfect moment to take advantage of their lack of harmony. Every creature has a weakness, and for symbiotic monsters like these, the fatal flaw is the conflict between two separate minds. He watches closely as the Bigfoot's arm twitches, with the snake trying to pull it in a different direction. Facing two sets of teeth, claws, and instincts at once is definitely troublesome, but Kim Woojin knows the monsters are struggling even more than he is. The Salmosa and the Bigfoot are both trying to control one shared body, and that internal fight is slowing them down. The beast roars in frustration, its yellow eyes widening as its movements clash against themselves. To survive this fight, the two monsters would need to move as one, but their instincts refuse to fully merge. No matter how well they may have cooperated before, true teamwork falls apart under the pressure of life and death. Kim Woojin narrows his eyes, recognizing that the duel has reached the moment where he can finish it. That brief hesitation from the beast is all the opening he needs. Under the pressure of Kim Woojin's relentless assault, the monster finally breaks down and falls back into raw, uncoordinated animal instinct. Kim Woojin uses the terrain to trap them exactly where he wants. When the Bigfoot throws a wild punch, he dodges smoothly, redirects the motion into the cliff, and forces the giant Salmosa to take the full impact from its own symbiotic partner. Blood splashes across the rock wall as the fused beast collapses with a final agonized shriek. The violent struggle ends in an instant, and the prize Kim Woojin came for is finally within reach. Kim Woojin flicks his wrist and cleans the blood from his blade, while a purple aura pulses around him like quiet satisfaction. He has just proven that even a gatekeeper monster is nothing more than another stepping stone in his path. He looks down at the severed heads lying before him, unimpressed by the supposed difficulty of the battle. To him, this outcome was exactly what he expected from a clumsy monster that could not properly control its own evolution. The hunter stands over the enormous carcass, his shadow stretching long across the blood-stained stone. Already, his mind is focused on the power locked inside the core he is about to pull from the monster's body. The battle site is left as a gruesome mess of white fur, torn flesh, and dark blood smeared across the cliff base. The beast's remains lie slumped against the stone, a silent reminder of how quickly the fight was decided. Kim Woojin admits that, for a gatekeeper, the monster at least managed to put up a halfway decent fight. A faint smirk touches his lips as he prepares to move on, already looking toward the next stage of his journey. Kim Woojin's sharp eyes catch a faint glow flickering from inside the snake's mangled remains. The light is subtle at first, but the energy pulsing from it feels different from the ordinary cores he has swallowed before. He tilts his head slightly, curiosity stirring as a strange vibration hums through the air around him. Purple mist coils near his body, while the lingering energy from the kill slowly begins to fade into the ravine. The glow grows brighter, revealing a rare blue monster core buried within the gore. It is a prize he did not expect to find this quickly, and the moment he sees it, he can almost sense the untapped potential sealed inside. Kim Woo-jin stares at the core, wondering if this particular one might finally give him the offensive edge he has been searching for. A faint, uneasy feeling flickers through his mind, but he brushes it away before it can slow his hand. Instead of listening to that warning, he chooses to focus on the immediate reward sitting right in front of him. After all, a hunter chasing power cannot afford to hesitate over bad feelings when a rare core is within reach. Kim Woo-jin reaches down and lifts the glowing blue core from the remains, feeling its energy throb against his palm like a living pulse. Without wasting time, he crushes it open, letting the raw power spill out and surge directly into his body. Then, without a second thought, he shoves the Salmosa core into his mouth and swallows it whole. He stands completely still for a moment, bracing himself as the terrifying energy rushes through his veins and forces his body to adapt to whatever new power it carries. His eyes snap open, shining with a fierce red glow as the absorption reaches its peak. Blood drips from the corner of his mouth, a brutal side effect of the violent transformation twisting through him from the inside. A new ability suddenly manifests, with a notification flickering at the edge of his vision. He has successfully integrated the monster's essence into himself, and even before testing it, he can already feel that something inside his body has changed. Kim Woo-jin looks down at his own hands, wondering if he has finally reached the point where he can sense which cores contain a true inheritance. After devouring so many monsters, his collection of abilities is starting to look truly dangerous. He cannot help feeling impressed by the sheer amount of power he has managed to gather in such a short period of time. Even by his own ambitious standards, this is a massive haul that would shock most hunters. He wipes the blood from his chin, already eager to test the power he just gained. His mind races through the possibilities, wondering whether this new ability might be an offensive strike, a poison attribute, or something even stranger. But before he can take even one step, a blinding light erupts right in front of him. His eyes widen in surprise as a massive explosion tears through the quiet ravine and swallows the area in an instant. The ground violently shakes as the blast engulfs the canyon floor, sending rocks and debris flying in every direction. It is an ambush he never sensed coming, and the force of it is strong enough to make the entire ravine feel like it is being ripped apart. From within the smoke and flames, a manic, high-pitched laugh rings out, filled with twisted delight at the destruction. Someone has been watching him from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. At the edge of the inferno, a man in a wide-brimmed hat steps forward through the heat and smoke. He walks toward the center of the blast as if the fire does not bother him at all, his attention fixed on the place where Kim Woo-jin had been standing. The hat hunter sneers at him from the flames, mocking how careless and relaxed he was in enemy territory. His tone drips with amusement, as if he has been waiting for this chance to humiliate him. He calls Kim Woo-jin a pathetic human, his eyes stretched wide with crazed excitement. The way he smiles makes it clear that to him, this ambush is not just a fight, it is entertainment. Kim Woo-jin grimaces as the heat presses in from every side, flames roaring close enough to scorch the air around him. His body is battered and singed, but he is nowhere near finished, and this is definitely not the kind of meeting he planned to have. The hat hunter peers through the fire and gives a small nod when he sees that his target is still standing. He seems almost disappointed that the explosion did not end things immediately, muttering that the attack was a failure. Inside the wall of fire, Kim Woo-jin's skin begins to shift, taking on a strange cracked texture across his body. He had hoped the blue core would give him some kind of poison ability, but it looks like he inherited something far more defensive instead. A layer of gray, stone-like armor now covers his body, absorbing the worst of the explosion before it could tear him apart. He stares down at his hands, realizing that while this was not the power he wanted, it is exactly what kept him alive. The hat hunter stands at a distance, watching the flames flicker around the newly armored hunter. His grin widens even more as he reassesses his opponent, clearly delighted that the situation has become more interesting. Kim Woo-jin stands tall in the middle of the flames, the gray scales across his skin glowing faintly from the lingering heat. As the fire coils around him, he begins to understand just how useful this stone skin might be. He admits to himself that it is not the offensive power-up he was hoping for, but it is still a valuable tool to add to his arsenal. Now he is already wondering how much punishment this armor can endure before it reaches its limit. The notification confirms that this new ability is worth investigating further. He has survived the first strike, but the hat hunter is clearly not done playing with him yet, and the real battle is only beginning. A massive wall of fire erupts around the ravine, turning the canyon floor into a hellish battlefield of smoke and burning light. Even though the attack came without warning, Kim Woojin's focus remains locked and unshaken. Kim Woojin tightens his grip around the hilt of his blade, his hands now protected by the rough gray scales of his stone skin. His body reacts to the heat instinctively as he prepares to answer the ambush with a counterattack of his own. With one powerful swing, he cuts through the thick smoke, forcing back the flames rushing toward him. The strength behind his blade sends out a shockwave that rattles the surrounding cliff walls. Kim Woojin glares at his opponent through the haze, his expression hardening as the smoke shifts between them. He understands now that the first explosion was only the opening move, and the real test has just begun. The Hat Hunter stares in disbelief, his eyes widening when he realizes his opening strike failed to finish the job. He never expected a mere human to withstand two of his most lethal attacks and still remain standing. The enemy begins piecing together who his prey really is, suspecting that this must be the same insane bastard rumored to consume monster cores. As Kim Woojin leaps through the air with predatory grace, the Hat Hunter watches him with growing excitement. Dark energy starts to swirl around the Hat Hunter as he decides there is no point in holding back anymore. He hunches over, and his silhouette begins to twist and distort into something far less human. 6 massive, spindly spider legs burst from the Hat Hunter's back, tearing straight through his clothing. He spreads his arms wide, fully embracing the monstrous inheritance hidden inside his body. The two hunters collide in a blur of motion, Kim Woojin's blade crashing against a chitinous spider leg with a burst of sparks. The impact is so heavy that the ground beneath them seems to tremble from the force. They repel each other almost immediately, springing backward to create distance and measure each other again. Between them, the ground is scorched, cracked, and shattered from that brief but violent exchange. Kim Woojin narrows his eyes at the grotesque transformation, recognizing the clear signature of a spider monster's core. That tells him enough. His opponent has also been feasting on the essence of beasts. The Hat Hunter laughs with twisted joy, sounding genuinely thrilled to have found an opponent worth fighting. He says he has been looking forward to this encounter, delighted that Kim Woojin has appeared right before him. He mocks the irony of the situation while his spider legs twitch eagerly behind him. To the Hat Hunter, this is not merely a hunt anymore. It feels like a long-awaited reunion with the prey he wanted most. The enemy's red eye glows with manic intensity as his excitement slips deeper into madness. He is so thrilled by the thought of killing Kim Woojin that he claims he could almost cry from joy. Then, without warning, dozens of smaller spiders drop from the cavern ceiling, crawling down the rocky walls toward Kim Woojin. The Hat Hunter has not come alone. He has brought an entire hive to surround his prey. Kim Woojin looks upward and quickly understands the true scale of the ambush. More creatures keep emerging from the shadows, closing in from every direction and tightening the trap around him. The spiders launch a coordinated assault, spraying streams of fire and corrosive green venom into the ravine. In an instant, the air becomes a lethal mix of burning heat, smoke, and acid. Kim Woojin spins his sword in a sharp defensive arc, deflecting the projectiles while searching for a path out of the kill zone. His movements are precise, but the sheer number of attacks pouring down on him is overwhelming. He grinds his teeth as flames lick across his stone skin, pushing the limits of the defense he just gained. Even through the protective gray scales, he can still feel the brutal heat pressing into his body. A massive eruption of orange and yellow fire consumes the center of the ravine, blasting upward with terrifying force. Smoke rises high into the air like a dark pillar, and the explosion is powerful enough to be seen from miles away. Far above the ravine, Roland stands with his violin in hand, his eyes widening as he sees the smoke rising from the abyss. The scale of the destruction below is far beyond anything that could be called an ordinary monster hunt. Roland calls out Kim Woojin's name, worry cutting across his face as he looks down toward the ravine. From where he stands, he can only imagine what kind of battle must be unfolding in the depths below. As the smoke and fire slowly begin to clear, Kim Woojin is revealed crouching at the center of the ravine in a defensive stance. Both hands grip his sword across his chest, while roaring rings of flame coil around his smoke-covered body. The Hat Hunter watches him with morbid fascination, clearly impressed that anyone could survive such a direct hit. As he studies the armored figure standing inside the flames, he begins to wonder whether calling Kim Woojin human is even accurate anymore. He can tell right away that Kim Woojin has already stepped past a boundary most hunters would never even reach in their lifetime. After devouring monster essence again and again, Woojin is no longer standing there as an ordinary human hunter. He is transformed into something far more dangerous and unnatural. Across Kim Woojin's arms, the stone-like scales begin to split open with deep, ugly cracks. Pieces of that hardened armor crumble off one by one, exposing the raw, burned flesh hidden underneath. making it painfully clear that even his defensive ability is starting to collapse under the pressure. Kim Woo-jin quickly measures the situation through the haze of smoke and pain. The way his enemy combined gas with fire was not some random attack, it was a perfectly timed tactic. And if another explosion of that scale lands cleanly, even his stone skin may not be able to protect him again. Only then does Kim Woo-jin fully understand what kind of opponent is standing in front of him. This man is not just strong. He is a high-ranking dark priest who understands how to read an enemy's elemental weaknesses and tear them open. From this point on, brute strength alone will not be enough to win. A thin line of blood runs down from the corner of Kim Woo-jin's mouth, staining his chin as he steadies his breathing. But even through the pain, his eyes remain cold, focused, and deadly. He admits to himself that he had taken this enemy far too lightly. The Hat Hunter suddenly launches himself forward with terrifying speed, his spider-like legs digging into the rocky ground and throwing his body ahead in a strange, twitching burst of motion. The attack comes so violently that Kim Woo-jin barely has enough time to move. Their bodies collide once more, and the sharp ring of metal striking against hard chitin echoes through the canyon. The Hat Hunter does not attack from just one direction. His extra limbs lash out all at once, forcing Kim Woo-jin to defend against blows coming from every angle. The Hat Hunter keeps mocking him as he presses closer, clearly thrilled to see how long Kim Woo-jin can survive in this chaotic close-range battle. Every movement is faster than the last, and the more Woo-jin struggles, the more the Hat Hunter seems to enjoy pushing his body to the breaking point. He comes crashing down from above, using his full weight and momentum to drive Kim Woo-jin into a low defensive crouch. Around them, the air hangs heavy with the sharp scent of ozone, scorched stone, and the aftermath of repeated blasts. Kim Woo-jin clenches his teeth and strains against the crushing pressure, his muscles swelling as he forces back the Hat Hunter's multi-limbed assault. Every spider leg, every blade-like movement, carries enough force to become a killing blow if his guard slips for even a second. A rough grunt tears from his throat as the force drives him backward. His feet scrape and skid across the uneven stone floor, and with every step he loses more ground, struggling desperately to keep himself upright beneath the endless barrage. Purple energy bursts from Kim Woo-jin's blade as he swings up to deflect a vicious strike from one of the spider legs. Steel, venom, and mana crash together in a deadly rhythm, locking the two hunters into a violent dance where one missed beat could mean death. Another high-speed exchange erupts in a blinding flash of light, and the force of their clash sends broken fragments of rock flying through the air. The battle has grown so intense that even the cavern walls begin to crumble under the repeated shockwaves. Kim Woo-jin sucks in air in harsh, desperate breaths, his face smeared black with soot and streaked with fresh blood. As he looks around, he realizes the truth. He is being slowly and deliberately driven into a corner by someone whose tactics are far sharper than his own. Then the smaller spiders unleash another volley, spewing flame and acid at the same time. The two attacks merge into a massive blast that crashes straight toward Kim Woo-jin's position, and this time, the space around him leaves almost no room to escape. Kim Woo-jin drops his stance and folds his stone-covered arms across his body, guarding his vital points as the explosion swallows him whole. Heat, pressure, and impact crash over him like a storm, burying him beneath a wave of destruction. Even while enduring the blast, Kim Woo-jin forces his mind to move. Should he kill the small spiders first and cut off the support attacks, or pour everything he has into taking down the Dark Priest himself? One thing is certain, his body cannot keep absorbing this much damage for long. Pain rips through his internal organs, sharp and overwhelming, as if his body is being crushed from the inside. He can feel his stone skin reaching its absolute limit, and he knows that if he fails to change the flow of this fight right now, this abyss will become his grave. The Hat Hunter bursts through the smoke, his single red eye shining with a predator's hunger. A twisted laugh slips from him as he closes in, already preparing to finish off the wounded prey trapped in front of him. Kim Woo-jin braces for impact, raising both stone-covered arms in front of his face. With nowhere to dodge and no clean counterattack available, all he can do is grit his teeth and endure the blow that is about to land. A massive spider leg cuts across the battlefield in a blur, sweeping forward so fast that the movement is almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. The sharp, spear-like tip is aimed straight for Kim Woo-jin's throat. The attack lands with a sickening impact, driving deep into Kim Woo-jin's shoulders and back instead. Blood splatters across the rocky ground as the monstrous appendages pin him down, holding his battered body in place. His heavy sword slips from his grasp and crashes onto the ground with a dull clang, just out of reach of his trembling hands. Kim Woo-jin's body is covered in wounds, his blood dripping onto the stone, and his defenses have finally been broken apart. Standing over him, the Hat Hunter lets out a sharp cry of mocking victory. He savors the sight of Kim Woo-jin fallen beneath him, his expression twisting into a grotesque grin filled with satisfaction. His laughter grows louder and more unrestrained, bouncing through the ravine while his spider legs keep Kim Woo-jin trapped against the ground. To him, this reversal is not just a victory, it is a moment to enjoy. The Hat Hunter lowers his gaze toward his captive, and the amusement on his face slowly shifts into genuine curiosity. Looking at Kim Woo-jin up close, he finally understands why the others had allowed this dangerous hunter to roam freely for so long. He admits that Kim Woo-jin's skill and talent are impressive, almost too valuable to simply throw away. Killing someone with that much potential would be wasteful, and in the fallen hunter's strange strength, the Hat Hunter seems to recognize a shadow of his own power. Kim Woo-jin coughs violently, blood spilling from his mouth as his head dips low. His consciousness wavers under the pain, and for the moment, he is completely at the mercy of the man in the wide-brimmed hat. The Hat Hunter suddenly decides to offer him something different. His voice loses its mocking edge and turns strangely calm, almost persuasive, as he looks down at Kim Woo-jin kneeling in the dirt, broken and exhausted. He invites Kim Woo-jin to join the Dark Priests, promising to spare his life if he agrees to use his special power for their side. With fire burning behind him, the Hat Hunter towers over Woo-jin like a dark silhouette offering salvation through corruption. Kim Woo-jin slowly lifts his head, his eyes heavy with pain and exhaustion, yet still aware enough to listen. His body may be nearly spent, but his mind continues to move, carefully recognizing the trap hidden inside that smooth offer. The Hat Hunter leans closer, his glowing eyes carrying an unsettling warmth. He tells Kim Woo-jin that he understands the feeling of being special, because Woo-jin has gained unique abilities through the monster cores he has absorbed. Spreading his spider legs wide, the Hat Hunter argues that ordinary humans could never truly understand someone like Kim Woo-jin. To them, that kind of power is not a blessing. It is something frightening, something they would try to control, reject, or forbid. He warns that the same people Kim Woo-jin risks his life to protect will one day turn their weapons against him. Once fear takes hold, they will brand him a dark priest and try to kill him, leaving him with no real place among humans. For a brief moment, Kim Woo-jin remembers his time with the Order Alliance, standing beside hunters like Roland and feeling as if he had a place among them. But the Hat Hunter twists that memory, suggesting that such acceptance was nothing more than a lucky accident that would never last. The Hat Hunter presses deeper, reminding him that once those people discover the true nature of his power, they will stop seeing him as one of their own. He uses Kim Woo-jin's own past and doubts like weapons, trying to drag him toward despair. Then the Hat Hunter reaches out a hand toward him, offering not mercy, but a partnership built on their shared rejection. He urges Kim Woo-jin to take that hand and stand together with him instead of clinging to the world that will eventually cast him aside. He promises that if they join forces, they can rise to a level of strength ordinary men could only dream about. The Hat Hunter smiles with absolute confidence, convinced that a temptation like this should be impossible for someone like Kim Woo-jin to refuse. Kim Woo-jin sinks onto the scorched ground, dragging in ragged breaths while the flames from the ambush continue to burn around him. His stone skin has been hammered again and again, and the damage spreading across his body is becoming impossible to hide. He turns his head and spits out a mouthful of blood, cursing his own miserable condition through clenched teeth. But even in that battered state, a dangerous spark still flickers deep inside his eyes. Even with his back pressed against the wall, Kim Woo-jin refuses to let the Hat Hunter enjoy the moment in peace. He raises his eyes and mocks him coldly, asking why a clown like him feels the need to keep talking so much. The insult hits its mark. The Hat Hunter's face contorts with rage, his earlier amusement vanishing in an instant. Now, he decides this arrogant brat needs one final lesson, one painful enough to silence him for good. Woo-jin closes his eyes, his expression carrying the faintest trace of disappointment, as if he truly had hoped not to go this far. He never wanted to rely on this final measure unless there was no other choice. But the Hat Hunter has pushed him too hard. When Woo-jin's eyes snap open again, they have changed into sharp, glowing slits, cold, inhuman, and terrifying. The crackling flames around him suddenly shrink and fade, as though the heat itself is being swallowed. The temperature in the abyss drops sharply, and a heavy silence settles over the battlefield, pressing down on everything like a warning. A sudden gust of wind tears through the pit, carrying with it the metallic scent of blood and the sharp bite of ozone. The brief calm shatters completely, and the air itself seems to announce that the real storm is about to begin. The Hat Hunter freezes for a moment, his arrogance giving way to confusion. Something enormous is shifting in the surrounding mana, something far beyond the wounded prey he thought he had already defeated. A violent pillar of black and red energy erupts from Kim Woo-jin's body, blasting upward as the stone floor beneath him shatters apart. The shockwave rips through the abyss with raw, uncontrolled force, swallowing the battlefield in terrifying power. The Hat Hunter staggers backward, raising his arms and legs to shield his face from the crushing heat and pressure. His confidence cracks as he stares into the surge, unable to comprehend the overwhelming scale of energy exploding from Kim Woo-jin. His eyes widen until they nearly bulge from their sockets, terror finally spreading across his face. What he is seeing is not a simple burst of strength. This is a full-core rampage unleashed right before his eyes. At the very center of that raging storm, Kim Woo-jin's body begins to twist, harden, and change into something far beyond human. The gray scales that once only covered his stone skin sink deeper into his muscles, fusing with his flesh until they become a permanent, monstrous layer of armor. Kim Woo-jin fixes a fierce glare on the Hat Hunter, his eyes burning through the chaos around them. In a cold voice, he tells him to start saying something that actually makes sense, because from the very beginning, joining the Dark Priests was never even an option for him. The eruption of power spreads across the entire abyss, swallowing the wide space in a massive wave of violent energy. Against that towering pillar, even the Hat Hunter's spider-like body looks small and fragile, as if he has been reduced to nothing more than a tiny shadow before a storm. Now fully transformed, Kim Woo-jin towers there with clawed hands, hardened scales, and crimson eyes glowing like a predator in the dark. Then he delivers the coldest line of the entire fight, asking the Hat Hunter how a wolf could ever lower itself to serve a dog. Kim Woo-jin stands upright in the middle of the cavern, his back covered in cracked gray scales while red energy snaps and crackles around him. The pressure pouring from his body fills the underground space, making it clear that his transformation has reached its terrifying peak. He turns his head just slightly, and the red glow in his eyes sharpens with a terrifying intensity. Kim Woo-jin has heard enough of the Hat Hunter's nonsense, and he tells him plainly to at least open his mouth and say something that makes sense. A sudden burst of red energy explodes outward, flooding the chasm with blinding light and jagged streaks of electricity. The discharge tears through the air with such force that the entire underground structure trembles around them. Woo-jin's full form is finally revealed, his body wrapped in scale-like armor, and his eyes blazing with a savage, predatory fire. He scoffs at the very idea of bowing his head, then throws the question back at the Hat Hunter. How could anyone expect a wolf to serve a dog? The Hat Hunter's eyes widen as he stares upward at the terrifying creature Woo-jin has become. For the first time, his confidence cracks, because he can no longer hide his shock at the overwhelming power Woo-jin had been keeping buried until now. Desperate to seize control of the fight again, the Hat Hunter screams for his spider children to attack and burn the intruder alive. Two of the monsters immediately rush forward, their bodies charging with glowing elemental orbs as they prepare to strike. Woo-jin does not even bother to move. He simply narrows his glowing red eye, gathers his power with frightening calm, and calls out the name of his ultimate technique, Heavenly Punishment. Massive pillars of crimson and black energy burst up from the cavern floor, stretching violently toward the ceiling like spears of judgment. The eruption is so enormous that every other figure in the cave is instantly dwarfed by its scale. The spider minions are swallowed before they can even complete their attack. Their bodies are caught inside the raw blast, ripped apart by the violent energy in an instant, leaving no trace behind after the first impact. Red lightning crashes down from above, turning the cavern into a hellish field of fire, sparks, and electricity. The ground beneath them starts to melt and split open, unable to withstand the terrifying heat and force of Woo-jin's assault. The Hat Hunter is dragged into the shockwave as well, his spider legs flailing wildly while the red energy surges toward him like a devouring tide. The destructive force Woo-jin has unleashed completely overwhelms him, leaving no room for his earlier arrogance. Now bloodied and battered, the Hat Hunter finally understands the enormous gap between them. As he struggles to stay conscious, all he can do is wonder what kind of monster core Woo-jin could possibly have consumed to possess power on this level. Through the thinning red haze, Woo-jin's dark silhouette rises like a force of nature that cannot be stopped. The attack is not over yet, and with steady, terrifying steps, he begins closing the distance once again. Another shockwave slams into the Hat Hunter and hurls him backward across the jagged stone floor. His spider limbs claw and scramble for traction, but the force is too great, sending his body tumbling helplessly through the cavern. At that moment, survival becomes the Hat Hunter's only thought. Panic takes over his face as he realizes he has to escape this cavern immediately, or Woo-jin will finish him off right here. He spins around to flee, but Woo-jin has already vanished from sight, moving faster than his eyes can follow. In the next instant, the scaled hunter appears directly behind him, close enough to strike before he can even breathe. The Hat Hunter's expression twists in horror when he realizes his path of escape has been completely cut off. He never saw Woo-jin move, and now the real predator is standing within arm's reach. Woo-jin's clawed hand shoots forward and clamps around the Hat Hunter's neck with crushing strength. Red sparks leap between his fingers, and the air around them tightens as Wu Jin prepares to settle everything with his own hands. With brutal, merciless force, Wu Jin tears one of the spider legs straight from the man's back. Fresh blood sprays across the rocky ground, marking the moment the Hat Hunter's monstrous body begins to fall apart. Wu Jin keeps his grip locked firmly around him, forcing the Hat Hunter harder into the dirt. There is no pity in his gaze, only cold domination, as he shows the broken man that the fight is now completely under his control. Then Wu Jin begins tearing the legs away one after another, each brutal motion forcing blood from the Hat Hunter's mouth as a strangled roar bursts from his throat. The attack is ruthless and deliberate, meant not just to wound him, but to crush every last bit of will he has left. Another powerful blow lands, sending a fresh splash of blood across the cavern walls. The Hat Hunter is barely conscious now, and his remaining spider legs twitch uselessly in the air, no longer able to protect him or carry him away. One final slam sends the Hat Hunter skidding across the floor, leaving a dark, bloody trail behind him. His scream echoes through the cavern, his pride shattered just as badly as his ruined body. Bleeding and desperate, the Hat Hunter lifts a trembling hand toward Wu Jin and begs for a chance to speak. His voice is no longer arrogant or playful. Now he is pleading for just 1 second to negotiate before the next blow comes down. He tries to appeal to the one thing he thinks they share, reminding Wu Jin that both of them gained power by consuming monster cores. Instead of fighting to the end, he argues that talking things through would benefit them both far more. Wu Jin stands over him in silence, unmoved by the desperate attempt at cooperation. When he finally speaks, his voice is cold and direct, telling the Hat Hunter that the only useful thing he can offer now is information. He demands to know everything about the other dark priests, his glowing eyes locked on the wounded man at his feet. At this point, that knowledge is the only thing the Hat Hunter has left that might keep him alive. The Hat Hunter shouts in disbelief, unable to understand why Wu Jin would stand with humans while wielding the same dark power as the priests. To him, it makes no sense for a monster to protect the sheep, and he warns Wu Jin that once humans see his true form, they will abandon him without hesitation. He simply cannot accept why someone with such overwhelming strength would choose to side with the weak. Wu Jin gives no reaction to the warning. His cold, reptilian eye remains fixed on the Hat Hunter with absolute focus, as if every word of fear and doubt means nothing compared to the information he came to extract. With no other option left, the Hat Hunter finally breaks and agrees to tell Wu Jin everything he wants to know. He starts talking quickly, searching for any possible way to stop the next strike from falling on him. But by then, words can no longer save him. Wu Jin lands another punishing blow that sends the Hat Hunter flying backward, making it clear that he has finished listening to the man's desperate excuses. Wu Jin's profile looks cold and unyielding, almost like carved stone, as he stares down at his defeated enemy. He reminds the Hat Hunter that he gave him exactly one chance to talk, and that chance has already passed. Then Wu Jin releases a final, devastating blast of red energy straight at the Hat Hunter. The cavern flares with light as the power of heavenly punishment gathers into one lethal point and drives toward its target. The Hat Hunter manages to spit out one last curse before the energy swallows him completely. In the next instant, his body is vaporized, leaving behind only drifting ash and smoke in the scorched air. As the light slowly fades, Wu Jin remains standing alone in the center of the crater, his chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. The battle is finally over, but the price his body paid is beginning to catch up with him. The cost of the transformation hits all at once. Wu Jin's scales begin to split, crack, and peel away from his body, falling from his skin like broken shards of stone and exposing the raw flesh beneath. A thick stream of blood runs from his mouth as the strain inside his body takes its toll. After pushing himself far beyond his limits, Wu Jin can feel his body starting to fail beneath the weight of that power. Now returned to his human form, Wu Jin looks completely wrecked, with blood flowing from his eyes and mouth. As the last of his adrenaline drains away, even standing upright becomes almost impossible. He turns his blurred gaze toward the light, breathing in rough, uneven gasps. In the silence after the fight, the scale of the destruction he created finally becomes clear all around him. With every bit of strength drained from his body, Wu Jin collapses into the center of the massive crater he carved into the ground. He hits the stone with a dull thud, his body finally giving out after the brutal ordeal. Lying on the cold cavern floor, he stares weakly up at the ceiling while each breath comes shallow and heavy. He mutters to himself about how exhausting the battle was, and then his eyes slowly begin to close. Kim Woo-jin's eyelids grow heavy, and blood continues to trail down his face as he fights to stay conscious. Even using that ability for a short moment has torn through his body, leaving him barely able to hold on. His vision blurs until all he can make out is the cracked stone of the crater floor beneath him. He knows he cannot afford to fall asleep in a place like this, but his remaining strength slips away as his eyes keep closing. Roland and one of the knights finally reach the edge of the pit, leaning forward to peer into the darkness below. When they spot a motionless figure lying at the bottom, they immediately prepare to climb down and reach him. Roland stares into the crater with concern written across his face, his mouth opening as he calls down to the man below. There is relief in his expression too, as if they managed to find Wu Jin before it was truly too late. Moments later, Roland and the knights gather around Wu Jin's battered body on the crater floor. Seeing the extent of his injuries, Roland urgently orders his men to bring a stretcher, making sure they can move him without causing even more damage. Roland leans over him in a tight close-up, his face tense and sweat gathering along his forehead. His voice drops to a worried whisper as he calls Wu Jin's name, searching his friend's battered body for even the smallest sign that he is still alive. Then Roland slowly lifts his gaze toward the cave wall, where a huge monster-shaped dent has been carved into the stone. Green blood is still dripping from the impact mark, running down the rock in thick, disgusting trails. Looking at the wreckage around him, Roland can only wonder what kind of terrifying battle unfolded in this place while they were separated. The silence of the cavern makes the traces of destruction feel even more unbelievable. The story then moves to the third pioneer city, a massive fortress city spread out beneath a cloudy sky. High stone walls surround the settlement, and sharp towers rise above it like watchful spears guarding the horizon. Inside the city, bright sunlight pours through a large window and fills a quiet, well-furnished bedroom with warmth. In the middle of the room sits a single bed, and beneath the covers, a wounded figure lies asleep in the soft morning light. Kim Woo-jin rests under the blankets, his pale face touched by the sunlight as his eyes slowly begin to open. He still looks drained and worn out, but the danger that nearly killed him has finally passed. With great effort, he pushes himself upright, his dark silhouette framed against the glowing window behind him. The moment his body moves, a low groan slips from his lips, as if every muscle is protesting at once. Woo-jin lowers his gaze to his own hands, then to the bandages wrapped around his torso and the countless scars left across his skin. Staring at the evidence of that brutal fight, he can barely believe he actually survived such an ordeal. Just then, a maid steps into the room with a tray in her hands. The instant she sees Woo-jin sitting up in bed, her eyes fly wide with shock, and she nearly loses her grip on everything she is carrying. Without wasting another second, she spins around and rushes back into the hallway, shouting at the top of her lungs that the mercenary has finally woken up. Her hurried footsteps ring against the stone walls as the news spreads through the building. A moment later, Roland bursts through the door, his face lit up with pure excitement and relief. He shouts Woo-jin's name as he rushes toward the bed, one hand already reaching out toward his injured friend. Standing beside the bed, Roland quickly tells him that he had been unconscious for 3 entire days. Woo-jin stares back at him in silence, still trying to process the fact that so much time has passed while he was out cold. Woo-jin's expression grows serious as he realizes just how severe the backlash from his transformation must have been. Even with his new regeneration ability, his body still needed days to recover from the damage. So he looks up at Roland and asks the first thing that comes to mind, whether the expedition is finally over. Roland gives him a firm nod and explains that they managed to clear out most of the rift cores in the surrounding area. Even better, the number of casualties stayed low, which is almost unheard of for a dangerous mission like this. A warm smile spreads across Roland's face, and for a moment, he closes his eyes as if the relief is finally sinking in. He gives Woo-jin the credit without hesitation, saying that the mission succeeded entirely because of him. Woo-jin answers with a small, confident smirk, casually suggesting that Roland should repay him with a generous reward. Deep down, though, he feels the quiet warmth of being recognized by someone else, a feeling so satisfying that no matter how many times it happens, he never seems to get tired of it. Before their conversation can continue, the door opens once again, and an Order Alliance representative steps into the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Roland turns toward the entrance, his expression shifting as he notices the interruption. The representative introduces himself in a cold, formal tone, adjusting his glasses while his eyes settle on Woo-jin. Without any warmth in his voice, he states that he has come to take Woo-jin's testimony about the expedition. 2 stern-looking guards stand with him, making the visit feel less like a polite inquiry and more like an interrogation. The representative demands to know exactly what kind of opponent Woo-jin faced, wanting every detail of the fight recorded as accurately as possible. Woo-jin leans back against his pillows, his face unreadable as he listens to the man speak. Even from the bed, he can feel the pressure building in the room, as if the questioning has already begun before he has said a word. The representative adjusts his glasses once more and explains that the Order Alliance needs proper records of everything that happened. According to him, the battlefield reports were too chaotic and inconsistent to be useful on their own. He leans a little closer, his gaze sharpening with open suspicion. The reports claimed that a single human fought a monster of that scale, and he admits that such a thing was simply too unbelievable for them to accept without hearing it directly. Wu Jin stares back at him, quietly wondering whether he is still under suspicion for what happened inside the cave. The air in the room suddenly feels colder, and with a small, exhausted sigh, he thinks about how things never seem to end cleanly. Even after surviving, he has to deal with another annoying problem. A close look at Wu Jin's lower face shows his jaw tightening as he grits his teeth ever so slightly. He understands that this situation could become serious, and his mind immediately starts searching for what kind of lie might cover his tracks. Before he can answer, another man suddenly appears in the doorway, making the representative turn back in shock. The newcomer is an old man wearing a blindfold, and on that blindfold is a bizarre smiley face that makes his entrance even stranger. The representative gasps the moment he recognizes him, calling him Elder Bo. With a calm but unmistakably authoritative presence, the elder steps into the room as if he already owns the situation. Elder Bo states in a firm voice that he will handle this matter himself. His tone leaves no space for argument, but the confused representative still asks what he means by that. The elder's face appears in close-up, the strange smiley face on his blindfold clashing with the seriousness in his voice. This time, he repeats his order with more force, making it clear that he told them to get out. The representative flinches, his face quickly losing color as he realizes he has no power to challenge Elder Bo. He stammers out that he understands, then hurriedly prepares to leave before the situation grows worse for him. Outside the building, clouds drift slowly over the city walls, softening the harsh tension that had filled the room moments before. Back in the infirmary, the pressure begins to fade as the unwanted guests retreat from the doorway. Through the large window, Elder Bo can now be seen sitting in a chair beside Wu Jin's bed. With the representative and guards gone, the two are finally alone, and the atmosphere in the room settles into something much quieter. Wu Jin breaks the silence by thanking the elder for stepping in. He admits that he had been worried about being misunderstood, especially since he had only just opened his eyes after 3 days unconscious. As he speaks, Wu Jin keeps a careful eye on the old man. Ever since their first meeting, Elder Bo has shown an unusual interest in him, and Wu Jin cannot help but wonder what the elder is truly trying to do. Elder Bo tells him not to worry, and his expression softens slightly as he speaks. Even though the blindfold covers his eyes, it somehow feels as if he is looking directly at Wu Jin. Then the elder tells Wu Jin that he has decided to trust him, no matter what form he takes. As those words settle in the room, Elder Bo quietly slips a hand into his robe and begins to pull something out. From within his robe, Elder Bo brings out an object that immediately starts glowing with a vivid blue light. Kim Wu Jin, still sitting in the bed with the window behind him, leans forward slightly and watches with growing curiosity. The blue glow washes over Wu Jin's face, lighting up his eyes as shock flashes across his expression. He seems to recognize the strange energy pulsing from the item in Elder Bo's hand. Elder Bo raises a large spherical monster core, its surface covered with numerous glowing blue eyes. Wisps of pale energy drift around it like cold smoke, filling the room with an eerie light. The elder calmly explains that he took the core from the body of the dark priest Wu Jin killed inside the cave. His voice remains steady, and the blindfold hides whatever thoughts might be passing through his mind. In an extreme close-up, Wu Jin's blue eye reflects the many eyes embedded in the core. He is left speechless, realizing that Elder Bo has just placed an incredibly powerful and dangerous secret right in front of him. Wu Jin accepts the core with both hands and stares down at it with intense focus, unable to look away from its strange glow. Elder Bo tells him that he secretly slipped it away because he had a feeling Wu Jin might need it for some reason.